The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
Oh, my goodness!
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat. broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to meet, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphics settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Welcome to BUEC Spring Finals 2023. Day 2 is on the way, and yesterday was an absolute banger. We're gonna get into that later, but first of all, guys, we're live from I-70, and we have so many things going on. There's a bigger than life-size Pringles can. I'm not saying this because I'm 5'3", it's actually pretty big. There's also a monster truck, so if you're around this weekend, make sure to check it out. Come say hi, don't be shy, we got a lot of things going on, but today we have some R6 and League of Legends, my personal favorites. But let's do a little bit of recap from what we've seen yesterday, because some of the series were absolute nail biters. We started off with some Rocket League, and congratulations to UAE Dragons for securing that. They are our Spring 2023 Rocket League champs. We then headed into some Valorant. Now, that was a nail biter, okay? It was 2-1 series for Nottingham. They won it in OT. Congratulations to them. I wasn't here to see it, but I know the crowd was absolutely loving it. And we got a little bit of a crowd today as well. So hi guys, I hope you're all doing well today. Yesterday as well, Unicorns of UCL were the ones to secure the women and non-binary Valorant championship. So congratulations to them. But as we said, that was yesterday. Today is a different day, and we have even more action coming your way. We're gonna be starting it off with some R6. Now, you might be wondering, okay, what teams are competing? That's fine. I got the rundown. I got the notes, okay? Don't look at my handwriting, but that's fine. So we actually have Swansea going up against Exeter today. And it's a pretty interesting one because when we're looking at Swansea, they have lost just one game. That's all they lost. Okay, that's better than my solo queue record. And the game that they lost was against Trent. Now, because I said it's against Exeter, we know that Trent is not here. So that means that they're actually going to be potentially doing pretty well. Exeter, however, they have lost 2 games this stage. And if you want to guess, I'm going to give you 2 seconds to guess who they lost it to. If you guess Swansea, you're right. They lost both of their games to Swansea this stage around, which is absolutely crazy because they're now both in the finals, which means that Exeter, they're looking to give back some of that losses in the finals this time around, because last year in winter, not spring, in winter 2022, they placed second. So it's only up for them from here, whereas Swansea last year, they placed 6th. They came a little bit out of nowhere, but there is a little bit of rivalry brewing between these 2 teams. If you want to find out how that's gonna go, I'm not gonna be the one to answer those questions. However, we have our lovely caster, Grace and Chamberlain. Guys, how you doing?
Thank you, Ginny, you wonderful, wonderful queen, you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship, Rainbow Six Siege Edition. My name is Grace, and I'm joined here by the wonderful Cham. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm ready to go. I'm excited, and you know, this is my bread and butter. We did Valorant yesterday. We had a fun time, but Siege is where my heart is. I've been here for quite a while, and I'm excited to get going, Grace.
100%. I mean, I'm super stoked again. I think this is going to be an interesting one because not only is once again Swansea in a grand final within the University Rainbow Six Siege circuit. We also have Exeter kind of contesting them for it, which is a little bit of spice for me. Again, the previous results for this roster on the side of Exeter, they came second in winter last year. So it's kind of the idea of they're getting so close every single time. I think we actually touched on this last time. They get so close to the end, and then at that last minute, they're kind of not gate-kept, but the kind of old guard do their things. The old guard have their little moments. I mean, you can already see quite clearly, looking at the results, both these teams have come into this final looking pretty strong.
Yeah. They certainly have, yeah, and both of them are looking in really good conditions at the minute. Of course, I can talk about the bracket in a moment, but of course we've got, just up in front of you, you'll see flashing up everybody's positions and where they're going to be playing and whatnot. You've got, Matty on the flex, and you've got Dai, who's on the soft support role, just playing today. And I want to highlight Dai because there was a result just a little while ago. The last time they played each other was actually just in the kind of playoff stages. Basically, Swansea were knocked down into the lower bracket and after playing against Exeter. And one of the results of that was that there was a clubhouse result. Basically, it was 8-6, went to overtime, and the kills, in terms across the board, you had Dai went absolutely massive, had a 20-9 game, and Ben on the other side in Exeter had a 20-10 game. So it was a heater of a game. Unfortunately, the second map border was 7-2, and then that's how Swansea went down into the lower bracket, and then they came through and obviously meeting each other in the final. So I'm hoping for a little bit of heated rematch.
And that's what we want, ideally. Again, we don't want it to be too kind of stagnant between these two. I think, again, it is going to be, I'm going to say the word barn burner antics going across the board. You want to see these two teams do what they do best. They play a really good level of Siege. A lot of these players too, and a lot of these unis, they've had people that have been fed into other ecosystems as well. So that's always a very positive sign. And here we have it, the roster. I mean, I'm going to be a bit of a Swansea shill here. I absolutely love the Swansea roster. Since about 2018, Swansea University has consistently pumped out very, very good roster. And of course, Dai leading the way right now. Dai has had some amazing work over the last few years himself. Again, working with a lot of teams in National League circuit, and even in EUCL, to be honest, as an analyst. So definitely a positive sign that you can take people from the collegiate space and then trickle that into the normal competitive ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with the actual teams because I'm relatively new and no one really know me as much, but I'm new to the scene and I don't know the teams specifically. So, but just to throw a cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, I'm going to side Exeter on this one because I know that you're fancying Swansea, so I'm going to just put a little bit of caster competitiveness into it.
That's fine. I'm completely here for that. It means we can have a nice little back and forth about it, and I can continue talking about why Swansea are probably going to win this. No, I'm joking. I think it's going to be close, but again, if we are going to make predictions, what do you think is going to happen here? I'm going to bait you for a prediction here because everyone always tries to avoid it, but I'm going to start this on a spicy tone.
I think we'll get 3 maps. I think we'll get 3. The last time they met each other, we didn't get 3, and it was very close with one of the overtime maps. So it's one of those ones where when you lose a map overtime, it really hurts your mental going into the second map because you're just like, oh, it's so close and we lost out on it. It's so close, and you're a full map down and you need to win, and it really goes. But this time, I'm hoping that obviously we get to the third map and we can see something exciting. But I think, Exeter will take it, I think.
Okay.
I just like I say, but I'm only just doing it just because I know that you're on the opposite side, so that's really it.
No, it's the thing that it's not that I don't think Exeter are good at all. Again, this roster, they've been very consistent for the last year, popping up in the, university circuit, having a good field day, and it's good that finally we've got to the point where teams like Swansea, teams like Staffordshire Uni, they are being challenged because for so long, again, for those of you at home that don't know this, literally since about 2017, 2018, Staffs and Swansea have just been back and forth kind of dominating. And when you have teams like Exeter, and even Warwick Uni, to be honest, too, Warwick have shown a lot of strength in the last few years. They can start to come through, they can contest that. It shows that the ecosystem is getting stronger and stronger and growing from strength to strength to strength. The main thing for me here is probably going to be the map veto because, you can have a really good team if the maps come through and, maybe the other team end up taking it to something that's slightly off, slightly spicy. And again, with those defensive or attacker sides, that can really, really, especially with Siege, that really matters.
Yeah.
You know, consider maps where it's very attacker-sided if you know how to go through those approaches. Things like a chalet, in my opinion, borders very attacker-sided too. I'd love to see a little cheeky bit of border action, but we'll see what happens when we get to that veto, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Border's a really fun map to watch, you know, because of the inside-outside to play. It's so exciting. You know, there's a lot of gunfights to go around, and I know that I'm saying that I'm choosing, you know, side my Exeter just because you're Swansea, but there is a little bit of knowledge behind it. There is a little bit. I'm not completely, you know, just going against it. There is a little bit of, you know, justification. Of course, Exterrific already beat Swansea in this competition. They've already knocked them down, and also they came second in the last one, so in the winter split. So. I've got a little bit of sound knowledge. Obviously, you're referencing Newell and their performance and stuff like that, and the other leagues and whatnot. But it's just a little bit of competition. I think that it's going to be a good game. It's going to be fun, and I'm just waiting to see what happens with the map vetoes.
I think that's it. We're going to really have to look at the map. So let's have a cheeky gander at that. Let's see where we're going for this best of 3. Remember, again, this is a best of 3. It's not a best of 1. So the teams will really have to dig deep into their map pool. And the theme park coming through from Swansea.
That is spice. Yeah, that is, especially as the first pick, that is pretty spicy from Swansea. The Oregon, I'm not too surprised that the Oregon coming through. A lot of teams, you know, everybody knows how Oregon works, so a lot of teams will take there just to leave it up to gun skill, really. But the theme pick is the one that's off, and I'm a little bit excited to get that as the first map as well. And, you know, Border being the decider, we mentioned we want to see some Border, and it is a fun map to watch. So I'm hoping we get all 3 today.
Well, this is it too. Again, Theme Park and Skyscraper, you know, they are the 2 least picked maps globally in the map pool. So the fact that Swansea have gone, Theme Park actually. We are seeing Theme Park be used a little bit more nowadays because people are comfortable to go to it because it's that kind of off-pick. But also, again, consider operators like, you know, the Azami on Theme Park. You can essentially bunker down on those main entry points, whether that's, you know, the cafe or whether that's the cash room. You can just use those keeper barriers and just basically waltz around, trying to burn out as much of that timer as possible. The fact that then we're going to go to Oregon, I think that's a safe bet coming through from Exeter against that even Stevens playing field, where yes, it could be attack or defender side depending on the util you're bringing, but the main thing is everybody knows how to approach those maps. It's like, you know, Oregon and Clubhouse, we say it's the safety nets, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Oregon is it's obviously it's kind of risky to me because it's one of those ones where like a lot of good teams actually kind of go there to die is kind of the phrase for it, because anyone can win Oregon. You know, it's almost like there's a situation where you can take someone to a map that you know you're good at, and you know can 7-0 someone, but you take them to Oregon and then you get like an overtime one because you know it doesn't matter if you're BDS, doesn't matter if you're G2, doesn't matter if you're you know, if you're just playing in a ranked game, you're still gonna have to attack bunker the same. You still have to take bunker and you still have to take backstairs. It's exactly the same for every single player, and it's just a case of, you know, the minute things, you know, the gun skill coming out on top and whatnot. So it's one of those ones where it gets into the maps a lot of the time. A lot of teams take it there just because of that. They know that the pushes are going to be the same every single time, and they can always be a bit spicy because a lot of the time it does come down to gunfights.
That's it. Gunfights and map control mostly, and again, you know, where people are choosing, especially on the defense, to be honest. Again, are you going to extend all the way out? You know, nowadays people love to go for that small tower push to try and get a lot of that map clearance, deal with that roam game as early as possible. So then it's this idea of like, okay, are we going to extend up? Are we going to have that presence around kitchen dining just to kind of set the momentum from the get-go, just to catch people off guard if they do go a bit too direct? And again, it's Swansea starting on defence there, actually. So the risk here, in my opinion, is if, you know, Theme Park really goes in the favour of Swansea, then we go to Oregon with Swansea starting on that defensive side. Exeter need to nail that utility use on the attack. They need to go absolutely ham with it. They need to have, you know, a 2-4, a 3-3 minimum on that attacking half. Otherwise, it's going to fall away from them very, very quickly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And as well, it's going to come down to the bans on theme as well for the first map, I think, because you mentioned the Azami just to select. I think that a lot of people are leaning on Azami a little bit too much because everybody knows that she's really, really strong at the minute. She's in a position that, you know, those barriers are just a nightmare to deal with. It requires so much utility and you can get so much use out of it. And I think a lot of teams are leaning on that. And you know, if there's an Azami ban on Theme Park, it could be a completely different game to what we would normally think, what we would, you know, maybe see on Theme.
Yeah, defo. And even if we do go to that third map of Border, again, yes, okay, I'm just going to say this. Yes, Border's had changes.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, like, it's still the same old Border, right? So it still plays out in exactly the same way. You're like, okay, are we going to take Office or are we going to take Armory Wall first? Cool, bish, bash, bosh. Get that CCTV control, get those walls open, spill out from there. Taylor's Oldest Time. Yes, they've created this new balcony, which, by the way, I absolutely love. I think it adds an extra level of aggression for the defense to kind of work with. And even when you're attacking, there's a lot of nice spots where you can set up some of that utility in the early round to really benefit you later on when it comes to that final approach. But it's still the same Border, right? It's still the same Border. So I think that's going to be a nice one. Again, Exeter will be starting on the attack on that and Swansea on the defense. I think that's really going to come down to who knows that map better, to be honest. Again, Swansea, they've had it in their map pool before. Admittedly, not the best when it was in its old state. But again, this is a new roster, a new team. And at the moment, with the way that Siege is going, like, it's a completely different game to what it used to be back then. So Swansea on Border, I'm here for it. I'm 100% here for it.
Yeah, this is where we're in the meta that's right now, obviously, that's completely swung from what it used to be. It used to be heavy utility and burning shields and all sorts of stuff. That was back when Border was there. But now we're into that TDM style. It's a bit more aggressive, and that's why you're seeing the Border picks coming through. And of course, just in the background, we're heading into the game, so we'll get a look at these operator bans in just a second. Grace, if you want to take us through the first one.
Absolutely, the Osa coming through. I actually love that as a banner from Exeter. Again, Osa really useful for trying to gain that momentum from the get-go. Remember, 9 times out of 10, you are taking Cafe or you are taking cash control, and having that little bit of extra shield utility just to protect you while you're taking these choke points, where you're starting to apply that pressure upstairs, super, super perfect. So I love that Exeter have brought that. The Nook coming through from Swansea, but potentially expecting a sneaky approach here from Exeter.
I'm not surprised at the knock ban. She has seen a very big rise in her ban the last couple of months, especially with the shift in the meta. Because of the nades, of course, the nades is kind of like, it's kind of a contentious point on the attack, where 1.5 is almost the crutch on defense, whereas on the attack, it's actually the nades. It's almost like a certification that you're going to see nades. It's either going to be Ayana, it's going to be, Knock, Sledge. You're going to see these people just because they have nades, and that's why they kind of tend to juggle the nades between operators. That's why we've seen them taken off of Finca and whatnot, and they get moved around a lot. But Knock in a really strong position, FMG9 with the 1.5, and so that's why it's pretty much a big ban. Not surprised at the Mira ban at all, really, though. Of course, on theme, initiation holds, nightmare to deal with, cash holds, nightmare to deal with, so let's just get rid of it. And Grace the Valk ban as well. Pretty standard stuff there as well.
Yeah, and this means that maybe everyone's going to go a little bit basic. The fact that Kaid is left on the board has me kind of going, ooh, because again, that kind of utility can be really, really powerful on the theme park. You can hide those electroclaws in so many difficult positions. Granted, we do have the secondary EMPs nowadays.
Yeah.
So we will see what Jaff has decided to bring. But again, if you want to try and get through those walls, it's not as difficult as it was kind of, 6 to 9 months ago. People are bringing those EMPs a lot more. We're seeing Jaff actually pick onto the Dokkaebi. So again, we're maintaining that global utility. But it's a different style of global. Again, you can hack those cams as well. You still have those EMPs in pocket, which I assume Jaff will be bringing. The Ying being left on the board. Let's talk about that, because that's really interesting for me. Ying is such a kind of meta ban at this point, particularly in a lot of different regions, because of how powerful that kit can be for that final collapse. You've got the Candelas there, especially with this take for this site. You just roll them down through the hatch, clear out, blind people, and then go for that aggressive push-in.
Certainly do, and the Ying obviously coming through from Die at the minute. They'll set up that push, they'll get them an execute quick. Of course, the site is Armory, that's where we're going first. I'm quite surprised to see us go there first. A lot of teams kind of like to go to the top floor and just feel it out a little bit first before they go down to the stronger site. But it is what it is. It's just a default kind of start at least. And you mentioned it. It seemed to be that's what they were going to go for. The default kind of picks. It does kind of look like that. It's kind of strange to say that the KB and Ying are default picks now, because they're in such a strong position at the moment in the current meta. They're pretty much a given. You're always going to see the KB play at this level at least.
Yeah, no, exactly. Already Swansea have taken a lot of control upstairs. And it's the thing too, the main thing for this map really is that you do need to maintain that entire map control. It is quite a wide and big map. It's not obviously as big as Villa, but there's still a lot of control you need to get. And Exeter potentially going a bit more turtle mode. This could be a little bit of a crux for them right now, because this verticality can start to come through from Swansea if they so wish, and that's when that pressure is going to really start to be applied on site.
The thing is, though, is they're still droning. They're still trying to gather information, so it's almost like a kind of ghost roam that's happened, because they're still like kind of just a little bit tentative, because they're just a bit like, wait a minute, we've got quite a bit of map control for free. There's not really been an engagement. There's not really been anyone here to contest us, and there's a minute and a half gone on a roam that just is non-existent. They're completely turtled down, and obviously they need to start thinking about actually getting the vertical done, because when you reach that last minute, that's when it starts to get a little bit tricky, creating things up, and they haven't really started that. Just as I say that, of course, Die begins at the operation to open up that hatch to get an angle into split.
Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about with those Candelas. This is the EMPs in action. That wall's going to get opened up nice and quickly. It doesn't matter that those Kaid claws tucked in pizza. This is open. The aggressive line of sight. And here we go. Matthew's starting to work that verticality too. So already the pressure being really applied here to the side of Exeter, who for now are just going to hide. They're going to let them try and come to them. Nade goes out. Ben does going to pick onto Jaff though. So that's the opening kill going in the favour of Exeter. Another one there, Die, getting taken out regardless of those Candelas doing their thing.
Yeah, Ben there with a double kill. So 2 versus 3 scenario though, as Matty's able to find one onto James, but the hatch drop will come eventually again. Matty pushes in towards site now, trying to get a plant off at some point. Matthew's now dropped, courtesy of Sums, and it's now a 1 versus 3 scenario with a thermite. The 2.0 is still ready to go. Not able to find anything though. Sums is able to find that kill from behind the throne, and the turtle strat works, Grace.
It worked, but again, you know, you touched on this before, that things were going to come down to gunfights, and I'm not entirely sure how Swansea were able to let that fall away from them. Again, just I guess they were dropping, didn't have the information, so Exeter were allowed to just collect themselves a few little freebies. In theory, you know, Swansea had so much control there, right? They had that hatch pressure, they had the wall open, they had the verticality coming through too. Exeter were the ones pushed back, but I think the main issue there was that we needed a bit more information. We needed those drones to come through, and you know, you touched on it perfectly. You know, a minute and a half to even start to try and think about that verticality when you know, there's no one roaming. Where are the drones, and why aren't they being utilized quick enough to give you that information where you know that the entire top floor is clear and you can just start to apply that pressure? Intel from Swansea a little bit squiffy in that first round.
Yeah, the thing is with them is it's kind of like a 3-section map on the top floor. So you've got, you know, you can kind of see it perfectly, encapsulated what you see just in front of you. You've got the middle part split with the yellow kind of staircase area. So where the bomb site is now at bunk, then you've got waiting, and then you've got out towards cash. So it's almost like a 3-lane area, and you can kind of take the map in sections. They had up to the waiting room door already, which is where you would begin the vertical play towards Armory. And they didn't really start anything. They just kind of got there and were like, oh, you know, we have this. And it was almost like they were a little bit worried that they were going to be flanked, and there just wasn't really much, you know, respect paid to that, and it just kind of really it did end up costing them the round, because they just had to do a really quick execute in that last minute, and it was just unfortunate that the way that played out. Of course, into the second round though, 30 seconds in, a little bit of an engagement has already occurred. Matthew taking a little bit of damage on the sledge, so is certainly able to get away from that with his life though.
Yeah, it's kind of already showing that Exeter's confidence has already gone from 0 to 100. They're willing to, again, extend a little bit more, try something cheeky, but then have the confidence and the smartness, really, to then be like, okay, we'll pull back a little bit. We don't want to over-peak here. We don't want to give them that opening pick. We want to make sure that we keep that in our pocket. Again, quite before the storm. Swansea still trying to clear this eastern side of the map.
Yeah, you've got James in there just putting a little bit of contention inside of cash. An angle being held as well on the hatch though, as James is spotted and down though, but Marvel will not be quite aware though they've got the full down yet. And there's a player on the coverage at least from waiting side that will be able to cover that angle. Should they go for the final kill onto that, but they're not going to push it as of yet. The nade will come out, and that will likely find its mark onto the down player of James. It does certainly do that, and that's the first kill on the board at a minute and a half, Grace. They're certainly taking their time on Theme Park.
It is. Normally I say it's like a patient approach, but I think the issue right here that I'm kind of seeing is that, you know, Swansea aren't really playing too much into that information. They've got one drone out at the moment, then they've lost half of them. Granted, you know, half the round's gone. Maybe it's just a case of Exeter dealing with that information game, but it's not like they're bringing the Solus to the table. Jaff is going to fall, so again, ooh, well, as I say it, Exeter come through with a flurry of kills here. And Marv and Mate are left to try and clutch this out again. Oh, we only have one Selma left, and Marv is going to be taken out. So Mate, a very difficult spot to be in. Does get that pick onto iNoob. Maybe definitely on the tiniest bit of health. You could just tickle him and he will fall over. But Sums will be lurking, and those goos can be a little bit of a pain, especially if you're running out of time. So 35 seconds on the clock. What can Mate do?
Yeah, utilising that utility just to open up a few angles to try and just bait someone out, and does get the triple. What a flick that is. Finds the kill onto Deathly. Of course, you mentioned that just a tickle would be enough to kill, but does he know that they're so close? No, Sums is able to get that kill, and that is the round taken for Exeter there.
It's kind of, again, it's painful sometimes to see these mistakes when they're made, where it is like, you know, you are losing that utility a bit. Granted, you know, the Mozzie has been a nice pick for Exeter. Curious that there's no Solus play going on at the moment, given that, again, because I was thinking about that before. I was like, hang on a second. Yeah, they're not bringing the Solus. We're still seeing that droney come get, you know, really squiffy. So it's not like they're scared to send the drones out because they've spotted there is a Solus. Like, there isn't a Solus.
It's strange because the way Solus is at the minute is she's obviously a really strong operator, but the thing is she gets banned a lot, and the reason is that generally people just don't want to worry about it. Like, it's kind of like you'll see Capcan bans on like console and stuff like that all the time, because people are just like, I just don't want to worry about the EDDs. You know, that's what it is. It's like, I don't want to worry about losing my drone. If I just ban away the Solus, I don't have to worry at all. But people really haven't played Solus to her full potential. I haven't seen it that often, where, you know, you can really play it to counter the diffuser. You can play it obviously to, you know, for jump outs, for, you know, shooting air jabs, for getting claymores and whatnot. And it's not something we've really seen that much, and teams aren't really playing it just now, and it's one of those ones where I'd like to see a little bit more. I'd like to see a bit more of that.
Yeah, I agree. Again, I think I prefer it for that kind of off-site plant denial, to be honest. That's the way that I've seen teams do it, which I much prefer. And again, I think if you're able to deal with a lot of that drone utility from the get-go, especially in that prep phase, you already are in a good position. You've already made sure that there's no flanks being held from the get-go, so they're going to have to create that themselves as part of their process of gaining that map control. And again, it means that when it comes to that final collapse, they're not going to have enough information. But again, Solus is on the board, and Swansea is still moving with minimal amounts of information half the time. They have put the Monty out, so again, we need to consider how Monty plays. Often you will find that, you know, that utility, you can just walk towards people, you're pinging information, you're feeding information to your teammates constantly, regardless of the fact that if you're applying, you know, you're not getting kills at that point, are you? You're just giving that information, being that presence.
Yeah, and that's what I like to see the way that Monty plays. There's a lot of people drop the shield too early and whatnot, and they, you know, maybe stand in the corner or something, but it's nice to see it being used correctly and used to gather that as much utility as possible. Marv, though, with the flick onto Deathly, is able to find them just not quite paying attention in cash, and he was able to get himself essentially a free kill just behind that bomb chassis. And now they can begin at least a little bit of a push. Marv is down, though. James with the C4 finds Die, and that's the Monty gone, and now we're in a 3 versus 4 scenario. Matthew coming in from behind the Dragon, trying to find any angle for a push. Ben gets another one though onto Mathieu. And look at this, it's a 1 versus 4 scenario for Matthew, Grace.
There we have it. Jaff is going to fall. Trying to get taken out, and there we have it. Sums will take out Matthew. Already Exeter doing a really, really good job of essentially just holding on, waiting for Swansea to trickle towards them, holding these crossfires, you know, just... they're not kind of reinventing the wheel here, right? They are just winning their ones. They're just holding and being patient. Patience is a virtue, as I often say. But I think Swansea need to be a little bit punchier here. A little bit quicker on the approach. Get that information, react a bit quicker. Take some of that aggression if you want to. You know, they keep bringing the lion, but we're not seeing these 3-2-1s, obviously. You know, I think it would be pretty obvious if they were going for those 3-2-1 aggressive pushes towards the opposition, but it's not quite trickling through yet.
They're just taking a lot of time. That's all it is. They're just, you know, they're leaving their executes a little bit longer than what you would maybe need to. They're not really getting the map control they need early enough, and it's just, just not. It's just a kind of it's a poor start from them, to be honest. They're not really getting themselves in the good positions that we'd like to see from them, and we know that they can bring up. So I'm hoping that they can have a little bit of recovery and can start sorting things out and get us into this. And I think we are just having a little pause for just a second before we go back into the game. But it can give us a bit of time to just discuss the picks and whatnot that we've seen. The DKB wasn't brought on that round. They brought the Lion instead, and there's a lot of time we're seeing Lion and DKB come together and paired up together. So maybe that could be the solution, just to try and get the positions and get the intel that they need.
No, 100%. Like, again, if you are struggling with that information game and you can bring double global, certainly go for it. This time they have chosen to not bring any global utility whatsoever. They are just going very bread and butter with it. They're taking EMPs, they're taking double hard breach, they're taking some soft destructibility. But remember, last time we came to this site, they really struggled to get that control upstairs and maintain and apply that pressure, despite the fact that it was essentially given for free. They did go a bit direct though, it does appear. They went to barrels and already tried to get that wall open, but to no avail.
Yeah, they give it a bash, not quite worked out there. Shouldn't have C4 out, James is able to recover it. Sends it up there, but just to say they're going to change their mind. They do have quite a bit of wall denial, of course. They have the Cade and the Mute, so there's plenty denial there for it. And this is much quicker in terms of the vertical. We're actually just about to start the vertical now. That's 2 minutes. The last time they didn't really start until the 1.5 point. They do have the information on where Ben is playing on the Mozzie inside the barrel, so they at least know where they are. Jaff coming round towards the maintenance wall. It is opened up a little bit, so there'll be an uncomfortable angle. But Ben, look at that, just wins the one. Doesn't care, takes the head off of Jaff, and Sums finds Matthew at the same time, and just like that, it's falling apart, and we're in a 3 versus 5 scenario.
Already slightly concerned about the fact that this is Swansea's map pick, and they've lost. Well, there we go. Marv will go too. This could potentially be going up to 4-0 now. Can Mate and Dai go massive? They do have flashes in the pocket of Mate, so there's always a potential that they'll use some of this util. Oh, there we go. Day going for the little bait. Ben does fall victim to that.
Attackers recovered.
Again, a 2 versus 4. Very difficult. Ainoob will take out Mate as well. So again, that is that additional line of pressure. And those flashes now ripped away.
Certainly is, but Dai's in a 1 versus 4 scenario, and he's only just got his first kill on this map, so I'm hoping that that's enough to give them a little bit of momentum, so, can take these 1v1s and whatnot. A good gun, of course. It has the AK-12, the 1.5 on as well, but close on the breach is the Mute waiting for the kill, and it's going to be Dai to come out on top. Definitely falls, but there's a prone angle there, and a head is spotted. It's a triple for a Dai. If he clutches this up, he's going to get an ace, Grace.
An ace indeed. Looking for the heads. There we have it, though. Ainoob will shut that down. We were all hoping for it. We'd hope we'd see Dai go large, but no, the info coming through. 4-0 on the trot at the moment, a little bit uncomfy.
Yeah, it really is. The thing is it's theme park defense. It's theme park defense, so I am not going to judge things too much because it is a more defender-sided map. You've got so many windows. There's so much pushes that you can do. There's so many you can come from, so... I know the meta at the minute is aggressive and things do mean a little attacker-sided, but I know that I can feel your energy through the mic there.
I love theme park as a map, right? And I do think that I personally feel it's a little bit more attacker-sided, but it really depends on if the players are taking the opportunity.
Yeah.
And in order to create those opportunities, the intel game needs to be on point. The intel game needs to be on absolute lockdown. You've got the Ayana in your pocket. Use those Geminis. You've got drones in your pocket. Why are you sending them towards Exeter's faces? They can just shoot them out. Let's be a little bit more resourceful here, I think.
Yeah, I think we need to give credit as well though to the way that Exeter have been playing this. Ben's on a heater so far, 7 kills, 3 deaths on the Mozzie every single round, having a great time, finding the angles, and it's been a wonderful map from them. So it just comes down to it. There was a few scenarios in that last round where the execute wasn't too bad. They had the walls open that they needed, and they had the positions that they wanted. They just lost the 1v1s, and that's just seems that they're just taking a little bit of time to warm into this map.
A bit of time to warm when it's their map pick, though. That's my concern. Again, you're 4-0 down on this attack. If it's your map pick, you want to, again, minimum that kind of free split. Uncomfortable. And again, if Exeter do keep pushing forward, if they do keep getting these rounds on the table, if they do push it to that 6-0, even when you go onto that defense, you then have that long slog of, okay, we need to get 6 rounds in a row to bring it to overtime. No room for error at that point. It's still bright and early all the way in the NEC at Insomnia 70. It is 11 o'clock in the morning, and well, good morning, iNoob. Die. It's going to be the one to collect the little entry pick there. And again, no immediate trade coming through from Exeter. So that's going to be a little bit of a freebie for the side of Swansea.
Just tried to be a little bit cheeky there now. Just had to go around for a wee flank. Got caught out and unfortunately falls there. Is that a silencer I see on mute? I love to see it on an SMG11. That is definitely one of the spicier attachments to go for it.
Recoil control definitely a must at that point though. Yes. Like the SMG11 isn't a difficult gun to control anyway. You're just gonna whack a silencer on it. Again, I'm here for it. Again, you get that extra little bit of sneakiness.
It seems as though that is what they're playing for. Definitely just inside initiation, just playing that side of the map and just looking for it. Still so tentative going into the map here. Ben is not at all, though. He gets a double kill inside the cafe. As soon as they swing the door, he's ready for it. Gets the double, and Ben another one gets the triple, but Die eventually puts them into the dark. So 1 versus 3, just not enough man count left as definitely closes out the round, and Exeter take 5 rounds in a row.
5 in a row. Momentum build at this point must be absolutely insane for them. They must be on an entire different vibe. But again, it's as you say, they were playing sneaky, and I love that for them because they were punishing the fact that Swansea really struggling with this information game. What's the best way to start playing when you clock onto that? To go for the sneakiness. Okay, yeah, put the suppressor on the SMG11 and hide in these little rat corners. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I love to see it. They're playing into so far they've extrapolated the weakness. They've been able to spot where Swansea are going wrong, and they've really played to the strength of that. And it's really a testament to the way that Exeter are playing. It's really positive, and they've got the 5-0 lead because of it. Then again, we know Swansea's potential. We know that they can do it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get activated at least on Theme Park. And if they carry any form in towards Oregon, I mentioned it just in the pre-match, that Oregon is a map that anybody can win, because it's so default. So I think even if they were to lose this, even though it is their map pick, I don't think they will be crazily worried. It's a little bit, we made a couple of mistakes, but I think going into Oregon, they would have a chance with that at least.
I think the concern for me, yes, Swansea will be starting on defense on Oregon, but the way that your momentum can shift when you lose your map pick, especially when, for start we've had, and it is for start because I think technically, King's class the first 6 rounds as for start, hasn't been great from Swansea.
No,
which
really
typically, I feel like I've cursed them slightly here. And it's something that I kind of get a lot, where whenever I do, the university circuit, if there's a team I end up hyping up a lot, they will always lose. It's so. I'd like to personally apologise to Swansea Esports, but also again, drones in pocket. Let's go for the fundamentals. I get it's early, but let's get that bread.
Yeah, just start getting a couple of early picks under the belt. And just as I mentioned that, Marv is able to find Ben, and if there's anybody you want to find early, it is Ben, who's been on a heater every single round so far. 10-5, dealt with, entry pick gone, sigh of relief at least. Whew. Right, let's go.
I was wondering how long it would be before people start going for the Spawn Peak City vibes.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering that, and I think there's just been a call for a tech pause, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Of course, the round does continue on. A little bit of electricity on the wall there to be dealt with. The Matthew's going to come from the control side, and it looks as though they're just going to hold on to that push and comes in towards initiation. Yes, there's collect. We are getting a tech pause, so I believe it was just an error, just a little glitch in game, which happens. It's okay. We will get back to you in just a second, though. But I think you'll maybe get a look at our beautiful faces in a moment.
Maybe. Well, there we have it. We are indeed back in the game. I love the fact, though, that, Exeter, they were like, it's the final defensive round. We'll try the Spawn Peak. And Swansea were ready and waiting for them. But there we have it. Marv is going to get finally traded back out. So that's those replicas. That's the nades off the board as well, which, again, nades can be super, super useful. I'm surprised that Swansea haven't tried to go for the up nades either. Remember that verticality works both ways. Even if you're not attacking throne, you can still go underneath, and it's why, again, the Nook ban was quite a spicy one for me. The last few weeks, I've seen on Theme Park constantly people running that Nook and just going for the up nades.
Yeah, certainly seems to be the case. Yeah, okay. Yeah, apologies, just very quickly. We are going to replay this round just because there was a tech issue. I think it was just one of a drone glitch which happens. It's okay. But yeah, we are just going to very quickly go for a pause. We'll reset the lobby and we'll continue on from the round previous.
I'm curious at this point, again, like how much of a momentum shift Swansea will bring to the table when they do go onto that defence themselves.
Yeah.
Again, I think sometimes with Theme Park, especially when you're that many rounds down, your room for error becomes severely sharper and tighter, right? You need to make sure you're landing everything. So it's this idea of like, okay, well, do we risk it? Do we start playing Spawn Peak City and trying to get that early aggression? And I think that can be a good thing. But the main point there is, you know, when teams do that, it's again having the self-control to be like, I've got my one, I'm not re-peaking, I'm going to fall back now and try and get back to site, or maybe jiggle around some other parts of the map, burn out that timer. It's whether they want to go with like the kind of, I guess, a lemming approach is how you can call it, because you can either be like, okay, I get my one and I'm going to burn out the timer more, or you can just fall back. The worst thing you can do in those moments is to be like, okay, I'm going to get my one. I'm going to enjoy the fact I got my one. So I'm going to go for the repeak, especially on Theme Park. Especially on Theme Park.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're Ben. Ben's done it a few times. He's like, yeah, I'll get a repeak. Yeah, I'll sign to collect some heads and that's it. Obviously punished in that last round there before we got briefly cut off by the end game, but it's okay. We are going to very quickly go to just a quick break for a few minutes, so we'll join back into that game after it's been sorted, but kindly hang on for a minute and we'll see you just shortly. Bye-bye.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
My name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESO UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSC. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, oh, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with like trying to do that. But the management help you through it. They teach you like the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESO UK where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, you know, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports, because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? Like, it's just talking is fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do, so slowly you get better at, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Like, everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow, because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, the circumstances mean that I can't.
Good morning, bon dag, guten morgen, bonjour, hola. I'm running out of ways to say good morning. Oh, yes, me and Nisai. That works too. Welcome back to the NSE Spring Finals for Rainbow Six Siege. We were having a few technical issues there, so thank you for bearing with us. If you were bored during that break, though, no fear. If you put monster drops in chat, you can get yourself a nice little crate of Monster Energy sent directly to your house. So that's pretty good going. Again, thank you to our sponsors, Monster, and thank you to Pringles. Also, oh, you actually brought the Monster today.
Yeah, well, I had it yesterday as well. I've always got Monster.
Is this the flavour? Is this the flavour?
This is the flavour we've got just now. This is what we're going for. This is only just. Yeah,
what's the
not
name?
My favourite.
What's the name of the flavour? What's the name?
Mango one.
The mango one. Mango Energy. What a vibe! It's giving tropical. It's giving beach.
It's giving spring.
It's giving spring. We're very glad that spring is now here. We're very glad that the spring finals are here, to be honest. Again, it's been a really good run of how the season has gone. For, again, multiple teams within this circuit. I think we're just touching on this, behind the scenes a little bit on the break. The fact that we're now getting to a point within the university circuit where other unis are starting to contest for that first prize place, this has happened for probably the last 12 months now. It's been really back and forth. There's been a few upsets. There's been some teams getting really, really close. Again, we've had unis like Exeter. We've had unis like Warwick that have really turned around and been like, we can absolutely rustle the jimmies of the old guard right now. This is a trend that I do expect to continue, to be honest. Again, some of these universities in the university circuit, though, they have such a strong esports or gaming society. And every time they are, and kind of across multiple games, don't forget, we haven't just got Rainbow Six Siege today. We also have League of Legends, and I believe Exeter are also going to be playing in that, and that's going to be against De Montfort University. That'll be at about 1:30ish, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are tuning in, you do a little bit of League of Legends, you can pretty much have this stream running the whole day and tune into some other quality university esports games. For now, though, we are on Theme Park Dream Park, and Exeter are currently on a 5-0 lead, which again, for the side of Swansea, considering this is their map pick, if you're just tuning in now, the map picks have kind of gone that Swansea will pick Theme Park, and then Exeter will pick Oregon, and then that decider will be Border. Swansea right now, a little bit on the ropes.
Yeah, they certainly are, and of course we've just had the rehost come through, so you won't be able to see the leaderboard and the kills and whatnot. But Ben, I can assure you, just now is on 10 kills and 5 deaths. He's having a wonderful time so far, and because just absolute steamroll so far from him. Everything's in a gunfight. They've gone into this round. You know, it's the big round. It is, you know, Grace. It's literally the biggest round that they'll have so far. You know, so far in the series, just because this is the difference between staring down a 6-0 and a 6-0. Deficit going on to the other half and not being able to make a single mistake versus the 5-1 where you have at least a little bit of breathing room. It's not ideal, but you have a little bit. So Swansea really want to get this under their belt, and we can see the Monty coming out. It looks as though they have an idea and they want to bring through these kind of out there picks. Of course, they've got the Yang, they've got the Lion, so it looks as though they're going to bring some sort of aggression to somewhere.
Here's the thing is, we touched on this before when they brought the Monty. It's this idea that you're giving that constant stream of intel to your teammates. No one can kind of go for that swing, no one can go for the pre-fire, no one can go for that headshot. You can just continue to feed that information. Almost being like an ominous force, a walking door coming towards the defense right now. Maybe a Tiki C4 will indeed get utilized here. Ben does have one in the pocket. Again, Ben has been the one to get a lot of these aggressive opening kills under his belt.
Certainly has, and you've seen it just there a minute ago, just trying to take a little bit of a gunfight as well towards the logistics side, just holding that spawn peak, going for it. Still around yellow stairs, doesn't matter how many people are pushing him, he still wants to take a gunfight, still wants to swing and really bring the aggression. So far, it's worked out for them. Exterrific obviously in the lead 5-0 at this minute in time. Jaff gets a little lick of damage onto Sums there, just from quite a long angle through from the cash side. Sums won't be too worried about it at this minute in time, though. They do have a 1.5 available. Of course, the Oryx pick has skyrocketed in previous months, and that is because of that 1.5, which unfortunately you will be losing next season, or the next pack at least. A foot is spotted there, but Marv is able to come out on top. The perspective just not in Ben's favour, able to get that kill, and the opening pick is Ben, and of course before the rehost we did see that, so I'm glad to see it again, just because that would have been a little unfortunate for Swansea. But a minute and a half left on the clock, and they are now beginning this execute.
Certainly so. We do see a few GBs get rustled. Matei just very mindful that someone might lurk, someone might react to that procs going off. There we have it. Exeter finally clapping back a little bit. Definitely will get that pick onto Marv. There's another one there. Matthew is going to fall down. So already Swansea. The Jimmies are getting rustled. Die. Looking for a cheeky pop shot here. There we have it. Beautiful shot there as definitely falls 2. So 2 versus 3. This is already looking a lot better for Swansea. But Die needs that additional angle of pressure. Ideally not to be Yin Candela'd, but can just try and stick that plant potentially. And there we have it. Matei will just go in and kill everybody.
They've done it. They've got the round. They've been able to finally get an attack on Theme Park. I'm glad they've done it. I'm happy to see it. And we're going to, hopefully, this is where we start to see a bit more competitive side. Because, of course, Swansea did pick this. They're obviously going on to that defence. I think that they'll have a little bit better time with it.
Hopefully. I will just say, though, I'm just going to point out, that execute was still a little bit clunky.
Yeah.
The diffuser wasn't stuck. The Candelas were going off in the face of Die, bless him. Very uncomfortable, but Matei was able to secure those final kills, get them under his belt. Again, the pressure being applied by the Candelas. Granted, probably quite chaotic for Swansea right then, but it works. If it works, it works, and that's the main thing. It's by... You've got to do what you can to achieve that end goal. So if you get that end goal, you can't really say, well, that was silly.
Yeah, certainly that is the case, of course. We're going to go down to Army here for the first defence for Swansea. And it looks as though they're going to be a little bit more roam heavy. We didn't really see that from Exeter. They were more of the turtle strat, and it looks as though they're going to bring out a little bit of a roam towards that top floor and whatnot. And this is what I like to see, of course. We know Theme Park is famous for the vertical play. And, I like seeing people getting in the face of each other and bringing that aggression. That's what I want to see from Swansea, and getting in the faces of Exeter and really making them work for any inch of that map.
Precisely that. Again, with the Oryx, you would assume that we would get aggression. Of course, the keeper barriers on the Azami as well. Taylor's all this time. You can hold these nasty little pixels.
Yep. We didn't see that much on the other side though. We did see the Zami picked a few, like once or twice at the start, but it wasn't really utilised that much, which I was quite surprised at. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't really needed when you've got Ben, the absolute gunner that he is, just using the 1.5 in the Mozzie to get as many kills as possible.
This is where they're quiet before the storm starts to come through. Again, Matthew looking to get a little bit jiggy with it, but Exeter being patient. I think they have got that information and look for drone coming through. Not being distracted though. Matei will take down Ben. Noob's very high, finally clearing this pressure that Matthew was causing. Granted, again, this is where that Jackal utility can really come in clutch. You can look for those feet, you can look for those footprints, and start to get a bit more information under your belt.
Certainly can, and they're just moving through that top floor, getting, ticking the boxes to make sure they have the control before they begin any of the vertical play. Now, the vertical play might be a little bit trickier because they don't actually have any. So, not ideal. Not ideal for the attackers as they didn't actually really opt to bring any at all. I think, looking at the utility usage, there's no sledge, no buck, nothing really. There's none of the operators that you could expect to maybe have a breach in charge have it. They have though. However, remember to bring 6 claymores just in case.
Just in case. Again, I guess that's maybe because they were expecting it to become, as time goes on, Spawn Peak City. And again, maybe it can cover stuff for some of these aggressive flanks that we were expecting. However, it looks like Swansea have gone into a bit more of a turtle formation here. There we have it. Marv will fall down. So no more of that utility to be used. Again, being on site though, it's not like they would have had much breathing room to leave that site unless they did go up that hatch and maybe started lurking around bunks again. That wall is going to start getting opened again. The secondary EMPs doing their thing.
Yeah, they certainly are. The wall now very uncomfortably opened, of course. You can't really move around that throne area without really getting spotted from that breach. They do have the shield facing up towards Dragon, which is a beautiful shield. I've not really seen it all that much utilised in previous. It's been a shield that everyone knows about, but it doesn't use as much as I would like to see it. It's a great shield. Definitely is going to find Die, and it looks as though Exeter are getting quite a bit of control as James is able to find Jaff at the same time. But the final player is spotted. It's Matthew left with it all to do, or Matei, should I say. And he's finally shut down. Sums is able to find that kill, and Exeter are able to take another attack, and they are 6-1 in the lead, Grace.
6-1 in the lead, and they got those kills and went for that push and that pressure with barely any information.
Yeah.
No drones, nothing. They just went off audio alone. And personally, on a personal note, a little bit upset we didn't get more utilization of that alibi. I do like when people do bring the alibi into comp. It's something that you'll see people do when they want to get maybe a little bit of an edge over a team that they're expecting to go for these aggressive pushes, right? The best way to get people caught out by that Prisma utility is if they are going to be aggressive. If they are just looking for heads and clicking on these heads and going for these pre-fires, you can put them in those spots and people will go for the swing around the corner. Gives you that live ping, gives you that nice bit of intel. Of course, you've got the Bailiff as well, which could be really good for site setups, for rotates. The MX4, I don't know. I think that's a really comfy gun. It's definitely a comfort pick. And I think a lot of people are very comfortable to just use that gun and go absolutely massive with it. But the main thing is, I'm just sad about that. I'm sad we didn't see all the utilization. And what I'm even sadder for is that we're now on match point.
Yes, we certainly are. Exeter are currently running away with this first map on Theme Park. And of course, the glaring issue is that it is Swansea's map pick. And, for me, the thing is especially with that round there, it was a glaring difference in how well they were doing with the gunfights in terms of what Exeter bring in, because they didn't have any information, really. They just went off sound cues, they went off face checking, and they didn't have any vertical, which is crazy. They got 1 kill from the vertical because they used an ash charge to open it up, but they didn't have a buck, they didn't have a sledge, they didn't have breaching charges, so they didn't really do anything with that vertical control except from one angle, which they got a kill from. So I think that Swansea are missing a trick here, because for me, I think just play off the C4s. For anything that they do that.
Yeah.
You make sure that you're utilising your utility to the most to delay them as much, because they're not really entertaining utility. They're just trying to isolate the 1v1s, etc. They're just trying to get aggressive. And if you can limit them, bring Banshees, bring Goomings, bring EDDs, as much stuff as possible just to get in the face and annoy them as much as you can and stop them swinging on everything so aggressively.
And that's the main thing, you just said it perfectly. The Banshees bring that Malusi. That would be the perfect util if they aren't droning, if they are just going off sound cues alone, because it gives that an immediate slow. They can't go for those swings as quickly. You can potentially go for a little bit of a jiggle action and get that one yourself. Completely agree with what you just said. Yeah, I think the util needs to be a lot smarter and a lot sharper. But a main concern for me is, like, if you are at the point where the opposition is able to collapse on you and get all those kills when they have absolutely no information, for them to comfortably do that, that is when you need to think, okay, are we actually holding the right crossfires here? Are we over peaking? Is our positioning squiffy? I think this is a main thing too. Like, sometimes, you know, the positioning can be a bit janky, but you've got those keepers on in your pockets. You've got the, you know, Zami utility. You can just go for these nasty little pixel setups. And again, it's not just if you've got those keeper barriers. There's still a lot of pixels that could have been held there that weren't really being utilized. And I think, you know, maybe going off a whim, maybe this is copium, me just huffing like copium right now. Maybe it's the idea that, you know, it is 11 a.m. and some of these players, you know, they're used to the late night elo grind. I know that for a fact. I know they're late night gamers. 11 a.m. for your game to start. Even earlier, if you consider the fact that, you know, they would have probably had to be there a bit earlier. Maybe it's a little bit of that old, you know, LAN shenanigans where, you know, teams, they show up for LAN and it's a different vibe. It's not their usual kind of routine that you go for. And, you know, in every level, players should have a routine, in my opinion. I'm very, like, hard set on this. You should have a routine that you're using before you go in. When it gets to the LAN environment, when it gets to the finals environment, it can be difficult. You don't have that kind of safety net of being like, okay, well, this is, you know, I normally have my spag bowl and then I, you know, do tea hunt for a bit and I'm just vibing in my room. You go to LAN and it's this big room. So we could pull it down to that. Maybe copium. I think the Exeter fans right now are probably like, it's giving biased. It's giving biased cancer. But I promise it's not. Because maybe
they may well think that, yeah. And of course, just, you know, at the minute, of course, we've just decided to pause the game so that we can have a waffle. Of course, no, I'm joking. It's just a tech pause in the background. We're just having a little bit of an issue. We're going to fix that, and then we're going to throw to a break, and we'll let you get, you know, a couple of refreshments, and we'll come back into this map, and hopefully everything will be ironed out. But we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you. Bye.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing.
Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart in over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise, and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphics settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this. This is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epiclan a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At Warwick Esports, we're very keen on, breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay. Hi, my name's Kat.
My name is Cameron Doig.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society. I've met a lot of students that say they've benefited from Southampton Video Games and Esports. There's a lot of events we run that are a lot more casual, that we run together with our student support services. They're called the Student Hub, and their whole aim is to be as accessible and be the welfare point of contact for any Southampton student. They really like working with us because obviously we get a lot of students that are often cloistered at home, don't really like to go out socially, but if we run a cool video games event for them, they'll come out and they'll enjoy it, and there's welfare representative there that if they feel they need to talk to, they can go and have a chat with them. Hopefully that takes a little bit of the stress off of people from the academic side of university, because it can get quite intense.
I want the esports industry to feel like an inclusive and a diverse place. The Pack is a entirely women and non-binary exclusive community that we run here at Warwick Esports. We went from 3 women in our society to over 100 women and non-binary members. So it's really done really well for them, and they feel like they have a safe space. Giving people that space to go where they feel safe and they feel like they can actually have a good time, and everyone there is of the same mindset as them, I think is really, really crucial, and it makes everyone feel better about the university experience.
Especially during the pandemic, kind of having this community that still tried to do things even though they couldn't meet up has helped so many people. The UK Dota community, I know everyone came together. We were, especially in the height of the lockdown, we were playing every single night together, had everyone in a big Discord talking to each other. We all just got through it together, just played games, did what we do best. We're all just idiots on the internet, talked to each other when we needed it, and all these communities sprouted from something like Epicland that meant that everyone could meet together and form these friendships.
When you're around a bunch of stressed people, it makes you more stressed. So when I had an essay due in my degree, for example, everyone in my degree group chats would be freaking out and they'd all be so negative, and I could just go to esports and be like, hi guys, and the people that are doing maths will be fine, or at least not as stressed as I am. So I think that's something that really calms me down, is the ability to be able to talk with other people that have
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for waiting during that technical pause. I do believe we've had a little rearrangement of some PCs, and we are now back and ready to get stuck into the action. We're on match point.
Yes, exactly. I mean, well, I'll give everybody a quick rundown just because, of course, we had a little bit of a pause. So we'll just go over what's happened. We're currently 6-1 on the score. That's currently the score in favour of Exeter at the minute. And it's Swansea's map pick, which is theme, and then we're going to go to Oregon, and then it's border for the decider if we get there. Now, of course, Oregon was the pick for... Okay, alright, I've just been told in here that it's 5-1. And I do believe that's a bit of an error on my point. Is it 5-1?
I'm pretty sure it's match point. We just had a round play out that took us to match point, but we will double check that with production.
We'll double check that with production.
The main thing is that, again, the last round that we just saw, again, just to recap people. Okay, we are going to actually be replaying the last round, again, maybe due to a technical issue. But then this is the chance for Swansea to actually, try and structure their defence a little bit better, hold those angles, play a little better, and don't jiggle around and give them those audio cues. Again, we need to remember the last round, Exeter were able to go for that collapse and get all of those kills under their belt with no intel whatsoever.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
Yeah, and obviously that'd be kind of a little bit lucky for Swansea because that's played out like that. Of course, if TechPause is affected, if the technical issues affected that round, then of course that's why it has to be replayed and stuff. Apologies as well. I didn't actually know that it was getting replayed just the worst told there. So of course, just to reiterate, the score is 5-1. We're replaying that last round, so it is match point as we speak. We're just with obviously ironed out whatever the issues are, and we're going to crack on with theme park. The side switch, of course, has already happened, and. Swansea are on the defence now, because after what was a shaky attack, to be honest, Grace.
Yeah, it was left a lot to be desired, shall we say. Again, it can be very back and forth when it comes to theme park, but I, again, still think it's attacker-sided if you go for that verti. The verticality that was being brought by Swansea wasn't quite working. They didn't go for the up nades. Granted, Nook was banned, so maybe there was going to be a little bit of Nook action, but you still had, Viano with the nades in pocket. Why aren't we doing the up nades? Again, the verticality when they were... The first throne push they did, all the verticality started coming through. They had all the control. Again, the delayed kind of setup for that execute, because I don't think they realized they had the control they did until it was way later in the round. But that should have come through a lot quicker. Then they went for the execute, and they kind of just allowed Exeter to hold these lines of sight again. No utility to follow up. They did try with the Ying, but that push didn't come through aggressively enough, or maybe it was a slight misplacement of that utility. I'm not sure. But again, it's the idea that that was a beatdown by Exeter on that defense for them. So for Swansea, this is where they really have to try and pull it back. Again, we are very close to the end here. It is 5-1 on the scoreline. And it is Swansea's map pick. That makes me feel a little bit worried for them personally. Again, Exeter could come through now and actually take the series if they do secure this map, because it's their map pick next. Yes, they've chosen to go to Oregon, and yes, Swansea are starting on the defense, but at the moment it just feels like these defenses, from what we've seen, again, it could just be down to the technical issues, but they've left a lot to be desired. A lot of the fundamentals are a little bit janky.
Yeah, I mean, both sides are kind of actually a little bit guilty of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
We've seen the intel was poor in the first half from Swansea with their side, and then in terms of we only seen the one round, of course, for the attack for Exeter, so we can't be too critical yet, but we're going to see the same thing again if we are replaying that round, and we'll have to go for the same ops and same site. So the thing that I criticised them for the last time was that they didn't have any vertical for a site that requires vertical, and we'll see that again, because of course they're going to have to go for the same operators, well, provided obviously depending on where that technical issue was. Well, obviously we don't know as of yet, but they didn't have it. They got one kill off the vertical, and it was because of a breaching charge from an Ash, which is a bit of an issue for then the defense, because you shouldn't really be peeking up through the vertical for the one angle that's there. You should know that, that's just a simple mistake there. But it's these small things. It's you mentioned that it's the fundamentals that are kind of missing. Really, it's really just we're gonna just try and go for gunfights, really, and it's kind of the meta right now to go for gunfights. That's the idea, with the 1.5s in defense and the changes to the attacker side of things. The attacker repick and whatnot, was a big shift and whatnot, and that's really where we're kind of sitting. So I'm not surprised to see it being aggressive, but I am surprised to see that being on theme park of all maps.
I think what could be really nice actually for Exeter right now is if they take advantage of the way that Swansea have played the entire map again, just the intel not being great. Maybe especially again, touch on the repick. The best way to then utilize that repick is when you know that they're not going to be on that intel game as heavily. They're not going to be checking cams as heavily. They're not going to be using drones as heavily. Maybe that's when you bring some of those cheekier picks out, especially with theme park. We see it a lot across multiple regions. People keep bringing the fuse at the moment, which we can put down to maybe Azami's everywhere, you've got shields still everywhere, and we want to collapse onto site. How can we deal with this? Oh, I know, I can just go on the Verti and use those fuse cluster charges and just clear everything. Granted, they will get caught out by some ADSs, but sometimes they can actually be burnt out by some of those clusters in tow. So it's a nice way that people are applying that pressure, and even with the other sites, you can put them on the wall now on those hard reinforcements, and they will still go through. So if people aren't using things like bandit charges, if they're not using things like the Kaid claws, especially on those top floor sites, the fuse can actually be quite a nice site clear in terms of utility. And then, again, judging on how both these teams are playing at the moment, go for those audio cues, I guess. Go for those kills and win your ones.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a game like that where there's been a lot of ones have been won. Kind of alliteration there, but Ben has been the one on the other side of most of those. Has been having a wonderful time. Of course, when we have the reset, you won't really be able to see how well they've been doing. They didn't do as well on the side spot, but the first half, at least on the defense with that Mozzie, they were wonderful with the 1.5, and it was really a testament to how to really play with aggression, swing and everything. But there was a couple of you mentioned it yourself. There's a couple of mistakes going on it where Swansea aren't really using the intel. And there was a couple of instances where they funneled through a doorway as a pair and really weren't ready for that refrag to happen, and then they lost the gunfight, and then it just kind of. There's been some issues there, and if they iron those out, then we should get a bit of a series on it. But I think at this point maybe it's going to come down to who's going to deal with this reset better, really, in terms of the momentum side things. So getting back into the chair after what's been quite a bit of a break so far, and you can only apologise for that. It's just some tech issues, but it's just because after coming after a break, it can really change the momentum of things.
100%. My main concern still is the fact that Swansea losing this pick for the way the rest of the map will play out. Oregon is a very do or die map because of it being even Stevens. The question then is, if Swansea can pull it back on Oregon, how do you think that border's going to go? Because consider the way that border flows, right? You need to. I always say it's like a cake that you can cut in half. Yeah. You have to get half of that control first. You just straight up that you have to get that CCTV control every single time, and that eastern control every single time, or it's just going to be against Spawn Peak City, the aggression that can be brought by the defense. Of course, Swansea will be starting the defense there as well, but given how they're struggling to play around these duos and play around that intel, I still think that's going to be pretty uncomfortable for them. I'm really excited to see how this goes on this next round, because maybe in the break, they've been able to have that discussion with each other. They've been able to sit down and be like, okay, we really need to start working around every single piece of kit we have. We need to start relying on this utility a little bit more, because they just basically went for that execute with no information.
Yeah.
Won their ones. We need to prevent that. Again, you touched it perfectly, saying why not bring the Malusi out, bring those Banshees. Yeah. They've gone for the same lineup here, though.
Yeah, well, of course, we've seen the replay around, so they'll, even though they will probably know what their issue is, they have to go for the same ops anyway, so they'll, that won't be too much of an issue. I imagine going on to the next round after that, they might change things around, but the Asami is the key point I would, want to focus on, is that if they can play that to the full strength and making sure they're plugging these gaps and using the keeper barriers to make those as many angles and make it as difficult as possible for Exterrific to take the map control and actually push in, because that's all they're going to do. If Exterrific can get the aggression and get that map control, they'll go for it. We've seen it already on that. As a teaser, we've seen it on their defense that they were really wanting to get in the faces of Swansea. Whereas if Swansea are able to utilize the utility correctly, then we should is the key word there, get a better half.
100%. The Jackal coming out on Ionoob certainly might give them some extra information that they may need as well. Already see that Die has been caught out a little bit, so we know there's a little Die lurking in the shadows somewhere. Ionoob desperate to chase him down, it seems. But again, they do have that extended hold coming through from Matthew as well. And I do like that coming through from Swansea. This is much better already.
Yeah, just trying to pressure from the cash side, and they're sending quite a bit of pre-fires. They seem to be focused on a bathroom side. They seem to think that there is someone floating around there, but for the time being, there actually isn't. Jaffa's a nice angle here into barrels. They need to make sure they drone that, because it is half opened, and not many teams play with a half open wall towards that barrel side, but they are holding it just there. Noob, though, is going to get himself a freebie onto Marv, who just was not expecting there to be a pinch coming from the Jackal on that side of the staircase. There's another one on the top floor. Matthew, at the same time as Mate, is able to find a kill onto Ben, and Noob falls as well, and now we're in a 3 versus 4 scenario in favour of Swansea on the defence.
Yeah. Certainly going a lot better for them. Looking quite full storm. Exterrific. What do they have right now, to be honest? Oh, I was going to say they have Selmas, but now they definitely don't. James being taken away from the server. Definitely in Sums. It's all left down to you. We'll make that it's down to Sums only, because that was a nice little shot down the corner coming through from Matthew. And a very uncomfortable fight needs to happen now, a 1 versus 4. Again, the best thing to do in this situation is to isolate these players into these gunfights, into these 1 versus 1s. It increases your chances of actually coming out alive. That's going to let you know where Matthew is, but they're just going to go for the spray and pray. Swing around the corner, job is done.
Missed opportunity there, actually, just in that last wee bit, because the alibi got yellow pinged. So they actually had the information, just didn't quite react with it to the correct angle and just didn't realise where they were. So there was actually an opportunity to get that covered. They, of course, had the diffuser down at the top of the Dragon Staircase, so they had pretty much full control of that round. They were very happy there. Just a wee wave, of course, coming from the production on that side. Just as well, I want to mention that Ben got caught out on a flank there. And it was quite funny because there's a little bit of trash talk in the chat there as they were kind of saying, "Hi Ben, we caught you out. You're not going to get away with that this time. You're not going to get away with the cheeky plays." And he was caught and put in the dirt, and they really were able to get that round. And I'm happy for Swansea that they've been able to have that mental reset and been able to get themselves in and get that round under their belt. And now we will, hopefully see some momentum gathered and we can get a series on our hands, Grace.
I'm wondering how much the chat will actually start to be utilised now that it is on that match point and that kind of pressure. It's very standard for UK teams to get a little bit cheeky in the chat with each other as part of the mental warfare, and I'm here for it every time. You need to remember too, a lot of these teams, they do always play in the same circuit within this university esports. So it's important to kind of point out that, these players do come up against each other a lot. They do know each other a lot. And that's kind of got a wholesome aspect to it as well. But right now, they're both slinging at each other for that opportunity to win this grand finals.
Seems as though theme park is going to be a bit of a slog for us because I think we're having a little pause again just for a second just to sort things out. Yeah, just a little tech issue on our side on the PCs and whatnot. It happens. It is what it is. We'll get through it. Of course, we've had a few yesterday. I think me and Grace are just the cursed duo that are the ones that are due to get all of the tech issues. It is what it is, though. Of course, if there's anyone that can happen to, it's us. We've got a podcast on the go. We're really having a good time. We're having fun this weekend, and hopefully we're getting back into the game shortly. But there's not been much really shown in terms of the strategy of things other than the sheer aggression that was coming out from either side. It's really been the case. That round there, though, they were much better, Swansea, on the defence that we've seen, and obviously whether or not the tech issues affected that round and whatnot, we'll get to that later on. But they looked good. They looked as if they were playing in good positions. They cut flanks well. They used the utility quite well on side as well. So it was really nice to see them getting a little bit of form and whatnot. I'm hoping that they can continue that and get us onto Oregon and have a good time.
Oregon, or as they like to call it sometimes, Snoregon, because it can be pretty easy to predict how that's going to play out. But to be honest, given this first map we've had, I really don't know what to expect. I think that there is always the opportunity that we'll see some unusual plays come through. There's always the opportunity that, again, the aggression on both sides may end up being the name of the game, and certainly on Oregon. There's so many places where you can be aggressive, and because people tend to be a bit more bread and butter, I think, to be honest, aggression pays off a little bit more in Oregon. You know it like the back of your hand. You know the steps the other team is going through. So suddenly, someone pops up out of nowhere, and they're like, "Oh, hey, by the way, I'm spawn peeking you now from Garage," and you're like, first of all, that's outrageous. How rude. Second of all, yes, I wasn't expecting that, because why on earth are you spawn picking me from Garage in a grand finals comp game? So that that works, right? It works because you're just not expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, it has got much better in terms of the meta with it, because Oregon, everybody, it's been in the map pool for a while. Everybody knows that, right? Obviously, it got reworked, and even when the rework, it became the same thing, because it was very much everybody was going to go here for a best of one, because it's such an even playing ground. But now with the shift in the meta, we lost obviously the utility meta and whatnot. You don't have the the really heavy holds in elbow, the really heavy holds in that boiler area and whatnot. You don't have that as much. There's a lot more gun skill and a lot more fights in it, so it's a lot more evenly matched. And I actually kind of like an Oregon game sometimes, because a lot of the time, because the teams know exactly where each other is, it's just a swing fest, and everybody just goes tit for tat, back and forward, and just trying to kill each other as much as possible.
Which again, I don't have a crystal ball, but I am predicting there's the potential that that's how this is going to go. A little bit of a swing fest. Spawn Peak City. Again, to be fair, I'm a little bit disappointed we haven't seen as many cheekiness when it comes to theme park, because, people do like to get up close and personal, play around Gong as an example, but we haven't seen anything too aggressive, and when we did, it was immediately shut down.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been a kind of lay of the land for this so far. And I've just got a little bit of information as well fed to us just from production. We're going to have a wee look around in the scene, see what's happening, see what the crack is elsewhere while we wait on this, and see what has been going around. Of course, there's quite a lot happening in I-70. And I wish I was there, to be honest. I wish we were all. I think it would be a fun and entertaining thing, and we could have our live podcast, because right now we're just chilling at home. We're just having our time to ourselves, Grace.
We certainly are. And again, I really love the fact that Insomnia, well, again, given how COVID was going, none of us could really go to events. We've had Insomnia back now, I was there last August and it was really, really fun. There's always the nice kind of vibe to it too. It's a lot of people who are into the same things in one space, so it's always the nice opportunity to make new friends as well. Obviously seeing some
of
nice
course. I
little
mean,
faces of the
I've
audience and
personally
players.
I've personally never actually been to LAN, so I've never actually been to anything like that. So I would very much enjoy to go. I'm a very sociable person. I like to chat to people. So if you're like me and that's what you want to do, it's the perfect place to go. There's of course the Monster Energy truck. Of course, shout out to our sponsors for that weekend that can keep everybody hydrated and energized for that weekend. And that's the Monster truck you'll see just now. It's there. It's in person if you want to go and have a look at it as well.
And we also have Pringles, who are also sponsoring NSE for this spring finals. Pringles, give us a wave. Again, they've got a nice little setup there. So if you are at I-70, you can go and have a little bit of a play yourself. A lot of booths like this within the venue.
Yeah, certainly there's so much to do as well and so much fun. And I never actually asked you yesterday, what's your favourite Pringles?
I thought we were zooming in on someone's shoes then. To be honest, I like the plain ones, which is going to make me sound really, really boring. But it's because I like to go for a little dippy. I like a dippy. A little dippy.
What kind of dip are we
Pringles are the perfect shape, right? For you get a pot of hummus, you get your Pringles, and it's the ultimate scooping shape. The ultimate scoop from a Pringle.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
You can go in,
I'll give you that.
Bit of dippy, wash it down with a Monster Energy, job's done.
The
Perfect combo for your late night ranked sessions.
Yes, exactly. The perfect gamer diet as well, of course. I absolutely love to see it. I actually think I have Pringles. No, my partner stolen them, unfortunately. I did actually have some Pringles available there, so I could have even shown them on camera alongside my Monster Energy, but it's okay. No problem.
You currently don't have any Pringles, but if the audience currently don't have any Monster Energy, they can type Monster Drop into the Twitch chat, and that's going to give them potentially some free Monster, which again, if you are watching this in Twitch chat right now, make sure that you type Monster Drop and enter yourself, because everybody loves a freebie. But certainly for the university students at home, you will have exams coming up. Maybe you do need that little bit of extra focus, that little bit of extra care.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, you must be over 18 for that and have a UK address to enter. And, the winners are also drawn for each title, because there's actually 6. So for every title this weekend, there's a Monster Drop. And it's actually drawn on the final game of the series. So make sure you tune into the final as well if you have already entered that, and make sure you get some free Monster Energy, because we always love it.
We certainly do. And again, today, it's not just Siege that we will be seeing. If you are a fan of League of Legends, we will be seeing Exeter University again go up against De Montfort University later on. That's going to be the League of Legends Grand Finals. Again, all to play for. We have a rammed schedule, to be honest. If you do want to keep up to date with the schedule, you can follow NSE on Twitter, on Instagram, and there's also nse.gg, which is the official website. So maybe if you're new to University Esports or you've never heard of it before, and you're at university or you're thinking of going to university, you can go to nse.gg. You can actually find your university that you're attending or planning to attend, and you can see what kind of tournaments that they tend to run in. Most of the time, most unis do run in pretty much every title, so there's definitely something for everybody.
There certainly is, and that's a very nice point to end on, of course, because I've just decided, I'm actually going to start the game now, Grace. Thank you very much. I've been sitting here, I went to waffle for a little bit. I fancied quite a little bit of talking time, and I really wanted to get myself on air, really wanted to show everybody your beautiful face, but I decided this time, I've had enough. I'm going to play, and we're going into the game. It's 5-2 on the scoreboard around the stand, so we are heading into Theme Park again, and hopefully we're staying here for the long haul and finish things off in a nice form. And look at this, Grace. I know a little bit about Siege because look who's on the board. It's Malusi.
And the Solus, which is, again, thank you, Swansea, for being sensible here. They've bought that Malusi. They've realised, yes, these collapses are a bit janky, or the sudden aggression that's coming in. Look at this. Jaff is holding on that oh so important peeked into Cafe. There's no, you know, shield. We normally see shields there as a little bit of extra cover. But again, having those Banshees there, and if you find that they are going for the rotate, there's always the potential of you picking up that utility and going for the old switcheroo. The fact that dies on Solus is perfect. Again, granted, you know, maybe they won't get much use out of those, you know, drone clearing, but they'll at least be able to see when that plant's going down. And already, you know, Marv is going massive here. Finally gets taken out by Ben, but already the damage has been done. The Jackal and the Ace have been removed from the hands of Exeter.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up where that shield was. It's actually playing in towards initiation. I thought maybe they would play that in that Cafe side, and instead they're holding that initiation one, opting to reinforce it off now because they've given up that map control. And I like to see this from the defense. Once they lose the map control, they know, oh, we can't get it back. Let's try and utilize any reinforcements we have in our pocket. And I love mid-round reinforcements. I'll talk about them till, you know, till the cows come home, because they're great. It's just that it's like a piece of utility that you're given for free, and if you can use it to the most, it's like drones. If you can use them to the most potential, you get so much utility out of them. And it was nice to see that that is, you know, brought out, because you're thinking, you know, oh, we're going to push initiation. It's opened up. We don't even need to bother with the hard breacher. But look at that, the hard breacher's gone, so they can't even open it anyway. So great use of the utility there so far, and that will slow them down quite considerably though. But Dai is able to find Ben, and that's the heaviest hitter gone for the side of Exeter. And a little bit of trash talk there in the chat. Good night there for Ben, who just hasn't been able to activate after quite a few tech pauses, unfortunately for him.
This is it. I was wondering if Swansea were going to start giving it the big end in chat, and certainly they are again. Certainly a part of siege warfare that we'd see time and time again. Swansea potentially looking to rustle a few jimmies, try and get that little mental edge, but at the moment, they certainly have that player advantage as well, so things looking really, really good for them. Definitely, and some are split up currently, so that could be a little bit dangerous, but there we have it. Jaff gets taken out. They try and go for the refrag, but definitely can just go sneak into a little bit of cover here. Can they get that headshot onto Dai? Bit of spray and pray happening, but no, there we have it. The cleanup comes through, and Swansea are able to get another round on the table.
Yep, much better from Swansea now, and of course they're getting a little bit confident, and I don't know if it's quite, you know, I don't know if it's quite up there yet. I think they know maybe just keep the ego in check just yet until we maybe equalise the scoreboard. But it's 5-3, so we've got a couple more rounds, and they listened to us. They must have heard us through the ether talking about their picks and how they were setting up. They brought them Lucy, they brought the alibi with the shield and whatnot. They're changing it off again. They're going to bring that Solus, and I didn't see much Solus play there. Didn't see, you know, wasn't really played for a post plant, but they never really got into the situation to get anyone near sight. They got the early picks, they got rid of the Ace, they got rid of the Jackal as well, which they're going to be bringing against pretty much the same lineup from Exeter. They seem to just be hard stuck on these operators. They don't really want to change things and really, you know, bring any, you know, off meta things, or even bring meta things, because Ying's nowhere to be seen. Ying's available, and they also have the Lion, who's kind of in meta just now, and there's the option to bring the Monty as well. So they seem to think that this is going to work, so they're just going to bring it again and try and see if they can win this one.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, definitely. Again, you know, to touch on the fact that Solus is here when the drones haven't been too great, but already we're seeing that maybe Exeter will start falling more into that drone game just to try and get that information. And that could be almost like a little bit of a debate there, because Dai will just hopefully clean that up a little bit. Again, if you're at Exeter, hopefully you can deal with Dai from the get-go. Try and hunt him down, get rid of that utility from the hands of Swansea. They also have the Warden. So again, any kind of aggressive flash pushes, granted they don't have those flashes, so I'm not really too sure how much use Jack will end up getting out of that. They do have the shield though. Again, lots of people like to take Warden just for the shield.
And a 1.5 as well. It's always a good combo. Playing over the top of that shield, 1.5 works and pays a lot of dividends there. Ben is the first to fall here, and he's really struggled the last couple of rounds. He's not been able to get anything as good as the form they got on the defense. Only the one kill so far, open pick a couple of times, and not ideal for them. Dai going for the run out there, and this is what I like to see, using the Solus to get the intel on the players, because of course any time they hop on that drone, it spots them out, so they have the information. And if anyone in chat doesn't know, that spot is soft right below this balcony, so there is an angle available for Dai if they want to use that impact to open up and get a kill onto anyone on that balcony. But it's actually Noob that's going to find the kill onto Matthew at the top of the arcade stairs, and now they have at least some control inside of this arcade area.
Definitely quite before the storm now. Can start setting up for a bit of a pinch here. But again, they need the information. They need to work out where these players are, instead of just kind of peeking everything. I mean, that certainly does work, though. Jaff will fall down. Again, not really too much of an issue for Swansea. They weren't really going to get too much use out of that wooden utility. But again, it's a player that has now been taken out. So this now gives Exeter the advantage.
Yep, but it comes to map control because they have cash and they're all the way up towards the office side, and they do have it opened up, so they have the ace available. Though, you know, last time they were stopped in their tracks because they lost the ace. This time, been able to stay alive. James been able to open up that wall, even though they were so close to getting spawn peak. That's why they're on 20 HP. So they were, you know, they were almost taken out right away with the spawn peak. Luckily up, still alive, so they're able to get them into towards the side. But this angle here being held by Mathieu is going to be massive. It's holding right across there though, but it just comes off the angle as the push comes through, and it's a 2 versus 4 scenario as Noob's able to find Die, and now Mathieu just towards the initiation side has an angle, knows the player's on the door, sees the guns, goes for the swing, gets the down, shotgun in hand, plant is going down, James has it. Mathieu finds Noob, that's the Jackal gone, so they can't use that for intel. Sends the C4, doesn't find anyone because there's no one close, but there is a one on the window, finds it through the wall as Mathieu finds Deathly, but can't find the player inside a vault. It's a 1 versus 2, and Marv has it all to do. He has the entire round on his shoulders, spots the player inside of vault, gets the kill into James, gets them down, but does he know where the player is? Doesn't know they're behind the bar. It's Sums to find the final shot and takes us on to match point, Grace.
Good positioning from Exeter Fair. A little bit worrisome given that the rotate was there, but again, having that extra bit of cover of the table there, of the bar table, just to give them a little bit of like a kind of pseudo shield, so to speak.
Yeah.
Exeter looking really, really good. Really top form from them right now. And again, we are on match points, so they only need one more round, and that's Swansea's map pick going firmly into their hands.
The thing is even if Exeter now win this, Swansea have at least shown us a little bit of form, at least shown us a little bit of fluidity on their defence and flexed some muscles really. And even, you know, it's a little bit too little, maybe, you know, too little too late on this map. However, going into Oregon, which is, you know, I think it's, even though it is not their pick, you know, for Swansea, it's, you know, even though it is Exeter's pick, it's Oregon at the end of the day. It can go anywhere. We've talked about it quite a few times, so I'm not too worried for them going into that, and I still think we'll get 3 maps.
It would be an interesting one, I think, to see how Oregon goes. I think, certainly, again, Swansea starting on that defence. Depending on how that goes, that's going to indicate everything we need to see how this series is going to play out very quickly. I think probably within the first 3 rounds, we can start kind of putting our thinking hats on a little bit. But for now, never say never. Maybe Swansea can come through and get 3 rounds on the trot. But Exeter have just been so amazing on this map. They've been way more clear. And again, the fact that they've not really had too much luck when it comes to keeping the structure of the fundamentals. You have to really take your hat off to them mechanically. Like, some of the gunfights that they've been able to take and win have been absolutely fire from them.
Oh, of course. Like, we're never going to take that away. Yes, they're not playing to, you know, perhaps the most, you know, true siege experience where you're clearing shields and you're using utility and whatnot. You know, they're playing it in more of this kind of TDM style, the kind of COD, the aggression and whatnot. But that is where the meta is. That is where it is just now. That is just the way it lies. And, you know, the teams who succeed the most are the teams who play it into the meta, regardless of what that is. And that's why, you know, you see teams doing so well. That's why we've seen G2 win the SI. They played into the meta extremely well. That's why we see teams like BDS at the top level who haven't been finding as much success because they're not really willing to change into that meta though. But coming from behind here, Noop is able to find Die, and that's the cap can shut down. But there is still some traps around this map that will play a little bit of a plague towards these attackers. Ben on the hunt for the player inside of control, just comes around from behind, finds the angle for her onto Mathieu, but it's not enough. Speaker's advantage is just too much. Ben gets the kill, and now we're looking for a second, but doesn't get it. Mathieu is able to find Ben, and it's an immediate refrag, 1.5 minutes on the clock, and it's a 4 versus 3 situation.
Ben has taken a lot of the health off of Mate, so again, going for those free fires, some of the aggression that Exeter are starting to bring certainly paying off for them. And they just have to try and get into sight now and win their ones. We've seen this happen last time. Can Swansea hold it back? Oh, there we go. Cheeky little SMG-11 to the faces. Definitely will fall down. No more EMPs to be utilised. Mateo looking maybe to get aggressive. Swing around the corner could be quite interesting. Again, when you're on a little bit of health, maybe going for a bit of a lemming strategy can help, can aid your team, but it's risky business to try and do things like that.
Certainly is, but there's no one over that side. They're playing aggressive on the wall, and they actually haven't really went up to that breach yet. So I don't know the aggression's there. Shotgun in hand, but gets caught with the smoke in hand. Marv heard the pin come out and goes for the swing, gets nuked down. But at the same time, Mate is put onto the floor. Jaff finds Sums, and now it's a 1 versus 3 scenario. Even though Mate is down, uses the flashes to send it in here. James just to get through that breach, and will go, but not quite going to go yet. Gets the kill confirmed onto Mathieu, and it's a 2 versus 1 now. 20 seconds on the clock, and just trying to decide where to go. The barbed wire is going to give away the position if they go through that doorway, and that's exactly where they're going to go through. Sends in the flash, but Jaff is there, just lying in wait with open arms and gets that kill. Swansea take another round.
Yeah, big shame really. Again, the fact that they were able to whittle it down so much. And then Swansea decided winning their ones, really holding on to that slight control for as long as they possibly could. We even saw the little rat angle being held all the way from pizza, which is quite funny. Again, this is the thing that I love about theme park though, right? You have these massive spaces that you can create just by opening up lines of sight, breaking down soft walls. We see it upstairs all the time, but especially on Throne, you can essentially have a full line of sight all the way through both of those bomb sites. Again, you know, perfect. We're going to kids and bunk, but at the same time, you open that soft wall into initiation, you open some of that soft wall into CCTV, you have the longest line of sight you've ever seen in your entire life. Throw a shield in the mix too. People trying to drop that CCTV hatch, it can be a difficult one. Thus is the nature of theme park. If you choose to, you can be so aggressive, you can have all these angles. At the moment, both these teams playing it a little bit safer, trying to be like, okay, well, we don't want to open too many things up because what if the other side are feeling a little bit fraggy today? I don't want to have to contest against that. I want to be a little bit more passive and just rely on the cheeky standard runouts, the cheeky standard spawn peaks. I mean, speaking of spawn peaks, here we go. Fly doesn't really get to land on anyone, but that's going to at least let X to know that there's going to be kind of more of the same coming into this round.
I think that was a positional one, I think, from Dai. I think he just wants to send it out there and just show that he's present around that area. Because sometimes, you know, you'll see a run out and whatnot, and yeah, if you got a pre-fire there and you got a kill, happy days, wonderful. But that was so quick that it didn't really have much intent. It was almost like, I'm just going to show that our positioning, and then I'll maybe reposition, and they're going to have to think, is there a player on cache? Going to have to drone it out, try and find it. And of course, it's the Solus that's on the board, and just utilising that utility to the maximum to try and spot out any utility that could be brought around and die. Still jiggling around towards Dragon, opting just to drop off now, and that has eventually wasted about a minute. So, I mean, it's a pretty decent roam so far.
It certainly is. Exeter taking a lot of information, though, trying to keep as much information as they possibly can. Lots of flank drones out at the moment. Really trying to make sure that they know exactly where Swansea are lurking. So again, this kind of structure now to the fundamentals might give them that extra little edge. Remember, Exeter are a team that have been really consistent with these gunfights. Speaking of which, there we have it, Mate taken away. And that's a C4 removed from the hands of Swansea as well.
Yeah, of all things, the mute falls. We mentioned the C4 coming off of there, so it's a bit utility to lose. Ben doesn't know there's someone close here, but Marvin's also unaware. Goes for the reload. It's a trade back and forward, hopping out the window. Sums is met in the face with Claymore. Sorry, Dai is the one that falls to that Claymore. It's Sums' Claymore. It's already on that window. Very quick. 2-4. Sums is able to get that kill behind the bomb chassis, and there's a couple of kills where people just haven't been looking quite the right way. The executors came from the attackers, and James with the final shot onto Matthew, and Exeter are able to win that map out and on Swansea's pick.
Yeah, difficult lemon, difficult for Swansea right now. Your map pick falling out of your hands, and again, I just think that, to be honest, you know, Exeter on the map, they genuinely did just show up and be the better team there. The way that they were working together, again, we did see a lot of aggression on those entries, though, especially in that second half. Goodness me. Just literally walking up to site half the time and seeing if you could snag yourself a few freebies for the rest of your team. Again, making that breathing room, alleviating some of that extra pressure. And then even if you do fall, the rest of your team then can try and pick up the pieces behind you. Oregon, however, Oregon will be the next map, and that's where things might get a little bit more difficult. Again, Swansea starting. We love Tom J. Sherlock. We do love Tom J. Sherlock. Hello, Ralphie. Ralphie, give us a wave. Again, the fact that you're going to go... Thank you. You're going to go to Oregon now. Swansea starting on that defense. It is that more favourable side, right? We say it all the time. Time is the sixth defender. Oregon, yes, it's even Stevens. It can be very back and forth, but you've still got that time in your advantage. So the main thing to focus on there is the map control. It is the pressure that you're applying, the extensions to the site pick that you're taking. Again, maybe you want that lurk underneath, or maybe you want extra utility upstairs. It's these things that we need to start looking at between these two, especially with Swansea starting on that defensive side, because realistically, their defenses initially were a bit lackluster. They did start to pick it up again, bringing those Banshees out, bringing that Solis out. You know, Solis was on the board. Exeter chose not to bring her. Swansea were like, okay, we should do that. We should try and shut down some of this util. We should try and give ourselves that extra bit of information if the plant does go down. Granted, of course, it was a bit too little too late at that point.
Yeah.
But I think going into Oregon, certainly we will see a lot of Solis action potentially. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, unless you see the ban coming out. But the thing is Oregon has a couple of forced bans. It's like Mira, you're kind of forced to ban the Mira, because I don't know about you, but walking into a bunker and facing up against a Mira is not a fun experience. No one, as soon as you see that window, you're like, oh, right, okay, here we go. It's going to be a nightmare to deal with. It's usually got a bandit or a Cade on it, and you're like, all right, okay, we're going to have to clear this out. And so Mira's usually kind of a forced ban, and then of course on the other side, Knock seems to be pretty much the staple ban at the minute. So I think that's two bans that we'll likely see. The other two is where you might see things a little bit spicy. Solis has obviously got picked up a little bit. The Azami is always a good ban. But the thing is at the minute, the way Zami's working, a lot of teams are really crutching on her, so they don't really want to ban her. They want to have the option.
Exactly.
You know, they want to have it useful. And I've seen a lot of the Zami play, at least, and I suspect there might be a little rework at some point for her gadget or something at some later stage.
Potentially. Again, I think that will rustle a few jimmies, so it will be an interesting one again, just to see maybe recap the amount of keeper barriers available, things like that. That's usually how they tend to go with the nerfs for things like that. But for me personally, again, it's also the fact that I think things like the OSA can be quite powerful actually on Oregon. It's something we've seen again globally recently, especially when it comes to like those kind of kitchen takes, right? So whether you're going to kitchen meeting, you open that rear stage, you can plonk a few OSAs down and give yourself that extra bit of cover, or even get onto stage and plonk it down to, you know, plant behind still, or give you that extra angle of defense behind the kind of podium. Then it's this idea of also, if it's dining, you know, small tower, 9 times out of 10, you are going to take small tower very, very, very quickly. If you're then able to throw, you know, an OSA shield into there, you're able to have that additional line of cover too, especially when it comes to that shower corridor, have someone watching that flank. It's very, very nasty indeed. So there is the potential we'll see some OSA coming through yet again, but let's see how this goes. There's that Nook.
Yeah, I mean, not surprised. Not surprised to see the knock ban. I pretty much predicted that. It's usually used most of the time for that freezer hit for teams that are focusing on the bunker and the backstairs push like they normally would. The Flores ban, now that is one thing that crossed my mind a little bit, where the elbow is a bit of a nightmare to clear. But taking away the Flores is very much a good ban for that. And you mentioned obviously the Solis as well could be played on this. Banning it away so they can't be playing it.
I love again the banter in chat already. Have fun cooking, Di. Referencing a tweet Di had made during the technical break. Swansea banning out Kaid as well. Very classic, very standard. Again, pretty self-explanatory bans here. Again, not really too standard at times, but even with that Flores, you know, it's really based around making sure that utility clearance isn't there. So again, maybe we expect that heavy utility setup for both sides right now.
Yeah, and this is it where, you know, operators like Flores, they bring a different type of utility than the other ones. Of course, you know, everybody knows that you need, you know, soft destruction, you need hard destruction, or you'll need, you know, some sort of explosive, you know, whether it's a frag, whether it's ash charges or Sophia charges. Everybody knows that, but Flores is different because it's a drone, it's an explosive drone. So it isn't a projectile that's caught by a Wamai, by a Jaeger. You know, back in the days of the utility meta and stuff like that, Jaeger was really prevalent. Wamai was really prevalent, and some teams still have a lingering aspect of it. You see the Jaeger get played here by Marv because they know that they've banned the Flores. The Flores is banned, so the other team's going to have to bring, you know, an Ash. They're going to have to bring a Zofia. So the Jaeger's is the next pick. Whereas if you have the Flores up, you're kind of on the catch-22 of do we take a Jaeger to counter it, or do we take a Mute or a Mozzie? It's like two different types of metas, so that's why generally you'll ban away that Flores.
Ooh, aggressive games wall coming through from Swansea.
I like this. I really like this. This is a shift in the last couple of months that I've seen a lot. A lot of people are playing with that closet open and just really wasting a lot of time because they know now that we're in this meta where things come down to gunfights a lot more and there's less utility because it's easier. Yeah. It's the EMPs that change things, so it's a lot easier because you have, Thatcher's on the board, no problem, because people have got other things to ban because there's no point in banning Thatcher because you have EMPs. So if you're going to focus on the wall, you may as well physically hold it instead of putting a Cade on it because it's never going to work.
Exactamundo, and again, sometimes I think that maybe one rotation is safer than the other when it comes to that game's wall, ideally the one close to closet, just because you get that little tighter angle, but this gives them still a little bit of breathing room. And again, a nice aggressive peak potentially, or an aggressive push from White Stairs.
Sneak around the back there, and Alibi is killed off. It is Matthew. Noob was just coming around from below, knew the player was floating around in that Z area and is able to get that kill and finish off the bottom floor presence. He gives himself a double and just sends it straight in with a triple. Noob, what's going on? He's looking for the 4K, can't find it. Matthias says no. Shut down with a double as well. Finds Death Lane, 2 versus 3. That is a very spicy 30 seconds to come out there on both sides. But look at this, another one. Matty looking for the triple, looking for the 4K, can't find the player inside of Armory. It's Ben to fall, sends out a smoke bay but not in time. James is able to find Matty, shuts that player down, and now it's a 1 versus 2 situation. But look at the hop through the breaches. Die wants to cook and go straight through, finds James, and it's a 1 versus 1. Grace, what's going to happen?
A call would have come through. But it's Claymore, but you'd still be slightly worried if you're Sums. And there we go, that Kiba's going to go up. Double Kiba now. Very clunky. Of course, Sums does still have some of that Ash utility if they want to use it in pocket. One of those breaching rounds just to open the wall up. Instead choosing to go for the melee. There we go, that's risky business. Again, you're meleeing it from one side. He's watching that line of sight. It crumbles. They know exactly what side of that breach you're on because of the timing. You can just wait for your head to pop up from that right side.
Yeah, very, very well played there. And this is what I mentioned the last map, where I seen the Azami picked a couple of times, but it wasn't really played to its full potential, and that was a perfect encapsulation of it there. Shuts off the doorway towards Trophy. Can't push him at, the angle's closed, so you have to either prone at the angle, which is a nightmare, or you need to show your feet at some point. It's a bit, it's not ideal. Closes off a little bit of the breach, so they have at least some angle to peek, so they can still hold onto the breach. Still have the option to go all the way through to the balcony if that's the angle they're going to come from. As soon as you hear the sound cue of the melee, right away, there you go, no problem. We've got it on lock. Just they hold that angle and make sure they win the one when they hop through that breach, and that's exactly what they've done. Really well played, aggressive round, and this is what I was hoping to get on Oregon. I was hoping to get some back and forwards, big plays, and they've got a couple in that round, and it looks like a good start. It's fun, it's exciting. Swansea have a round.
10 seconds to go.
Certainly so. Marv has replaced the peak into blue there. I'm assuming they have. We did see them reinforce it back up, and they do have the Bailiff in hand, so you would assume they've gone for the more sensible peeler. Yes, they have. So again, Jaff can kind of dodge and weave and be a bit more aggressive, apply that additional help now. But it looks like a full team push. Here we go. Gon 6 goes through. The Blitz being brought as well. Toxic Babes go out, but it's not really going to amount to anything because there we have it. The trades will start to come through. Definitely has taken out Marv, but look at this. They're fully on site. That Blitz, it's demonic. Definitely can allow himself a little freebie. Even it does come through, it's definitely falls, but James will take out Jaff in retaliation. Again, Exeter still having the man advantage here. Not for long though. Ainoob will fall, but Matthew is traded immediately back out, and Die once again left in a 1vx, but this time on the tiniest bit of health. Tickle him and he will fall over. Give him a kiss and he will fall over. So Sums and James right now, they have everything they need to try and win this round out. And there we have it. The audio cue comes through. You're holding the line of sight. Job is done.
That was 53 seconds, that round. So, just want everybody to just to encapsulate is how the way that Oregon can play. It's either going to play in the very methodical, the slow. We know how you're going to play. We're going to take bunker, take the back stairs, and tick the boxes, so to speak. But that round shows what Oregon can be, and that is the aggression. That's the pushes, the kind of unorthodox hold. I mean, I've seen the feet holes on the other side towards Freezer were a little bit unorthodox. Not something I've really seen all that much. And Die's immediately on that with the reinforcement and bringing the mirror. And I think this is something that they maybe missed a trick on that last one because the mirror's open, and this is where a lot of the time where teams get used to not playing against the Mira because it gets banned so much. Yeah. So when it is open, they don't actually really think, oh, wait a minute, Mira's open. So as soon as they've realised, dive straight onto that, and we're going to bring out the Miras, and I suspect one will go in that closet and one will go on that other area.
10 seconds left.
This is the thing, I'm really curious to see where the second mirror is going to go, because a lot of the time people will try and use it for a little bit of an edge towards Freezer, but indeed, yes, it's going to be covering Blue Elbow. So that's going to be, again, dicey. But Exeter, they went with a bang this time. They've gone a bit more standard this time too. They've taken the Nomad, actually. So again, those air jabs, just to cover any of the aggression that potentially at this point they are expecting from Swansea. Especially if you've just taken the Blitz the last round, you know? If you hit them that hard, you expect them to come a lot harder.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about rushes as well, is that they generally only work once. That's the kind of the formula for it, because it catches people out. They're like, oh, well, we weren't ready for it. They push through, they get the round, and that's it, happy days. Let's go back to standards. Some teams will use it a couple of times, some not. So I like that they're just going back to it. They've got their free round, essentially, and they're just going to go, we're on an even playing field now. We're both one each, and we can just take the standard pick, the Jackal, Thatcher, and whatnot. I'm very curious as to what the thinking and just bringing the one hard breach in the form of the Habana. That one there, it's a bit puzzling for me. I don't really see why they don't have an ace or a thermite. That's I don't know, Grace. If you can provide a little bit of context for maybe that choice.
I guess they kind of just want to go for hatches and then go either down the staircase or a bit more direct. Just take that approach, directly. You can use those X-Kairos to open the hatches, multiple hatches, and you still have a little bit if you want to get rid of some Kiba barriers from a distance. Again, you don't want to get too up close and personal, just in case a C4 comes and smacks you in the face.
Oh, for sure. And it looks as though they're set up for the standard take from the bunker and the back stairs. They do have the air jabs available, so that will at least slow anyone down that does go for any sort of flank side noob towards that Z side. And it looks as though their job is just to try and clear out any roamers that could be lurking around. And the double up inside the Freezer is certainly a focus at the moment from both the Mira of Dai and Jaff as well on the Jaeger inside of there. Marv, though, in this sticky situation inside a bunker, the flashes are coming in. I don't actually think they've droned this. I don't think they actually have the information that the Legion is playing in there, but Marv is going to get the first pick, though, and they're going to catch that Legion out from behind the double. Oh, Ben with a triple! What is going on here? Matty is able to find Noob at the same time, and it's a 2 versus 4 scenario, courtesy of a beautiful triple kill to come out from Ben, who's looking for the 4K, knows the players inside of Freezer, can't quite connect it yet. Sums is able to find Matty, but the hold will just be there, and the swing will come from Jaff, and surely Ben's going to win this one out with a 4K on the round for Ben, and that is another round on the board for Exeter.
Similar to what we see in map 1, Ben has these moments where he will be like, yes, sounds, taking the gunfight now, I'll get my ones. But then it's like it opens, it's like a catalyst in his head. It just then opens into multiple kills in one go. Like, again, it's just consistently, people are trying to go for those trades. He's just so quick with it. He's just so quick with it. People are swinging for the trade, and he's just like, nope, not for you, not for you, not for you. I love to see it. Again, last map, he had a significant tear through the side of Swansea, especially when it came to those final collapses. And already we're seeing much of the same. Good stuff indeed. And again, Exeter already. I mean, this is the thing, Chan. We haven't actually realised we are halfway through this first half, and Exeter are currently taking the lead when this is still pretty defender-sided as a map.
10 seconds to go.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it's just the aggression they bring out. We kind of spoke about their attacks. Of course, it was a little bit shaky on theme because we were in and out of the game and whatnot, having some issues which have now been ironed out. So we couldn't really figure out their attacks really until the last couple. They were a bit better when they got to the end of it, but Ben wasn't as in good form on the attacks as what he was on the defense. Was so much better on the Mozzie on that defense. He got 10 kills before they switched halves. Marv shuts down Ben. He won't have anything to do on this round at all as he's taken clean out of the server in the opening 20 seconds of that one. Matthew over towards small tower side seems to think that the push is going to come from that side as well, though, Grace.
This is the thing, right? We did expect maybe Swansea would bite back with a bit of aggression. Last round, Exeter fought the same. But those air jabs, well, there we have it. Only will take out Marv in retaliation. So no more magnets to be regenerated. But again, finally Swansea backing through, coming through with all of that aggression that Exeter were previously bringing. Jaff, beautiful shot there onto Sums. So again, all of that soft destructibility is off. That's your 2 entries, yeeted and deleted from the server. Definitely does get tagged up a little bit. Again, maybe some flashes from iNoob would really help right now, just to alleviate some of that pressure. Send one into Attic, send one towards Trophy. Matei, beautiful shot there, definitely falls down. Once again, the SMG-11s doing their thing, the stuff we love to see. James will fall though, again, no more Selmas, but they do already have the wall open. But this is the thing, champ. iNoob's now left in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and not a great situation to be in. Of course, has the Maverick, has a pretty good gun as well, so it's possible to do it, but is, I think, going to be spotted out here. Does get the kill onto Matthew at the same time as the swing comes out from the smoke there. These smoke canisters are just going to push them back too much. 50 HP and a minute and 20 on the clock, so plenty of time if they are to try and clutch this up, but doesn't realise Die is rotated below, gets that kill, and Swansea even up the score after 4 rounds.
Certainly so. Again, it looked like a promising start to what could have been a clutch again in any... There's no realm of possibility where that couldn't have been clutched out. But again, the best thing to do, isolate into these 1v1s. Unfortunately, stampeding towards being the Zulu, being aware of the fact that you've got those peaks above, and maybe not getting the audio cue that, you know, Die had kind of stomped down White Stairs and was approaching because he wanted his one, he wanted his freebie.
Yeah, I think it was because it was the only vertical they had, and it was actually default plant. It's actually a little bit of a it's probably actually a little bit of a mistake on that clutch actually, because that's just a default. It's just a default.
No one would be holding that,
yeah, exactly. And I think it's just one of those ones where in the high pressure moment you just see the vertical and you're like, oh, you know, wait a minute, I need to check this just to make sure I don't, you know, opportunity and whatnot. When actually the danger was elsewhere, and you know, Die is able to get that kill and brings it to 2-2. And I kind of thought this was how our game was going to play. We're going to have a back and forward situation. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up in an overtime scenario. I would like to see it. I would definitely like to keep us on this series as long as possible. I've only been here for quite some time, but I just want to make sure that Grace's voice is punished as much as possible.
Thank you. I mean, again, speaking of things to predict, speaking of things that we love to see, the OSA is being brought out right now by Sums. It's a meeting kitchen hold. And what did I say at the start of the map? I wonder if we'll see some OSA, as this is becoming a classic thing. And rightfully so, Exeter have decided, yes, we do want to be a bit classic with it. We do want to bring that OSA. They have Big Tower for free, though. Potentially a massive oversight from Swansea right now, giving up that main part of control. Granted, they do have, you know, a lot of destruction on that rear stage wall, so it is still going to be difficult. But again, they have the OSA right now. They have those Talon 8s.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit confused as to what this hold is supposed to be. They're on the top floor, they have a bit of an extension out to the kids' side, but they have the attic fully reinforced, and they have the bottom floor soft. They don't really have anyone really able to test it. It's a little bit of a strange choice, but we'll see if it pays off. Of course, Dai's going for the rotate though, and somehow been able to get all the way up there. Opens up the wall at the top there. Jaff is able to get Ben for free. He just wasn't aware that there was going to be someone on that reverse angle. Definitely though, immediately in with a cancel out trade, is able to find Dai. They're also coming up here. Robert to push towards that stage side, is able to place one of their shields to get up an angle. The swings are coming out time and time again from the doorway on either side, just trying to find any opportunity to get that kill onto the Osan. Very lucky there, Sums, as he turned his back on the swing of Marv, is able to escape with no damage done whatsoever. Noob is going to find Matthew, and there's still a player lingering on the top floor. Jaff is still here towards Attic and looking for any chance to take a gunfight towards that Attic side.
Certainly so. Quiet before the storm now, though. Still a lot of time to work with, so those experiments are going to try and be... Well, there we go. The C4 to break the shield actually gets rid of whatever was on the wall there. I believe a mute jammer. So that's going to allow the experiment to come through. That hole to be opened up. Again, a really big hole coming up, and it certainly has. James will take down Marv. More holes to be appearing in the faces of Swansea Storm right now. A 2 versus 3. Make that a 2 versus 2. Matei once again going huge with the SMG-11. But this is a thing to consider. Yes, Exeter are in a 2 versus 2, but they have flash utility. They have the means to try and force this a little bit if they want to. Of course, EMP1 is left as well. There goes one of these flashes, pushing back Jaff, looking to go for the reposition. The bait from James. Good stuff indeed. And this is where things get mighty, mighty uncomfortable for Matei.
That is so unfortunate there. That at the end, just as I was about to call what was happening, he actually seen the planter there. He didn't actually realise that it was the planter, and it was almost like a reactionary thing where you want to go for the plant cover, of course, because you know the person's stuck in the plant animation there, and he didn't actually realise that there was just a slight sliver hanging out of the side. Had an opportunity to bring it back there, but it was a kind of questionable defence. We pointed out just at the start there, I wasn't quite sure really what their idea was with it. They've got a couple of good kills from it, but Marv got stuck in a tricky situation, pinch between the double door, got in towards the green hallway and the single door in towards the meat stage area, and it wasn't ideal scenario for the Oryx here. They've got one or two, you know, eventually dealt with. But what we need to point out on the defence is Mate's having a wonderful time on an SMG 11 so far. Didn't quite get the clutch up there, but has been hitting their shots for that.
So, getting back down to basement though. Maybe a bit uncomfortable for Swansea. I'm quite surprised that they've decided to go to basement, considering the fact that they've lost it twice in a row previously. Again, next to just really showing their adaptableness, to be honest, their ability to adapt to whatever Swansea are doing with this setup.
Yeah, it's definitely a choice. Definitely a choice. They've changed things around though. They've changed a few operators and whatnot. They have brought the Mira this time. They've definitely went to something a little bit different than what we've seen. Marvel again on the Militia and just out towards, you know, the tower side, just putting a little bit of presence there. They do still have that standard elbow hold with the smoke there and the Jaeger devices just covering it and making sure that they have that all locked off and at least make it difficult for them to take that bunker side. And it looks as though they are focusing on getting that tower at the minute for the attackers.
Certainly so. Swansea looking to batten down the hatches a little bit now, but again giving away all of this control pretty much for free. So they are setting up for a bit of an El Clasico, get that electric hatch open, start to apply pressure towards pillars. Again, we saw how demonic Ben was making this push last time. I believe it was a 3K they were able to snag themselves and open up the breathing room for the rest of their teammates. Ooh, this could be a little bit cheeky. Die sneaking up with a shotgun, waiting for the swing on the corner from Ben. Ben is not aware of this. This could be pretty big, actually. The swing. There we have it! Ooh, the stuff we love to see. Shotgun kill to the face. Exeter taking significant losses now. 2 of those players being taken away.
Yeah, it all just seems to be falling apart here for this attack. It's just been isolated into quite a few 1v1s. Matthew's able to get another kill there inside of Kitchen. Down to about 20 odd HP, so not, you know, completely for free, but they won't be too bothered by that as the 5-2 scenario is established. Die is, you know, as always, on one of the SAS operators wants to get as aggressive as possible. And speaking of aggression, James pushes up onto Matthew and takes his head clean off. And now we're in a 2 versus 4 situation with the shotgun of Die still lingering on that staircase. There is a Jaeger of Jaff inside of Freezer who will be there to contest onto Inoob as he pushes down that Freezer staircase. But it's all just decisions. Can they decide where they want to push from? Still doesn't know there's a player hard right though. Sees the head and does do the flip perfectly well onto the skull of Jaff. Now things look a little bit closer, Grace.
But Inoob again has taken significant damage from that toxic bait. Gonna try and open up a little bit of laundry now, but again, of those audio cues that Swansea are going to be hearing. It's gonna let them know roughly, you would assume, where they're gonna try and make this approach from. James does still have flashes in pocket too. Again, Swansea have no C4s left or anything like that, so they are going to have to take these gunfights a bit more directly. 1 toxic babe left on Mate and 20 seconds or so to go. Maybe this is where things start to get a little bit sweatier on site. And again, these gunfights need to be taken. But for poor Inoob, well, there we go. Mate will fall. They're going to come out on top of that. And now it's a 2 versus 1. They have the advantage here. They just have to try and stick that plant. With James planting and Inoob covering, that's a little bit risky. Especially as Marv hunting. Well, no, there we go. Inoob can just swing around the corner. Good stuff indeed. Good positioning. Catching them slightly off guard.
Yeah, I mean, we did mention that Exeter have that aggression and they were able to hit their shots, Grace. They're able to bring it through and they get that round on you know, which could, you know, we could argue that should have been Swansea's at that point. They had a good, you know, good setup. They were down in the last 20 seconds, 3 members alive, good positioning, and they just unfortunately lose their ones, especially with the fact that Inoob was down to, you know, 5 HP. Just hits his shots better than the other player that he was able to take out, and we're on a 4-2 scenario on the round count, and Exeter have definitely had a better half, and that was on their attack as well.
I really like the it's almost like an irony in a way that, you know, we have had Exeter, you know, their logo is a castle. And they certainly have been as strong as one. There have been some incredible rounds, and even on this attack, you know, they've been so structured. Granted, you know, Swansea did what works when it comes to aggression, right? You know, that push from Die is exactly what I'm talking about when you have the team and they're going through their steps, right? They're going through their step A, their step B, their step C. The best time to have that aggression is when you do something that is just so unexpected, so against the grain of what you should be doing. Well, I think they expected that spawn peak though, but Ben got away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the trend on Theme Park with the Mozzie, the 1.5. No way he's going to get a second one on that window. He's peeking again. Time and time again, it seems to be a profit on the defense. I just don't think it is a great idea to re-peek Ben at this stage. He seems to be on a heater across the 2 maps at least. Not the greatest after, you know, that one-round wonder in terms of the actual attack. He's had a couple of good kills here and there, but did get, you know, the 4K in the 1 round, and it was pretty quiet on the rest of that attack. Well, it was because Exeter were just better as a team together. He didn't really have to do as much outside of that 1 round, and now he's wanted to get a little more aggressive and of swing absolutely everything. That is what we have came to know Ben for today.
Speaking of Ben, once again popping off, Matthew will fall. Oh dear, this is not looking good for Swansea right now. Again, Exeter taking the advantage there on their own attack, taking that advantage. This is going to be really difficult for Swansea because Exeter are the ones to set that pace. Or Ben can just go and take these kills. That is 3 on the board now. Make that potentially 4. They most likely will finish off Jeff. There we go. Poor Matena left in a 1 versus 5. Will this be a flawless? No, it won't. Ben is actually shut down. The Selmas can come out. Mateo looks for the heads towards Attic. Goodness gracious me, champ.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, you knew he was going to swing that. You knew he had the info that player was inside the master. He was looking for it. Mateo gets a nice flick onto the head of Ainu and is able to bring it to a 1 versus 3 scenario. Do we have a reverse clutch available? Do we have the ace up for Mateo to try and get this into their belt and really bring, you know, light some fire under the backsides of Swansea, because they're needing it. They need someone to really pick up the team and try and put in a performance here to just drag them back from the depth, because, you know, before this team runs away from them. Mateo down to 5 HP, and it's not ideal as the C4 does find its mark. It's close enough to get the kill, and we are certainly in the lead here for Exeter.
Yeah, 1 more round away from match point. Swansea, it's not looking good, my friends. That Swan isn't looking in too tip-top condition right now. Again, not having the favourable side really is going to hamper them a little bit. This is where they need to be a little bit smarter perhaps with these takes. Again, think about how aggressive Ben is, right? Maybe this is the time for you to start to apply those up nades. Of course, I assume that we are going to go to basement now, so that's going to be difficult. No verticality can be had on this site. Difficult, Lemon, difficult. They are going to bring the Jackal just to try and get a little bit more information as to where these players may be lurking, and of course that classic Dokkaebi is going to come through too, but I am just a little bit concerned at this point. The clash coming out from Exeter as well. My.
Yeah, I was wondering when you were going to notice. I was gonna just slip that in there that I knew of all people is on the clash. It's a choice. I think there's definitely a strategy there. As, you know, built behind that. They'll see they're playing, say, the bunker, just be a nuisance because there isn't really a bunker shield. There isn't any bunker shield so far. It doesn't look as though they're going to be holding that because there isn't even a shield on side. So different people like to hold different things in different ways, and it looks as though that is what they're going to be doing. But look at Ben here looking for the opening pick, but Matthew just knew that he was going to be trying cheeky on the other side, and he gets the kill. And it's a 5 versus 4 scenario, and of all the people you want to collect early on, it is Ben. That's what you want. That will be happy days for Swansea on this starting attack.
Certainly so. Those pests will still be out though, so there's always the opportunity that pressure will still be applied for a bit while Swansea start to clear this map for control, but most likely I don't think the rest of Exeter will go for any kind of over-peaking. But granted, they do have, of course, that clash on the tower stairs, but no one playing around them. There we go. Oh, gorgeous stuff there. Some yeeted and deleted from the server. This is exactly what I love to see. The up nade action. Didn't think I was going to see it given it was basement, but they're going for that top floor clearance as well. And now they have so much control here, champ.
This is the Swansea that you wanted to see. They're playing together. They're playing off the utility perfectly inside of this round. They have established quite a bit of control in terms of the map and the man count in the minute. You know, 5 versus 3, so it's looking pretty successful so far. We're only a minute and 15 seconds into this round, and Ainub though still remains alive, which is the big problem that has to be solved. Of course, that clash. You have to try and pressure them. There is still 3 nades on side. Marv has 1 with Dai having 2, so they have at least a little bit of option to do that, and with the flashes on side for Mate. So there's quite a bit of utility. I mean, even Jaff still has all the Capital bolts available as well. So there's a lot to be used to try and get rid of this clash. Or you could just use your gun and deal with that to deal with James at the same time. And definitely, look at this. And Harry Potter waiting for a chance for anybody coming down that staircase. It might just not pay the respect to the potential. There could be a swing from a shotgun. We've seen it before, Grace. This backstairs area with a shotgun in hand can be so aggressive. He uses the SMG-11 instead, definitely, with a kill onto Jaff. 4 versus 2 scenario is eventually killed off. The clash is caught inside of sight, and Matthew with the final shot. And Swansea take another round on Oregon, and they're looking much better now.
Much better indeed, but I do wonder how much of that was just them dealing with Ben from the get-go. Ben getting a bit cheeky and getting punished for it. So it meant that again, mid to late round aggression that we usually see from Ben that really does Exeter a world of good was pretty much removed from the get-go. Again, Swansea really coming in a lot harder this time, going for those up nades, getting that intel, getting the fundamentals a bit more in lock this time too. I think they are feeling the pressure. They are aware that they don't want to get 2-0 right now, so they really need to cross those T's and dot those I's. They need to get every single location of every single player, and certainly the way they just played that round, again, you can tell that the fundamentals were a lot stronger. The trades that were coming through, the reaction to the information from each other, and again, you know, the fact that I got to see an up-nade, wow, yes, I'm here for it.
Yeah, exactly. After you mentioned it as well, and the fact that you said that you wouldn't see it as well. So
I know, always
it's very surprising. It was very surprising to get, but it's great nonetheless. Ainub again is going to bring the clash again. So it's the same idea, same setup. This time they're going to opt to have the smoke on side and open towards elbow. A little bit of a roam this time. Ben is the one on that side of things. He's over towards the rear stage, back stairs area, has the lesion. No spawn peaks though this time, Grace, so he's had their ego checked.
I'm going to spawn peek, so you're going to send Dai in on that blitz. Again, a little utility, and he's just taken out again. The wave exited, that was way better. The Gone 6, the full steam ahead, Team Swarm. Dai pretty much left a solo push that at that point. Difficult, even if you do have that blitz utility, because all they need is to get that one shot on you, and you're pretty much down.
Certainly do, and it just unfortunately for Dai there, gets all the way up to elbow, and it looks as though they might have a rehost coming through. It's the first one on Oregon, so we've managed to get at least 8 rounds in before we do have anything like that, which is okay. It happens. We'll get you through, we'll guide you through, and you'll get more teasers of our podcast, of course. We've been having a time, but there's more to talk about though, Grace. We've had a good time. It's been a fun map, and there's been a lot of strategy going on.
Yeah.
On at least, and it's been quite fun. I think they'll likely replay this, which seems to be the idea, and we are going to cut obviously just to the teams and whatnot. I think they're. Yes, just heard the call through from production. We are going to restart this round, so it's just a tech issue, which is fine. We'll hopefully get you in nice and quick. But Grace, what a matchup we've got so far. It seems to be they're a lot closer than what we've seen on Theme anyway.
What this is again, you know, we did touch on the fact that Oregon is an even Stevens. Everyone knows it like the back of their hand. So at that point, you start to see the players shine a bit more when it comes to the Oregon, it comes to the clubhouse, because they can go for more, you know, fun plays. They can play more into the creativity of what operator lineups they're bringing. They can play more around that map control, around that aggression, without having to worry too much about leaving a stone unturned like you would otherwise have in Theme Park. This already, though, is quite dangerous on both sides. The aggression once again coming through. The spawn peaks that are already coming through.
Yep.
And again, just the ability to set that momentum by just going for these pushes. You know, okay, I'm assuming you're on drone right now. I'm just going to waltz up to you with a shotgun. These are the plays I wanted to see between these two. Remember, these are two of the best teams in the university circuit right now, and we need to see that shine through. And when it comes to Oregon, that is definitely happening.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been an exciting game. Then it's just the thing is where, you know, you mentioned it at the start that sometimes Oregon gets called Snoregon or Boregon, depending on where you want, whichever call your rank stack want to call it. But that is that's not the case today. It's not been anything like that. It's been fun. It's been exciting. We've seen some off kind of meta picks, I guess. With the blitz rushes, both teams have given it a bash, which is nice. Some more successful than others, but that's okay. It happens. And it's been a fun game though. We've seen quite a lot of 3Ks, 4Ks, and really big flicks and C4 usage. We've seen vertical nades that you pointed out. It's been fun. It's been a very fun matchup, which is always good because Oregon does have that tendency to play into that style of the slow, progressive, and ticking things off and the boxy type things, and that's what Clubhouse usually plays. But it's not today. It's been exciting. It's been fun. I'm having definitely the time, and I'm probably going to lose my voice after this because we've been here for quite a while with the pauses and whatnot. But it's okay. It happens, and you get to see our wonderful face again. We promise we'll get you back into the game as soon as we possibly can.
What we also promise is your chance to win a free drop of Monster Energy. So again, if you type Monster Drop into Twitch chat right now, you can win a little crate of Monster that will come to you. Chum has their Monster ready and waiting. A little bit of a perk me up indeed. But again, you can get that as a little freebie this weekend. Please be over 18 before you enter. And again, a shout out also to our sponsor Pringles. Once you pop, you don't stop. I believe that if you are attending the LAN live, you will see that the Pringles booth is directly behind where you're sat. So if you do want to have a little play around on the setups there after these games, feel free to do so.
Yeah, I mean, get back into the game things though. In terms of discussion, there's a bit more discussion to be had, but we'll have that after a short break, and we'll just throw you off, and you can have a little bit of a refreshment and whatnot. We'll see you shortly in just a few minutes. Ta-ta, bye-bye.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts. Training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never tell you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and like over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
The
can have pretty high graphic settings. We just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Hi, my name's Kat.
My name is Cameron Doig.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society. I've met a lot of students that say they've benefited from Southampton Video Games and Esports. There's a lot of events we run that are a lot more casual, that we run together with our student support services. They're called the Student Hub, and their whole aim is to be as accessible and be the welfare point of contact for any Southampton student. They really like working with us because obviously we get a lot of students that are often cloistered at home, don't really like to go out socially, but if we run a cool video games event for them, they'll come out and they'll enjoy it, and there's welfare representative there that if they feel they need to talk to, they can go and have a chat with them. Hopefully that takes a little bit of the stress off of people from the academic side of university, because it can get quite intense.
I want the esports industry to feel like an inclusive and a diverse place. The Pack is a entirely women and non-binary exclusive community that we run here at Warwick Esports. We went from 3 women in our society to over 100 women and non-binary members. So it's really done really well for them, and they feel like they have a safe space. Giving people that space to go where they feel safe and they feel like they can actually have a good time, and everyone there is of the same mindset as them, I think is really, really crucial, and it makes everyone feel better about the university experience.
Especially during the pandemic, kind of having this community that still tried to do things even though they couldn't meet up has helped so many people. The UK Dota community, I know everyone came together. We were, especially in the height of the lockdown, we were playing every single night together, had everyone in a big Discord talking to each other. We all just got through it together, just played games, did what we do best. We're all just idiots on the internet, talked to each other when we needed it, and all these communities sprouted from something like Epicland that meant everyone could meet together and form these friendships.
When you're around a bunch of stressed people, it makes you more stressed. So when I had an essay due in my degree, for example, everyone in my degree group chats would be freaking out and they'd all be so negative, and I could just go to esports and be like, hi guys, and the people that are doing maths will be fine, or at least not as stressed as I am. So I think that's something that really calms me down, is the ability to be able to talk with other people that have different stuff going on, because it really puts it into perspective for you.
Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the NSE Spring Finals, hosted at Insomnia 70, which is very spicy indeed, and sponsored by Monster Energy and Pringles. Big ups to them. Again, if you're at Insomnia right now, you'll probably see the Monster truck. You'll also see the Pringles booth behind you. So once this game is done, don't be afraid to have a wander over there and have a chat to those people. In the meantime, we are at Oregon Jam.
Yes, we are. We're having an absolutely wonderful time so far. It's been fun. It's been exciting. Of course, we're going to go back down to the army. We did see this round played. It will be replayed, of course, so they're going to have to go for the same lineups, which is unfortunate because now, of course, the defense know there's a blitz on the case.
Yes, indeed. Once again, Dye attempting the potentially overly ambitious push through blue. that got shut down very, very quickly. Again, when you're going for a push like that, you need to have the utility in the hands of the rest of your teammates to help alleviate some of that pressure. You can't just rely on the fact that you're going to go in and land your ones, especially, you don't know if there's a C4 lurking around the corner. And 9 times out of 10, of course, those toxic babes will be sent out, so you essentially have to tank a ton of damage from the get-go. Looks like Die has actually spawned by buses, though, so again, it's this issue of, okay, are they going to go for a freezer take instead? Are they going to get that small tower control? I noob on the cam as expected, because again, you do expect that pressure sometimes from small cameras, so small tower rather. As soon as they see this pressure come through, that's going to get called out, and this is where I really want to see Exeter try and fight back with aggression of their own.
I like this though. I like that they've changed it. I like instead of they playing into the we don't know what's going to happen and just going straight for that bunker rush like they tried before, they've changed it up. They're going to go for the freezer side, and Die's just creeping in with a blitz, which is maybe not the best operator to be doing that with, but is able to do it so far. Gets all the way up towards that shower corridor, and they have quite a bit of a foothold inside of this map. There's not really any roamers out there to contest them at this minute. Matthew, Marv and whatnot are inside that top floor master area, and look at this Ainu popping up towards the rear stage area to try and do an active, aggressive hold on that staircase, and it looks as though no one really knows where Exeter are going to come from on Swansea's side. They're just kind of moving around and really just kind of getting a feel for where things are and trying to discover where these players are coming from. A yellow ping has came out towards that backstairs area, so at least have some information that there is going to be some players coming from that side of things. Still has a default cam up, and that'll spot out 2 members of Swansea, so now Exeter are at least able to get themselves some information, and they can now begin to at least adjust the pushes to where this is going to be coming from.
Certainly so. Starting to open up electrical hatch. We're starting to apply that pressure to the big tower as well, and getting set to maybe go for a little bit of a saunter down freezer. I think there might be an additional angle of pressure from Laundry as well, but realistically, James knows there's the double reinforcement there. They could be a little bit safer. I'm just curious to see what Swansea are about to do here, because again, they do have that blitz. How much use will they get out of it in the long run? Only time will tell. Where is this drop coming from? Will it be the Laundry drop? It looks like it may be. Yes, indeed it is.
Yep, they're certainly setting up to go for the push straight through. Matthew takes a little lick of damage from that closet area, and the double door swing comes through, but it's a team kill, unfortunate. Marv is going to find Matthew with that. Blitz pushing in towards the Laundry. The plant is going to go down though. Matthew's with that. Ben finds Jaff. Marv with the kill onto Ben with an immediate refrag. The plant will go down though. The coverage is there enough for Die. Gets the flash as well. There's still, of course, a clash to be dealt with at some point. Flashbangs comes out, goes for the swing onto the rotate, but it's not enough. Sums is able to find Die, and it's a 1 versus 4 situation post plant, but there's just way too many guns on side for the defense of Exeter, who are going to take this on to series point, Grace.
I like that I do still went for the res. I respect it. I respect it. I have a lot of question marks right now. Again, I think that was a really good collapse from Swansea. And again, Die was really applying that pressure through the rotation. Getting tagged up a little bit, but applying as much as possible. I think the main issue came when they tried to back off a little bit, because of course they're turning their back, and at that point, you know, Exeter, they're trying to go for the retake. They're holding these angles towards you. Very risky biscuits indeed, and now we're on match point. So Exeter potentially about to 2-0. The Titans, that is Swansea Esports, and that is really, really good going.
Yeah, and it'll be really good for Exterrific as well, because they finished second the last time. So they were second to Staffordshire last time in the winter iteration. So this will be a nice kind of end to their, well, not end, but a you know, kind of encapsulation of the last 12 months at least. You know, it'll be nice to kind of finally get that, because they've been in and around it, floating around, getting something, to winning something, and eventually they get across the board. You know, they're able to get that, and it's been good. It's been a big improvement from them, seen especially from last year's one. I'm happy for them if they're able to win this, but we're still not done yet. We've still got 3 rounds that could go the way of Swansea, and I'm hoping they do, just because I want to see Border.
I don't know. It depends. It depends. Again, Ben has had a little bit of a field day. It's tagged up significantly though, so maybe we'll see perhaps less aggression if they do want to be sensible. But realistically, it's Ben. Do we think Ben is going to go passive just because they've taken a little bit of health damage? Most likely not. I think he is going to try and swing out the 9s. We already see him peeking towards Armory. Again, Exeter pulling back to site now and just holding these angles, holding these entry points. That's going to give Swansea a lot of breathing room here to try and go for these setups. Again, ideally trying to get attic wall open, bedroom wall, go for the split push. Looks like that's what they might try and do. Dye does have secondaries in his pocket, but are they aware of a little python in the grass here? James giving that little bit of extra info to iNoob. Again, will they be able to make something massive happen here? The wall is going to open up. Maybe they'll think too much about that line of sight, just worry about the pressure that might come through from that attic if someone does decide to get aggressive. For iNoob, to be honest, you want that aggression to start coming through. Well, there we have it. Dye gets taken out, and iNoob, rightfully so, is going to hightail it out of there. No more re-peeking. Sensible behaviour from the side of Exeter.
Certainly is, and if Ben was in that situation, I don't think he would have sat there as long. iNoob has the patience of a saint, is holding in there for an entire minute and a half, nearly just waiting on that staircase for the opportunity for the sing cube on that staircase. Gets the swing, but Ben, again with some nasty shots, finds Marv's head, and definitely is going to find Matty, and it looks as though it's slipping away here for Swansea in a 5 versus 2 scenario. But Matthew is able to find one at least, and at least that's some idea of a clawback, and gets a down. This time it's onto Ben at least, and 3 versus 2 scenario. Very winnable here now for Swansea. Can Matthew and Jaff bring this back and bring this series towards their side?
Oh, there we go. That's at least a start. Taking out Ben, so no more aggression. Again, granted, Ben was on the tiniest bit of health at this point. Wasn't really too much of a fast. And again, this is the point. You need to try and get aggressive right now if you're Swansea. You need to have to take these fights because they're just going to hold these angles towards you. So Matthew starting to get stuck in. This is exactly the right thing to do. But the pressure from White, you're not aware of the position of iNoob. Jaff desperately looking for the heads, but there we have it. The cleanup as the pinch comes through. Those jaws tighten around the neck of the Swan. And that is Exeter coming through with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, and the thing about it is they don't even look too ecstatic because it's been a slog. We've had quite a lot of pauses and whatnot, but they will be happy in their hearts that they've been able to win this one out finally after finishing second the last time we were here. They're able to get the win. It's been a wonderful game, at least when we've been in the game and whatnot. We can only apologise and thank you for your patience when it came to the tech pauses and whatnot. They have been all ironed out as much as it goes. It's just, of course, because we had us two together. That seems to be the issue. We seem to be the ones that attract them all.
Now, yeah.
But it's okay. They got it through. They won. Exeter are going to be happy with that. It was a good game. It was really fun. You know, when I highlight obviously Ben and his performance was really, really a highlight of that match. And Exeter, they look good. And I'm going to be a little bit smug, Grace. And my prediction was correct.
That's fine. That's fine. I do you know what? Hats off to Exeter. Because they came so close last time. And they really showed up today. And they genuinely were just the better team on the day. Sometimes, you know, that can't be helped. I think Swansea, maybe back to the drawing board a little bit. Some of these players have been a little bit squiffy from what we're used to seeing from them. But again, they still were able to make it to that second place. They're not going away empty-handed. You know, both these teams will be going away with a prize. It's just finally Exeter have been able to secure this win within NSE. And, you know, that's amazing for them. They played so well. The aggression coming through from Ben as well. That was so perfect. Having an entry player that is that strong to get a majority of those picks under the belt, create that breathing space for you guys to just hold these crossfires and play around, you know, mechanics essentially. I think that worked really, really well for them. And yeah, the best team did win on the day.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. You know, Swansea just weren't quite at the races, and they showed us a few flashes of brilliance, and they just weren't able to connect enough to get a result out of it. Exeter just seemed to be completely in control and whatnot, and it was a really good performance from overall. However, we don't have much more time to talk about it. That is us pretty much done, and that'll be us done for the weekend. It's been a wonderful time, Grace. It's been wonderful casting with you. It's been wonderful with my first appearance in NEC. Thank you very much for having me, but we will throw it over to Janiro, who's going to take us through an interview.
Thank you, Chamberlain and Grace. Great job on the cast. I know it was a little bit of a long one, but we're here with iNoob from Exeter University, the champions of R6 for Spring 2023. First of all, let's get your feelings out of the way. How are you feeling now?
Bit relieved. It took its time. Took its toll on us, actually. I got a little bit upset because it was taking so long, but I'm glad it's finished.
I think everybody kind of shares that sentiment. But when it comes to taking a toll on you guys in terms of how long it actually took, what do you do as a team to stay in that momentum?
I think most of us were just watching YouTube, but I think it's just comes down to we just play a lot, so we're pretty good.
Just better.
Not better, because these guys have beaten us plenty of times. So we come into this matchup, I'd say pretty evenly. It's I think we won in the map bans. I think that's where it won.
Okay, I kind of want to circle back to that as well, because before the game even started, we did say you guys already lost twice to Swansea. So you coming to this, everyone was like, this is going to be so...
Well, not quite, because we did actually come into this winning against Swansea 2-0. So we weren't thinking we were going to lose either. And we beat them on 2 other maps that we hadn't played either. So came into this, played the maps that we're most comfortable with. So we generally just won with map bans.
Okay, and Theme Park especially, it was looking quite strong for you guys on the defense. A little bit on the attacking side. Was it back and forth? How did you manage to reel it back in?
I think we lost our mental a little bit on the attack, but we brought it back. We just held good pinches, got good picks, and then closed it out. I think that's...
Well, thank you so much for the interview. Before I close it out, do you want to say anything to people watching at home?
Yeah, thanks for watching. We just enjoyed playing with Swansea a lot. They're really good, and we'll see if we'll ever face them again. I think this is our last game actually that we'll play with these rosters. So it's been a very good run.
It has been a very good run indeed. Thank you so much for the interview, and as well, thank you guys for watching and for staying patient. We're going to be back after the break with some League of Legends, so don't go anywhere.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never tell on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We just had no issues really
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to meet, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart in over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you guys had a chance to have some lunch, get some water, touch some grass. We're back now, and we have some League of Legends this time around. I want to say second favorite game, or maybe first. I'm not even going to try and rank them, but it's a good game. We have DMU taking on Exeter. We already seen Exeter in our 6th day absolutely succeeded in getting a very clean 2-0 against Swansea, but now it's a different game, it's a different map, it's a different opportunity. This time around it's against DMU, who are looking to defend their title. DMU, last time around, they were first in winter 2022, but also in spring 2022. They're used to the setup, they're used to the land, they're used to the crowd, and they're used to playing in a rather unusual conditions. Whereas when it comes to Exeter, this is potentially their first time here. They did, however, get told that they were going to win against DMU 3-1. Their sources was a fortune teller, so I think that's pretty reliable, which means it's probably going to be true. We're going to head over to our casters, Middlecott and Black Bloxer, and they're going to tell us whether or not this fortune teller is right.
Oh, thank you very much, Gennaro. Black Blocks, I don't know. I've not listened to a fortune teller in quite a while, but I have heard that they can be reliable in certain situations.
I mean, if you're Ex Machina, hopefully. They're definitely coming up against a really strong team, but maybe not the kind of prediction I'd be listening to.
Maybe not the best place to put your focus. And of course, we are here with the NSC British University Esports Championship powered by Intel final here in spring 2023. Also, special shout out to our sponsors, Pringles and Monster Energy. But yes, Bloxer, we've got a really interesting matchup between us. This dynasty that DMU, De Montfort University, have been able to build for themselves over the past few splits, going up against this Ex Machina side from Exeter University who haven't quite reached those same heights.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, De Montfort have been incredibly strong. They now play under the name Samjay. It's a name of a previous player who has now left the university. Clearly they miss him quite a lot, but they're not missing him in terms of being able to play excellent League of Legends. They've won the past 2 splits last year, coming second the year beforehand. They've done excellent in Newell as well. De Montfort, they are an incredible squad. Ex Machina, perennial 5th place finishers that have finally broken that ceiling for themselves here in the finals. They're at least ending second, but when up against De Montfort, they are not quite to that level. At least they haven't shown us that yet. Hopefully today, though, they can pull it out of the bag.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every dynasty must come to an end eventually, and there are some strong players on the side of Ex Machina. I think particularly looking at Refresh 27 up in this top lane, he could play stuff like the split pushers, the Jacks, the Camille's, but he's also proficient on some of these tankier champions and going to give a load of options to his squad.
Oh, absolutely. There's some really exciting matchups across the board. Top lane isn't where we've usually been focused in League of Legends. You kind of expect to see something tanky up there. Ignore it. That is not really the case with either of these top laners. Both Refresh and Bootsy have the ability to pull something really exciting out. So it'll be interesting to see if the meta still looks towards tanks in the top lane, or if we do get to see those really interesting picks. I'd love to see something like a Fiora get some resources up into the top lane and make your junglers actually have to think about their pathing rather than what we've seen beforehand, which is they're just going to go bot.
Yeah, and just a quick note to anybody watching, the Samj 1046 players from De Montfort University, there's some of the names that are going to be Bootsy, Hope, Notice, Soksu, and Dido. I don't know why we've got their first names on the graphic. Maybe we're just trying to get a little bit more personal with them. But hey, like, you almost do feel a bit personal with them, because especially that bot lane have been around for so long at this high level of university competition.
They really have been playing at the absolute pinnacle. You can see down at the bottom there how their records have gone in NSC, Newell, the other university esports championship. They've been in the finals, they've won it right at the very top. I mean, Soksu himself in solo queue plays with Newell champion as part of his name. He is proud of that win, and they should be proud of themselves as a team. Dido and Soksu, we know what they like to play. They like to get aggressive, especially things like a Nautilus, a Thresh on Dido, things that are really strong in the meta right now. And so if you were scared of Samj's bot lane in a meta that doesn't suit them, you should be terrified of them right now.
Oh yeah, especially with those buffs that came through towards those sort of tankier engage-oriented support a few patches ago. The Dido was just going to be freed up to really sort of roam the map and cause a lot of problems. And he's got some great players to move towards. I think particularly Hope in the jungle can be a real carry for this team.
Oh yeah, Hope has showed up incredibly well. And again, I think this is something we're going to keep coming back to for Samj as a squad. The meta really suits them at the moment. The Lee Sin, the Vi, Viego, things like that, that's really strong at the moment. Incredibly strong champions. They're exactly within those Samj players' wheelhouses. The most recent patch we are on, 13.7, has knocked down a couple of those slightly more aggressive junglers, Vi specifically, Lee too. I don't think that's particularly going to dissuade Hope, though. We're expecting Hope to maybe 3-camp to gank even. They play that aggressively.
Yeah, and I think that's really characterized this GMU squad kind of as a whole in terms of the way that they play. It is very front-facing, it is very aggressive, but they have shown the ability in some of the sort of even higher levels of university competition. Once we start getting to stuff like University Esports Masters, they've shown that they can compete there as well, and there are some damn good teams at a competition like that.
There are. That competition is the pinnacle of esports for universities. And the fact that these players are able to compete there, but I mean, over on Ex Machina, Timatopa has played in that competition as well. As a mid laner, though, interesting to see how that translates down into the support role. Very different roles, mid and support. Mechanically, we know that Timatopa is really strong, but how good is that game sense to be able to really be a linchpin for your team when you're in support? Everything sort of works through you and how good your vision setup is.
Yeah, and especially in this sort of pairing with Lasp as well, going up against Soksu and Dido, who are such an experienced bottom lane. Maybe this is a potential vulnerability for Ex Machina, and you can't have too many of those in the final of the entire competition.
No, not if you want this to be a competitive series. If Exeter want to follow on in this one, just like they did in Rainbow Six previously, they're going to have to find a couple of lanes to be able to play through. But when you look across the board, you know that there is pure class coming out of everybody from Samj. We know Ex Machina has a great support. We also know that the support is out of role. I mean, when you take a look at both of these matchups, is there anything that strikes out to you where you're like, yes, Ex Machina, they can definitely win here?
Honestly, it's difficult to say. And whilst this Samj lineup has changed a lot more recently, and it's still been very, very dominant, I think that maybe you actually can look towards that bot lane. And while Soksu and Dido are very, very experienced, they're also very, very aggressive.
Yes.
And sometimes that aggression sort of spills over into plays that may be better described with the 3-letter word INT. And that's something that Ex Machina can exploit, right? You you just need to get a couple of kills on an AD carry, get them accelerated ahead of the game, and that can be enough to propel you towards a victory.
Absolutely, it can be, especially because we know that Refresh can be a bastion of strength up in the top lane. He can just sit there, absorb pressure, and sure, Bootsy is a good, strong player, likes to play some of the aggressive picks, but you can still pick neutralizing champions in this meta at the moment. I'm thinking something like the Scion specifically. You can absorb so much pressure on that champion. You should be safe enough to sit back and farm on the tower. And so you're leaving Eames to be able to make their way down towards the bot lane. You know that Soxo and Didal are going to go in. Definitely able to punish them there. This mid lane, I'm not too sure which way it's going to go, to be honest. Notice, excellent player. I don't know too much about Sana, to be honest. I know that they have been playing well within the room of the team, but, likes to play control mages. That's about all we know.
Yeah, and the thing about that, when you're going up against Notice, he could pull out like a few weird picks. This guy doesn't just play mid lane; he kind of plays every single role. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's something like a Zac mid lane, which can be very strong into control mages, especially when you've got Hope likely going to be on a carry jungler.
Hey, we've seen this before. Malphite mid has also been coming up quite strong recently. It's not exactly the same as those sort of control mages where you're looking to get aggressive. You're more absorbing pressure, and then you get into those team fights, and that's where you really shine. Be really interested to see if we're going to follow on with the meta that we've seen specifically this year, where your top laners sit by themselves, your junglers go mid lane just to pick up the mid laner to then all head bot lane, and it's a party in the bot lane basically the whole time. Or does somebody switch something up? I think Samjay has the ability to play through all three lanes, whereas Ex Machina maybe top lane and mid lane less so.
Yeah, and that is obviously going to be limiting your options. Obviously, it's always going to be an intriguing spectacle, the game one of a series like this in a final, because that's where both teams are going to be able to feel each other out and understand and try and interpret where they've got pressure and where they can actually push advantages, or where maybe they need to be a little bit more respectful to their opponent.
And how the draft is actually going to pan out as well. Are we just going to see standard meta bans? Nobody wants to see the Zyra Rakan, nobody wants to see the Thresh, that kind of thing. Or are there some specific pocket picks that these players have that their opponents are like, actually, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to go anywhere near it. Soxu on the Jinx. I mean, I know that Jinx is a good champion in the meta at the moment, but also Soxu on Jinx is such a strong pick, and this man gets one kill, gets that get excited passive, and your day is over as Exeter.
Well, I think you can really say that about sort of any hyper carry for Soxu, because that has been his style. It's the Jinx, it's the Twitch, it's the Kog'Maw, it's these champions that can take over a game, and I think that's why it's right of us to put a little bit of emphasis towards the bottom lane. Shout out to Hush, by the way. I think he's the coach for Ex Machina, good mate of mine. Very, very cool guy. But I think it's going to be a tough task for him in this series, because you are going up against this long-standing stalwarts of British university competition.
Yeah, and we can see the player cams right here. Super exciting to have them all, in the actual studio. And I want to see the reactions to these plays. I've seen players get hype, and it's so much fun. It's a different atmosphere, playing like this. I think you said it when we came in earlier on, that Samjay, they have played a lot of LAN events. I don't know if Ex Machina have before.
No, and obviously it is a different experience coming to an event like Insomnia, and it's not in your room with your creature comforts. You've got your blahage on the bed or whatever have you. No, you're in a big LAN hall. There's lots of people in here, and you can see your opponents every time you make a mistake or they get a big play, and you can feel that emotion so much more viscerally and so much more real. We need to remember, right, that these guys are people. Hello, Spirit, there in the crowd, just waving to the camera. We need to remember these guys are people. And you do get affected by emotions, and those are only going to be heightened being at an event like this.
Absolutely, and these guys, they didn't just arrive 10 minutes ago, walk over to their seat and get going. They've been at the event for a while. They have probably been hanging out with the opposition teams. You eat with these people, you spend so much time. It really does humanize them, like you said. It shouldn't affect the way that they play, but nerves certainly could be a factor.
Absolutely. As we are heading into draft for the first game of this series, Samjay 1046 on the blue side, Ex Machina on the red. Now, we were wondering what we were going to be seeing in terms of bans coming through. Already, that Jax for refresh taken off the board.
And nobody wants to see it, and I'm not surprised because you're expecting Soxu to be that big carry. You do not want to have a Jax on the opposition able to leap into the back line, use the counter-strike to stop any actual auto-attacks from landing. It's a great counter and also can be so strong within the lane itself. Interesting to see if it will continue with the top lane bans. Jarvan going to come off the board. Now that's a jungler we haven't seen particularly recently, but clearly with the most recent changes coming in.
And it also is something that can accelerate a lot of these lanes, which is the style that we're maybe expecting Samjay 1046 to play towards. And so taking that off the board makes a lot of sense. But I wanted to see that paired up with another early game jungler. There are so many champions that kind of do the same thing as a Jarvan in the early stages. So you need to be aware of that. When you are going through the pick and ban. I do believe we did just see the Evelyn banned away from Hope, which is a perennial ban against him, I believe.
Yeah, it really is. If you want to know what kind of thing Hope wants to play, anything aggressive, Evelyn kind of embodies that specifically. Pretty weak until you hit that level 6, and then all of a sudden, if you can't see the Evelyn, she's definitely behind you, and whoops, your AD carry has died. Taking that off the board makes a lot of sense. Just want to get Hope uncomfortable because Samjay really does. They live and breathe in the team fights through Soxu, sure, but you have to get to that team fight point. If Soxu wants to play a hyper carry, you got to get them to that 2 to 3 item spike, and Hope is the one getting them there.
Absolutely is. I always wonder when we have these little moments where you like jump out of champions, like what the cause is. Because like there's some issue there, right? There's something has occurred. Oh! Production's just told me someone's PC's frozen. That's not good. Okay.
We are pretty late starting this right now because Rainbow Six had some issues. So hopefully all of these tech issues will get sorted out pretty quickly, and then we can.
I almost. There's a little bit of me that didn't want to know almost Bloxer. I wanted to like there to be a little bit of whimsy, a little bit of mystery.
Somebody just saw the bans and was like, nope, let's try this again. It was actually Hope. Hope wanted to be able to play that Evelyn.
Yeah. No, they're not allowed to ban that. Surely. Surely that's against the rules. Actually, do you know what? Tangentially related, Bloxer. That is one of my pet peeves whenever I play, like, custom 5v5s, right?
Yep.
Is people that ban one tricks on the other side. I don't get it.
No?
No. Like, okay, so let's say that I have, I don't know, 867,000 mastery points on Udyr, okay?
Okay.
And I want to play Udyr in the custom. And they ban it.
I think you should speak to my friends because they consistently ban my Warwick and
no.
Every time.
That's really disgraceful. That's really disgraceful behaviour, honestly.
I want to run around as my Warwick and play my nice brain-dead champion that I don't require hands for, so I can miss his singular skill shot in his ult.
I love that you're referring to that as a skill shot, because I make the exact same argument about Malphite.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's got a skill shot. Just because he is the projectile doesn't make it any less of a skill shot.
You can still miss it. Sure, Ezreal's flinging out beams of light. Malphite's throwing his entire body. I'd say that's more commitment. That's more of a skill shot, because if you miss, you've missed.
And it's very embarrassing. When Ezreal misses a Mystic shot, you're like, okay, he's going to have another one in like 4 seconds. It doesn't matter. When a giant boulder just like goes past you, and you're like, oh, okay, that happened.
Yeah. I'd say it's even more embarrassing as a Warwick when you accidentally flee yourself over a wall when you're trying to chase somebody. You just have to slowly sneak back round into the team fight, pretend that didn't happen.
I may have overshot my target. Gone too far in a few places.
Especially when you have all of that movement speed and you've jumped 3 turrets down into the opposition's base.
Oh, this is what I don't like about Zillion. Like sometimes when you're playing like as or as an AD carry on his team, you'd be like, okay, I'm trying to kite, I'm trying to space perfectly. Then all of a sudden you gain 10,000 movement speed and charge full throttle into the enemy Malphite, who thought that you were going to stay still and then misses his ultimate, so it all ends up working out in the end.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's the same sort of thing as when you get feared, but you've got a massive speed boost on you, and so you just fear yourself fly into the backline.
No, Bloxer. No, I have played Master Yi into Fiddlesticks too many times. It is so
Exactly.
painful.
When you
I just want to
cannot-
run and kill a scarecrow.
Not only are you feared, but you've actually feared yourself completely out of the play.
Yeah, no, because that's the thing. Like, if you were just like feared normally and you just like did the little walk back animation, you'd be fine. But because Yi can't be slowed in his ult, you hightail it out of there. You are gone. You disappear over the hills, far away.
It's the true counter, actually, to that Master Yi. Is just pick the fiddle, get rid of him. Nope, you're not allowed to be anywhere nearby anymore.
I wonder if that PC's fixed.
I hope so. I want to see some League of Legends.
I would like some League of Legends.
I've watched a lot of Rainbow Six this morning, and I gotta tell you, I had no clue what was going on. I only knew that the Exeter won when the brilliant casters said that they had, so I'd like a game that I know what's going on in, please.
No, I can understand League of Legends. I think from what I've heard in Rainbow Six, I believe getting kills on the enemy is a good thing. Oh, we're back! Woo!
Oh, and it's the same bands.
A draft has been presented before us. League of Legends will occur.
Excellent. To be honest, with the way that tech issues have been recently, wasn't sure. However, here we go. Let's see if it is this Evelyn band once again. So just to recap, Jack Zaya taken off for Sam J, Ex Machina, they are removing, that Evelyn and the Jarvan.
Yeah. Can we speed up the picks? Come on. You've been keeping us waiting a little bit, guys. Like, can we get through this a little bit quicker? But yeah, you know what? It makes a lot of sense.
It does. Silas coming off of the board. You tend to see Silas as a round 2 ban unless you're specifically scared of the player on it because you want to see how many good ultimates you have before picking it. Doesn't tend to be a blind pick early champion, but clearly not feeling good about seeing Sana onto it, so that one comes off the board.
Yeah, not feeling good, not feeling all right. One of these teams will be having the best night of their university esports lives at the end of this series. Jinx going to be that final ban, like you touched on. Pre-game blocks. Soxu's Jinx is legendary, but we're not going to be seeing it this game. Karthus instead, though. Okay. Yeah, this was pretty good.
The fact that Karthus has become a first pickable champion is ridiculous to me. He used to not be blindable at all. All of a sudden, you know that Karthus in the jungle is just going to be fine. I'm expecting to see quite an aggressive jungler as the response, something like the Vi, the Viego, so that you can punish out early because that Karthus is inevitable. Karma down in the bot lane, though, you want to pair that up with something with a lot of poke, a Caitlyn, a Varus perhaps, so that you can just bully out Soxu and Dido.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's Ex Machina's bot lane sort of throwing down a gauntlet, right, in game one. If this Karma pick is going into the bottom lane, can, of course, flex around a little bit, but you've got an aggressive bot lane of Soxu and Dido going up against you. Match that aggression with some potency in lane of your own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right there, the massive poke in this bot side that Ex Machina have for themselves.
Oh, yes! Oh, yes!
Do you want to talk about this?
I don't know how to talk about this, Bloxer.
Oh, if you're just, at Insomnia, you're watching NSC, you don't particularly follow League of Legends, this is awesome. This is not a standard bot lane pick whatsoever, but it's exactly the kind of ridiculous, crazy thing that Sox and Dido would love to pull out. You can deal so much damage with a Pyke, and you know that you're just going to be pushed in by squishy opposition when you're against that Karma Varus. This is a perfectly fine bot lane for those two to just absorb pressure. You're not winning in the lane particularly, but that gank setup is ridiculous. And once you get into the late stages of the game, invulnerable Pyke.
That does not sound very pleasant. The issue that I do see, though, is that you are giving up a load of that lane pressure when you've got a jungler like Karthus who, vulnerable, if he's got getting invaded, doesn't have too much mobility. But this Malphite on the other side for Ex Machina is going to cause even more problems for him.
Yeah, absolutely. As this Karthus, you are hoping to die with your ultimate up. That's the only sort of saving grace right here, is that I'm expecting this Karthus to die a lot, but hopefully with an ultimate up to be able to still do damage afterwards. Malphite in the top lane too, perfectly happy to just sit back and absorb pressure, which is good because Samjay need winning lanes somewhere. Your bot lane is not winning, your jungle is not going to win a lane for you, so your lanes, top and mid, need to be able to win for themselves.
And I think that's why it's interesting that Ex Machina have been sort of banning away these neutralizing picks, actually, from the side of Bootsy. Maybe they're going to try and force him onto a carry, which is something that the Malphite is going to be absolutely fine to chill against. Hecarim going to come through in the jungle for him, so it does look like we're going to be saving mid lane for the counter pick for Ex Machina.
There we are. So let's see these two solo laners out of Samjay. You know you're against a Malphite. You know you can pick something relatively aggressive into Malphite, and well, he'll still be fine.
Do you know you're into Malphite, though? We
That
did say...
I did say it could be mid lane.
Top of the day, could be mid lane.
That's true. Okay,
we will have to wait and see. Okay, that is a Wukong.
Is that a Karthus mid?
I believe it may be. Because I'm not going to lie, I don't see a Wukong going into any of these lanes. That's going to be set most likely in the top side. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Bloxer. I really don't know where any of these champions on Samjay 1046 are going.
No, I think we're going to just have to wait and see what swaps come through before we can actually make any true determinations on where people are playing. We should be able to see with this pick where this Malphite is. Okay, so it should be Malphite. Oh, now I'm not going to say that, though, because...
no! Right, okay, I think Zillion mid lane, that's probably the best place to put him. And hey, like, you've got a really decent matchup there into the Karthus, and a load of ganks set up for your Hecarim as well.
What does Hecarim like to do? The answer is run fast. Now, which champions that Ex Machina have drafted for themselves have speed-ups?
I can spot a couple.
Just a couple. This Hecarim is going to be running at absolute light speed. My only question is, who does he assassinate? I guess the answer has to be this Karthus. You want to kill him pretty quickly. You're not going to catch a Pyke. The Taric should be bringing invulnerability down as well. This is a very interesting draft on both sides. Specifically, if Samjay win with this composition, I don't know if Ex Machina come back from this, because we know Samjay can play standard exceptionally well. If they can play crazy as well too, oh boy.
I feel like I'm starting to see the idea behind it. Essentially, you've just got this massive all-in comp. Right, look at them there on stage. They have crafted something absolutely wondrous for us this afternoon. But you've got this big all-in comp where you can go forward with that Pyke, with all that Taric invulnerability on top of him, the set to the Wukong diving on top of your backline as well. And you don't care about the Karthus dying, right? As long as he's going to be able to drop his ultimate and the rest of your squad can get on top of this Varus, get on top of this Zillion, then Samjay are going to be feeling pretty good.
Absolutely they are. And hey, Karthus ult, you like to bring it down at the end of a team fight in the early game to be able to secure kills and get yourself ahead. But once you get into those stages of the game and you can chunk somebody for half of your HP with just the Karthus ult, that execute on Dido with this Pyke is looking incredibly strong.
It will be, as we are on to the Rift and straight into a pause. Hopefully not going to last as long as the last one. I will just say, though, we do have a Zillion. So I think that's something that is going to be really pivotal in preventing that reset coming through on Dido's ultimate. And hey, if Pyke doesn't get that reset, it's going to be very difficult for him to play the rest of the game.
It really is. Pyke is relying on being able to weave his way through all of these team fights, land a hook, execute somebody, get it into those resets. This composition is very do or die. You have got to find that early aggression and get yourselves into a decent spot, because sure, you have pretty good scaling, but so does Ex Machina, and their composition is a lot more standard. And standard is good, I'd say, in a game one. You know,
there's a reason why the meta is the meta.
Yes, there really is.
And I think even with all of the access options that Samjay have access to, right? Repeating the same word in a sentence. What am I doing? But Ex Machina have got this range advantage that Samjay fundamentally have to close if they want to kill them.
They really do. I mean, you have got to go flying into the backline, and like you said, that Zillion ultimate is perfect to stop that from happening. Once you do go flying into the backline, if the person you've all piled onto just gets to revive within a couple of seconds, it doesn't work as well. Ex Machina 2, having themselves a big tanky frontline in the Malphite who can walk into a bush, get set up around a Drake, and an AD carry to be able to just shred through the opposition slowly but surely, it makes playing the game just a lot easier. I'll be interested to see what Laspid goes for when it comes to build path. Is it going to be that more lethality build or just straight on hit?
Well, because you have got this sort of very tempting sort of on hit presented before you, right? Because you're going to be able to do a lot of damage. These guys are going to be a little bit tankier, and so you want the ability to burn through their HP with that on hit build. But also, you really don't want to be getting hit by them. So maybe that lethality option, which can play at a more extended range, does become a little bit more appealing.
Like you said, there is that massive range advantage for Ex Machina. Do you just lean into that? Say, fine, I know that if I get close to you, I die, but I'm not going to be anywhere within your vicinity. Early stages of the game, I mean, is Pyke a high priority ganking jungler? Sorry, not Pyke. Is Wukong even a high priority?
I think he can, right? I think he can get into these lanes. And the issue that you're going to have with the Hecarim is that he does want to clear a little bit more. I think he really comes online at level 6 as a champion. But I think on the whole, I think Ex Machina are going to be fine with a little bit of a slower pace to this game, as we are finally, and hopefully for the final time, jumping back onto the Rift. Oh. No more pauses. No more pauses. That's all I'm asking for.
We've got some actual League of Legends right here, so let's have it. Ex Machina versus Samjo, 1046.
Oh, Dad, no!
No!
Oh, this is... We specifically requested not this to happen. Oh, unbelievable.
The last pause looked like a sound issue, you know, people taking headsets on and off, testing them out. Hopefully this one will be just as easily resolved so that we can actually get into this series, because I want to see if Ex Machina can stand up against the reigning champions of Samj. I want to see if they can actually give us a best of 5 series, because if you're just coming into this matchup and you simply look at who these teams are, you're expecting it to be a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, based on the pedigree, right, that is going to be the anticipated outcome, but I think maybe DMU have sort of put that pedigree a little bit at risk here, because this is a very, very strange composition. And of course, we know that they are good enough of a team to execute something like this on their day. But hey, if it's not their day today, then they could look real silly after this game 1.
If you get slapped around on this composition, have to go slinking back to playing standard, that doesn't feel so good, and that's a massive boost to Ex Machina. On the other hand, if you pull out this composition, which I'm going to say it's a disrespectful composition, I think it's fun, I'm excited to see it, but it is not the sort of composition you pull out when you think you're worse than your opponents. If you beat them on it, and you prove that you are just better, then
it's confidence, right? It's a confidence comp. It's one that makes you feel really, really good when you lock it in, and hopefully even better for yourselves when you win the game. Obviously, is going to be the hope for Samj, but I do think that there are viable options on the other side. I think that this Zillion could be a really pivotal pick here for Ex Machina. I think they could really break the game open and prevent DMU from being able to get that first kill, from being able to get that reset, and also provide additional safety in the form of this movement speed as well.
I would be fascinated to see when the last time in a competitive game we saw Zillion versus Karthus mid.
That... Oh, that's like a battle of the champions with the worst auto attack animations.
Yep.
They are not
auto
good.
attack damage.
Yeah. Oh.
These champions don't do very much damage to each other unless they're hitting spells very consistently. If you're not hitting those bombs out of the Zillion, if the Skittles aren't landing out of the Karthus, it's not quite a wet noodle fight because that implies big tanks, but there shouldn't be anything too wild going on in this mid lane.
You've said Bloxer, a horrible mistake. You've said the word shouldn't. You said the word shouldn't. You've made an expectation of what is going to occur, which means that fundamentally it's got to be the opposite.
About to see zillion solo kills right here.
Oh no! Has there ever been a zillion solo kill in comp? No, there was a zillion pentakill, I think, in EU Masters last year.
Was there?
I'm pretty sure there was.
I could just imagine the AD carry in that scenario going, dude!
How has this happened?
That was mine! Oh, that is hilarious.
That's just really, really not nice when people steal pentas.
I mean, Zillion mid lane was really big last year. In the sort of middle part of last year, that was a huge pick. It was kind of the biggest pick that we had seen. I mean, specifically in the university esports scene, in the UK, and then in the international university scene, that pick was taking over. It was 100% pick banned basically every single game. And it was so good at enabling everyone else around you. If you don't necessarily think that Xana is going to be able to win their lane matchup in a straight 1v1, it doesn't matter. Zillion can roam so well and is so useful across the board. If your jungler wants to take the Drake, well, when the Zillion's in support like usual, that's just fine. But if your Zillion's in mid lane, they're also right there for the Herald anytime you want it.
Yeah, and does have a lot of power. Oh my word, we're in game. Bloxer, it's happening. League of Legends.
No.
Game 1 of the grand final, here we go!
I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
So, right. Do you reckon we make it to 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Hang on, refresh.
Do you reckon that everybody on DMU is going to make it to 2 minutes? Hold on, this is a very aggressive jungle start, but Hope going to be able to take away these Raptors, and Ames is going to be slowed down on their clear.
Yeah, massively. Exactly where Eames would have liked to have started that clear. Instead, he's just going to have to go and take on that. And that is very aggressive. I was expecting more, actually, out of Ex Machina in that situation. They sort of had a full surrounding flank. Clearly didn't think that they actually won out on that 1v1, and I'll be really interested to see, does Eames now move down into the bottom side jungle of Samjay, or are they just going to sort of be bullied out?
Yeah, I mean, so you could opt in for a sort of split map state here, where you just go and take your enemy red buff, or what you can do is run through mid lane and contest at their blue. Now, I don't think that Eames is looking like they're going to be doing that necessarily. They are still quite low on mana. In the top lane, Bootsy already having a decent time versus Refresh.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, look at the push right here, with Hope up here as well. No threat from the jungle, and you secured that for yourself.
Ooh, hook going to be used by Didol. Level 2 hit by X. Last going in. Soxu going to be rooted down. The Hecarim taken relatively low. Exhaust is going to be dropped on top of him. And DMU are trying to turn this one around. First blood in the grand final goes to Didol. Lasp is going to be able to take one back. And the Pite is rooted for a double.
Oh, it turns out nice for Ex Machina in the end, but that hook from Didol just to secure that initial kill was very nice. And this is the issue with taking a split map. Hope forcing the split map means that Eames is going to be bot side, and yet Soxu and Didol, they don't know anything other than aggression. They push up anyway and get punished for it massively.
And hey, what we were saying, 2 kills on Avaris can really change the way that this lane is going to play out. And you've got a couple of kills on Avaris very, very early on. With no summoners for DMU's bot lane either, it's going to be so difficult for them to contest the push in this way.
It really is. And oh boy, you do not want to be giving over 2 kills early on to Avaris. Not when you're the composition that kind of wants to scale a little bit more, wants to wait for things to happen. And now coming back into play, look at that. Double longsword plus a dagger. Avaris dealing ridiculous damage already.
But DMU actually opting for a gank into the middle lane here with Didol and Soxu. Pike going to be opening it up with the Bone Skewer, getting the hook onto Sand, who's going to have to flash away. Very, very close to falling down.
Ooh, and Hope clearly just wants to keep getting aggressive. So far, this split map has worked out better for Ex Machina than Samjay, but you can see, Hope, this top side of the map, both sides on this top side of the map, is 100% Hope's, not looking to allow Eames in there whatsoever. And that is an interesting decision when you've got a Drake spawning in just 20 seconds time, kind of where you want to be.
Yeah, and you've got this bot wave which is currently shoving in favour of Ex Machina quite significantly. Somtu is going to be locked down there. We're going into a replay. I think we might be having another fight happening. Not too sure what's on our screen right now.
Nice hook.
It's a nice hook at level 1, I guess. Yeah, I'm not too sure what is currently going on, Bloxer. Oh, there's a fight in the bot lane. People have died! People have died! And more may yet still. Timber Topper just about getting away from that bone skewer. Okay, where are we? 4-1 on the board in favour of Ex Machina just over 5 minutes in.
So that was a solo?
Is that a solo kill for Refresh?
Eames got in on that, because there's a... Wait.
No, so I think Eames ganked in the bot. Eames was bot side. Refresh just solo killed Bootsy.
That's not how this matchup's meant to work. Question mark pings on that one. Question mark pings down towards the bot side as well when you've given over a 3rd kill to the Varus, who is now 600 gold, I think that will be, away from having a fully completed item at 6 minutes into the game.
Yeah, no, that feels bad. I think that feels really, really bad if I am DMU. Not too bad though, because they're still going to be able to take away this dragon. And hey, it's 6 minutes in. This game is far from over, and I think once we hit level 6s for their comp, they're going to have a few more opportunities as we see Refresh trying to make a play onto Bootsy, and he is going to be successful. Requiem comes through, not enough to take down the Malphite.
Not quite, and clearly Bootsy has just used that W too early in that fight. Right at the end, I was waiting for it, had so much, saved up, wasn't quite able to come through. Unfortunately, Carpus just doesn't deal that much damage at this stage into the game. More aggression bot side.
Yeah, Dido looking at something, I believe. We've got multiple members of DMU here, Hope as well. They're on top of going to get pulled back. The clone is beating up on the Karma a little bit, but no one going down.
Nothing happening quite yet, and it's just so close. Everything feels on a knife's edge, despite the fact that 2k gold into Ex Machina's back pocket. I just know so much of DMU. I'm expecting for them to be able to pull one out, but right now it doesn't look quite that way. Bot side.
Dido one auto away from dying. Soxy needs to be very careful. No mana, and I think he's just going to be another casualty. Last on a rampage kill. Dido's going to get one back.
Dido is pretty strong at the moment, but Lasp's just dealing so much damage. Gank, though. Can Hope get in here without ult? No real way to get onto Lasp, who just manages to walk away. 4 kills into the back pocket of this Varus. 44 CS as well. This feels like a Jin set.
Oh, Hope is getting very aggressive here. Lasp is going to open up with the spells, but Dido flashes away and shuts him down. Eames turns up on the Hecarim and says, nay, no way are you getting away with that. The Cyclone from Hope will keep the Wukong alive.
The fighting just does not stop down in this bottom lane. You can see how much aggression. Hey, we were correct earlier on when we said we expected bot lane to be explosive. How explosive? I don't know if we even knew. See Dido having already completed that first item, and gonna be so strong. You have to imagine Lasps.
Oh, good movement from Refresh. He just opens up with the ult, and he's going to get a solo kill here. You have to feel a killing spree. Okay, we had a look at that one, and it looked pretty damn good.
3 kills into the back pocket of Refresh on the Malphite. That makes me very scared for Notice, because this Malphite is going to be dealing ridiculous amounts of damage and be incredibly tanky, getting this accelerated ahead in terms of gold, pushing in another wave that Boots is now going to miss out on.
Yeah, and Ex Machina have shown up very impressively in game 1 of this series against the dynasty that DMU have built. They have shown. Well, they have shown so far, rather. That dynasty may be falling. Hope starting up the Herald as we are jumping into another pause.
Just a nice another quick little pause, and to be honest, I think we might need it after that early game. Might need to catch our breaths, or take stock of what's going on, because, oh boy, basically, that was so much aggression, and most of it going in the favour of Ex Machina, but it's not like Samjay are lying down and taking it. They are finding ways to fight back.
But I feel like the issue is almost that when they are fighting back, it's kind of not working out for them as much, right? And there's only so many times that you can take these fights where you lose a little bit and you give away a couple of kills or a little bit of damage on a tower. There's only so many of those that you can do before the advantages that the enemy team ends up getting are more significant and actually cause you to lose the game.
Yeah, exactly. The way that Ex Machina are playing is very calm and collected, finding aggression in situations where they need to, but most of these fights have been started by Samjay. It's not like Ex Machina are massively looking for it, other than that first gank down towards the bot side. It's been Samjay looking to get aggressive with this pike, and unfortunately, kind of just inting kills into Laspent. Of all the champions bot lane you want to feed, Varus is pretty low on that list at the moment, because it's such a strong pick.
It really is. Now, I think the small solace for DMU is that it is going to be that lethal tempo, Varus. So whilst the damage is going to be pretty significant, we are going to have to see this AD carry get in a more vulnerable position to deal that damage.
Luckily, backed up by a Zillion, though. Of all the situations where you don't mind getting a little bit more aggressive, having Sana on that Zillion means that even if you do manage to leap into the backline as this pike perhaps get on top of the Varus, you don't necessarily get that kill, and once Pike has used all of his abilities, there's not a whole lot left for him to really do other than just dive into the backline again and continue trying to deal as much damage as possible.
It's a shotgun composition, right, from DMU fundamentally. If it doesn't kill you immediately, you got to take time to reload. And in the time that you're reloading, well, I learnt this from Rainbow Six a bit earlier on today. If you're reloading, you can get killed quite easily.
You really can do. And it just makes me worry about Samjay and the way that they've decided to play this one out. This is the kind of composition where you need to use it to smash your opponents, really break their morale, rather than put yourself in a deficit in the game instantaneously and then have to fight back. Sure, we know Samjay are a good squad. They've not been in situations where they're often put down in the dirt, but they have lost first games in series. They have fought back. It's not the end of the world. I just want to see some more calm from them. I want to see Soxu and Didol breathe, rather than just go flying in like they usually do.
I mean, the thing that is going to feel like half decent for DMU, right, is Didol does have 3 kills. Like, this Pike has gotten a fair bit of gold, and once he hits that level 6 mark, he is gonna become a threat on the map. I just wanted to let you know, Blocks, that if we go into a pause again, okay, I'm going to be doing League of Legends trivia for you, so make sure that you're getting ready whilst you're keeping an eye on the game as well.
Uh-oh. That's, good to know. Good to know.
But I'm sure we won't need to do that.
No.
I'm sure we won't need to do that. It's going to be fine.
If anything's been proven to us today, it's that the internet connection is very stable, and everything is fine.
Right, but that's the game. 10 minutes in, we are looking pretty good for the side of Ex Machina. I'm liking this build, actually. Coming out from Eames, looks like he's going towards Spear of Shojin, I believe?
Yeah.
Building out of those items?
I think that it is. I mean, that is the most recommended Hecarim build at the moment. I've been seeing it pop up more and more. Gone are the days when Hecarim plays tanky. No. This man's is going to stay alive through sheer force of will and dealing damage. Obviously, off of that W has a lot of healing built into the kit. And so you just try to be as aggressive as possible and try to make that work. Nice out of boots.
Yeah, but Refresh is still dealing a load of damage back. Okay, that is very unpleasant there for the Malfires. This is pretty unpleasant for Dido as he's dropping down. Topper will be falling for Ex Machina, but Ames is not stopping. It's going to take down Gnosis. A second kill for the Hecarim, even more for Ex Machina.
I think Eames in that, Notice in that situation just accepted his fate, knew that he was going to die, but once again, more kills, all of them going into the back pocket of Dido. At this point, he is incredibly strong and scary. I'm so interested to see the way that these teams team fight. Ex Machina, their composition pretty standard for a team fight, Samjay, though, incredibly different. Teleports up to refresh and Sana.
Oh no! Oh, the Hecarim just wanted to get over the wall, but he wasn't able to. It's going to be absolutely fine in this scenario, though, as it gets turned back around on Samjay. 2 kills for Ex Machina.
And the ability to just keep Eames alive, didn't even need to pop that zillion ult. Lasp just does so much damage. And that's the issue. You thought you had an excellent pick. Dido with a brilliant hook to pull Eames back over the wall, and it just doesn't matter. Not when your oppositions are that much gold ahead. It's not often that you say you're smacking your oppositions with your wallet at 12 minutes into the game, but 4k gold lead is significant at this point into the game.
Yeah, and it's not like it's just focused on an individual member of Ex Machina. They have got leads right across the map. Refresh is doing well, Eames is doing fantastically, and Nast is also doing not a half bad notice. Oh no, a very good flash coming out from the Carthus, but it's not going to be able to save his life. The bomb will take him down. Sana with their first kill of the game, and Ex Machina are running rampant.
This is an absolute routing, and this is exactly what we were not expecting. Samjay, defending champions for the past 2 splits. They've constantly been at the top echelons of university esports. And this time around, they do not look that good.
Yeah, this is a little bit over-aggressive from the Ex Machina AD carry. And DMU will punish. Hope is getting a little bit low, but Timatopper does not have enough damage on the Comet to take him down. Refresh will be Hope. Someone doesn't have the ultimate available, and he's stuck in a momentary 1v3. Here comes the Carthus ult. Shut down for Dido. Okay, Samjay, we see you.
And now they're going to pop the Herald down here, attempt to break this turret. And I would just like to highlight that you said it was over-aggressive out of Lasp while he was sat under his tier 2. That's how far back he needed to be to have avoided this play.
Wait, is this... What's this Herald doing? Is it just not gonna... Oh no, it's coming back. Okay, there we are. There we are. Okay.
He was just having some fun. Now you're going to be able to take down this turret. That's first turret blood and a huge injection of gold into Samjay's pockets.
And the first 13 minutes of this game went pretty good for Ex Machina. And, well, 14 minutes is looking still decent for them, as Eames is going to get another kill on Tenosis, has really had his number, but Samjay are a hell of a lot closer to Ex Machina in terms of gold, in terms of power level, than they were 90 seconds ago.
Yep, that 13 minutes exactly, all 60 seconds of it was all the Samjay show, getting to take down that first turret in the bot lane versus a pushing composition, exactly what you don't expect.
Right,
No.
okay, we're doing it, we're doing it, right, we're doing it. Okay, so, Luxa.
Yes.
We're going to be playing Guess the Champion by the name of their ultimate ability, okay?
Oh, boy.
Okay, so... I've got like a quiz up here on a well-known quiz website, and I'm just going to pick these at random. Right, so
Nobody told me it was National Embarrass Your Colour Day.
well, I mean, like this is clearly setting up for you to embarrass me at some point. Right, okay. So Highlander.
Highlander. I really thought I knew Champion Ultimates. It's must be one of the new champions.
I agree with that statement in the sense that it's completely wrong.
Huh. You know, on this one, genuinely, I have no clue.
Genuinely no clue. Well, the answer will be on your screens after the break. Sana, victim of Dido and Soksu. That bomb might be enough.
Oh, nearly.
Take down the pike, but not quite.
Not quite indeed. Getting super close though, as we continue to see just how close this match actually has turned into. Samjay, they were down 4k gold, which at this stage in the game was massive. They've pulled it right back. They're now dead even pretty much with Ex Machina, and as we come into about 50 minutes into the game, next Herald's going to be spawning soon. Next thing you could sort of fight over. Boots continues to have a very bad time in this top lane.
Yeah, and those true damage shots just haven't been landing onto Refresh fundamentally, and if you're hitting him outside of that little center portion, it's going to be doing physical damage, and Malphite doesn't take a lot of physical damage. Idol does a fair bit of physical damage, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to tussle with the rock quite yet.
Not quite yet. As you can see, 5 members all stacked right on top of each other for Ex Machina. Bullying out. This Herald should 100% be theirs. They've set up very nicely for this one. Got a good presence in this top quadrant of the map, and at this point in the game, I don't really know if Samjay want to go for straight 5v5s. They certainly have a good composition for it if you can get that full invulnerability down, but...
It's high risk, high reward.
Middle cut.
Yeah. Wait, what?
There's a fight. Hang on.
Oh no, there's people dying. There's lots and lots of people dying.
Oh no, both of the bot lane going down for Samjay right as I remember the answer to the question. It's Master Yi.
It's Master Yi, correct. Master Yi. Fantastic stuff. And Ex Machina feeling pretty good right now as well. They've just got a couple of kills. They're going to take down that mid lane tower and try and reassert a bit more authority on this game.
Massive chunk of that turret going down as well. And Ex Machina, although they had a bad 13 minutes, the rest of the game has seemed pretty good. Boots eventually should win this matchup. I just don't know at what point that comes. When he's down 3 kills, finally has got that Gourd Drinker and some Boots. He should be in a better spot now. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Sana is isolated on the sideline and maybe a victim of homicide. He used the Chrono Shift on himself, but Dido going to be able to wait that one out. Eames is turning up as well, and Ex Machina are going to be able to turn this one around. The Requiem's going to come down. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to take anyone out, and DMU investing some ultimates a little bit carelessly. There comes the fear. Hope he's going to be able to dash back away, but Eames will target Soksu instead. The Tarek persisting. There's just persisting through this fight, honestly, but not going to be able to persist for too much longer. Sana Owo with their second kill of the game.
Indeed, and this bot lane has just been a massive weak point for Samjay. Exactly what we did not expect to happen.
It's happened again. Refresh has just killed Bootsy.
Yeah. This is not how anybody was expecting this matchup to go. We knew Ex Machina were a good team, but we thought Samjay were a great team. They picked themselves a very weird composition, and it has absolutely and unequivocally not paid off right here. Dido needs to be careful. Hang on.
Oh, Timmy Topo is going to need to be careful as well, but execute.
Yeah.
A little bit wide, and these advantages continue to stack up for Ex Machina. They've got 20 kills at 18 minutes, and they are looking very, very strong.
So strong. Take a look at this right here. 4K got back. Clearly, Samjay can fight back. They've got a lot of gold standing still on the map. This mid lane turret is exceptionally low. One strong push should take that one down. But there's objective bounties up. There's so much gold that they could be getting, but they just can't.
Hope is opting into the 1v1 versus Ames, anticipating that he's going to be getting some assistant. Chrono Shift used onto the Hecarim. Not going to be popped. He dashes away. Hope pretty damn low. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught out. Soksu going to get rooted here as Master's going forward on a killing spree with a piercing arrow and Refresh hunting for notice. The Karthus running away as Soksu dies on the other side of the fight, and Exter find 3.
And even if that Requiem was up and available, nobody even got low enough during that fight to be taken out by it. Ex Machina, they just are playing so well around each other. The map rotation to bring Refresh down into that play, there was no objective of it. It was just Ex Machina knowing what Samjay were going to be looking for to try to get themselves back into this game. I don't think Boots wins this fight either.
No, it's not looking like it right now. Is finally going to be using that showstopper, but is his show being stopped? Domination from the Exeter Hecarim, and game 1 is looking pretty dumb.
I think I'd have to agree with you. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that I could see a way for this Samjay composition to fight back. Tarek is great in a late game team fight, but you have to survive long enough for that ultimate to come down. It takes about 1.5 seconds for it actually to fully form and for you to be invulnerable. That is great when you're ahead in a game, when you're able to use that as you're running towards your opponents, and then when you get in, you've got it up perfect.
Oh no. Notice is going to get beaten to death. Refresh with the autos, with the ult, with the kill. Easy as you like. DMU actually trying to be a little bit proactive. They've caught Outlast. Chrono Shift is going to bring him back to life, but I'm not sure he's going to be lasting that much longer. Dido is going to get taken down. That is a big kill for Ex Machina, and here comes the Hecarim. It's a grand team fight for Ex Machina, and there is nothing that Soxel, there is nothing that Boozy can do to stop their opponents. An ace for Ex Machina, and they're going to head straight for the Baron.
It's going to be Baron right here for Ex Machina, and it doesn't even matter down in the bot lane as Refresh wailing onto this tower too. What a team fight, and it was all because Didal got taken out just too early. Was not able to get that first ultimate reset off, and it ruined the entire team fight. The fact that Sana survived there on basically no HP and then stayed and kept throwing bombs over that wall, that's pure confidence. And this game was already pretty far out of reach of Samj. It might just be over.
Baron tends to end games, and Exeter put themselves in a prime position to take advantage in this game one. Reminder, best of 5 still. Lots of League of Legends regardless of what happens in this first game, but it has been fundamentally unpleasant for Samj from DMU. Boozy ulting into the fight, but already DMU have lost one in this play. They've lost two as Eames is legendary. Lisette is going to fall as well. There is nothing left for Samj in this game.
3 quick kills right here for Ex Machina off of Samj aggression once again, and that's the way that Samj play. They play with full aggression and they don't know how to turn it off. This was not the composition where they needed to give over some early kills. It started with an unfortunate gank going wrong down in the bot lane. Last picks up 2 kills, and from that moment onwards, Ex Machina have felt firmly in control of this game. They're up by 2 Drakes to 1. They've got a ton of gold over their opponents. What's that? Over 10k? Is that 11k gold?
Yeah, that is 11k at 22 and a bit minutes. Unpleasant.
Yeah.
Very, very unpleasant. And hey, if you're not going to be able to break down this composition earlier on, then you're not going to be able to deal with it now that it's scaled. And game 2 is going to be on the horizon and in the mind of Samj, but not for now. They're going to be getting a pick on Talat. He's going to stay alive with his shield for way too long there. He's going to get taken down by Hope.
Nice shield.
Here comes the Malphite. Cosmic Radiance is going to be falling down, but there are more members of Exeter here at this play. That's going to end very, very badly for Samj. Boozy and Sotu isolated against 3 members of Exeter as here comes Eames to clean them up. Refresh dominating on the Malphites. Another kill onto Notice, and Exeter run up the mid lane.
Hope has to limp away, and this well could be the end of the game. You've got 20 seconds on multiple members. At least the inhibitor, there's no need to rush right here as Ex Machina. Take this inhibitor and walk away. Although, to be fair, they are strong enough that if they want it...
Yeah, and if DMU will give the fight to them, I think Exeter more than happy to take it. Didal gets with a bone skewer. Sama needs to be careful here. He's pretty damn low.
Look at the speeds.
Below, not available for the Pike. No ultimate as I think, Bloxer, Ex Machina are just going to take your advice and go back for the Drake.
It's the correct play right here. They don't need to play like Headless Chickens. To be honest, they don't need to play like Samj have been this time around. Didal's still wanting it. This man does not know how to stop. Drake being started up. There are low health bars. This could be an opportunity for Samj.
Oh, he's going to be able to get the first one. Reset, shut down onto the Zillion. Now he's trying to tussle with Tim and Topper, but it's not going to go well for him. Boozy getting it all back onto Ames in the back line. His last was taken down. Hope. And Hope has fallen for DMU. They're going to get a 2-for-2 in this fight, but here comes the ultimate. Last is going to be able to wail down with damage on to Sam J. And Didal is left alone to ponder what could have been in game 1 as Ex Machina are going to run forward and push for the end.
They should be able to pick this one up nice and easily. It's only Didal left available. He is the strongest member on Samj, but there's only one blinking health bar, and it really is a big tanky Malphite. Didal's not even going to go for it.
Yes.
Should just concede this game, and what a performance out of Ex Machina.
That has been exceptional stuff for the team from Exeter in game 1 of this series. Still a long way to go, but they're 1-0 up and have snatched first advantage.
We were expecting Samj to come in absolutely swinging. They thought so too with the composition they drafted for themselves. And no, absolutely not. Things go from bad to worse to the game ending in what was that, 25 minutes?
That was pretty damn rapid. And if you're DMU, if you're Samjay right now, you've not got a long turnaround time between now and the next game will be coming up. Should be in just a few minutes. So Blocks, that puts you in a really rough spot to be blown out that hard in game one and then have to come back. That's going to be a tough task.
It really is going to be. It's not the kind of thing that you want as Samjay. When you have a reputation to uphold, these guys are confident. They know how good they are. But that draft, back to standard, please, out of Samjay. I know that you want to prove that you are easily the strongest team. However, as Samjay, you're coming in as the reigning champions. You should be better than Ex Machina, and you believe it, but play a standard composition and prove it to us in a way that's gotten you this far in the first place.
Counterpoint, do it again and just do it better.
That does also work. Dino was doing pretty well. I think if you don't lose that early couple of kills over to the Varus, things are a little bit easier.
It's the nature of the composition. It's very high variance. It's very high risk, high reward. That game was probably closer than it felt like, than maybe it looked like a lot of the time. But fundamentally, it's a 25-minute win where the enemy team gets 40 kills. You're not feeling great about that, whatever way you want to sugarcoat it. And for Ex Machina, what a performance! Honestly, whilst there was sort of madness across the map, they were also just doing well in lanes and really showing up against the multi-time champions.
I'm so impressed with this squad. They have been runners-up and 5th place and doing well, but not that top echelon of talent when it comes to universities. But they've kept at it, and at this point, taking the fight to reigning champions is incredibly impressive. And it was impressive across the board. Bot lane doing incredibly well for themselves. Solo kills on a Malphite versus a set?
Yeah.
Huh? And that Zillion play was excellent. It never looks flashy, it's a Zillion, but keeping alive the correct members, speed ups going exactly where they needed to go. I'm super impressed with this team.
Yeah, no, they have done exceptionally, as we are going to be jumping to a short break, but don't go anywhere because Game 2 is coming up in a few minutes.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
My name is Tina, and I'm a part of the Goose House community.
My name's Ross. I am a junior events manager for the Goose House.
Being a part of the Goose House community has actually helped me to improve my language skills because I'm surrounded by people who are English speakers only.
Since joining the Goose House, I became a lot more social. I became more open with how I am as a person. Before, when I joined, I was like really down, obviously with COVID and stuff like that. And then I joined and everyone asked me how I was every day. They'd speak to me, and my worst points, I'd always had someone there to back me and speak to me. I'd never attended a LAN event, and the most recent LAN event was in October, November for Epic LAN, and they encouraged me to go, and it was the best thing I've ever done in a long time.
For advice for people that are seeking for any gaming community, I would actually recommend just not being shy. You know, turn your mic on, don't be scared of being judged, that people are going to judge you because of your accent. Just don't be scared, because people, like, especially the Goose House, it's a very open community. No one's going to judge you.
The main bit of advice I can give is don't be afraid to go out of your own comfort zone to meet new people. Sometimes, like, going out of that comfort zone, you can meet the most amazing people in the world. Like, some of the people I've met are, like, now my best friends.
Throughout those few months that I've been a part of the Goose House, I've met such a big amount of great people that I'm so thankful for. The admins, Dan, Meg, Casso, Sly, there are so many more people, but the whole admin crew is so nice, so helpful, and I'm so thankful for them for just making me feel very safe.
Just the main admins in general, like, a lot of them backed me and supported me into getting to where I am today. And honestly, I've had, like, the most support in the community that I've ever had, and it felt nice. Like, I've never really had that support for my second family.
Hello there, everybody. We are just about to hop back into this series, into this final Game 2 just on the horizon. And Bloxer, it was an upset win for Ex Machina in Game 1, but I'm going to say it was pretty well earned.
Oh yeah, it was not like, I don't know, Sam J just threw everything onto the floor for them and Ex Machina just picked it up. They played really well for themselves. Exeter found a great gank into the bot lane and snowballed from there. Really impressive play, and if they can repeat that in multiple games in this series, I think that Ex Machina could well be our new NSC champions. I don't want to say it's going to happen quite yet. I'm interested to see how Sam J are able to bounce back from what was a pretty tough defeat. But as it stands, Ex Machina, they've shown me enough that I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, and I think that means that looking forward towards the rest of this series, not just this Game 2, I feel like we should be up some decent League of Legends. I think, provided that DMU are able to sort of come back and bring the A game, bring that level of quality, which we know that they have, they're going to be in very, very good stead.
Absolutely, they are. I want to see Sam J change up the draft. That's what I want from this next game. That draft that they had for themselves, it had some promise, but it had some promise if everything went absolutely correct. And because even the slightest thing didn't, instantly it fell apart.
Yeah. And despite all of the strong proactive plays that they were making, they weren't able to pull it back. But I've got to say that Last in particular, I think did a really, really good job of picking up that lead that he'd been given and really, really running with it.
Absolutely, he did. You could see just how accelerated his items were. Already having yourself that mythic, like 12 minutes into the game, that's super strong. That's the kind of situation where when you're against a Varus who's gone that far ahead, things feel pretty oppressive. And there was no need to go with the slightly more iffy lethality build where you're relying on constantly hitting those arrows, when instead you could just sit there and wail on whoever was nearby. Dido nearly managed to find a couple carry performance moments on that pike. But Dido is your support. And I know that he's a great player, but you're not used to having the weight of your team being put directly on your back in that same way as a support player.
I think Dido is one of those guys that I think I probably trust more than most to be put into that situation. But I definitely agree with you on the wider point, right? Like, there's a reason that you can play like AD carry bot lane, and it looks really, really good. Soxu is very, very good at that. And if Dido wants to be partnering alongside him on that pike, I'm okay with that. I think there is elements of this draft that I want Sam J to take forward into the rest of this series. But for Ex Machina, I'm like, you guys really don't need to change much because that
Nah.
was kind of clean from you.
It was, and it was a really standard, nice composition. The only thing that was a little bit odd, a little bit weird, was that Zillion in the mid lane, and that's simply because we haven't seen it that recently. It's not that it's actually a weird, different pick. It's actually very standard to see a Zillion in the mid lane paired up with a Hecarim. You get so much extra power and potential on that Hecarim when you can get so much extra speed and know that you're not going to die once you go flying into the backline. I love the composition. If they drafted the exact same thing again, I would be perfectly happy.
Well, yeah, and maybe there's some more of that adaptation that can come through as well, right? Because like the Zillion was a really specific pick that
Yeah.
worked against the composition that DMU put together. I'm wondering how many of these sort of weird and wonderful things Ex Machina are able to pull. Maybe not as crazy as what Samjay is bringing to the board, but when they're a bit more targeted and specific, I think they can work wonders.
Absolutely. Like you said with that Zillion, it is a little bit of a weird and wonderful pickup. We don't really see it like that, not when you've got yourself a Tarek Pike in the bot lane. That's super exciting, that's different and out there. But it was just a clean, nice composition, played well, and I think that's the real key. Draft, we talk about it so much in League of Legends, and it does certainly change things. But just executing on the day is so important. We weren't sure how these Ex Machina players were going to stand up versus Samjay, who have been here, done that before. Samjay, they've got another LAN event to attend in just a couple of weeks' time. You know, this team travels. Ex Machina, not in the same way, but they are clearly feeling comfortable to be able to play so cleanly. And if they can keep this up, if they can keep their heads firmly planted on their shoulders, I think they're in with a real shot.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that come from Eames in the jungle as well. Like that Hecarim was absolutely lethal. So Block. So let's hypothetically look at this game too, right? And you said that you wanted to see some changes in draft from DMU, a different way of doing things. Are there any picks that you think would be really high value that they should be prioritizing?
I think both of these teams should be looking at the bot lane picks specifically. You can see that the Jinx already came off of the board last time around. This Varus, I can see that being a high priority pick for both of these teams. We know that Soxu can be good on it, and we saw how good Last was on it as well. I think these junglers too, there just wasn't a lot happening with the Wukong jungle. It was there.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it. The only real impact I can see when I look at how this Wukong was played in the previous game was that because of the split map decision, you ended up with Hecarim on the bot side, which got that early gank off to get the kills. It wasn't really the Wukong doing anything for itself, and I think that's the big issue with Wukong as a champion. I'd like to see some other more aggressive picks in this jungle.
Well, something that can actually go and punish it and try and take the fight to Exeter, because I think, yeah, that fits right into the style that we expect from DMU. And if you can take that essence and aggression and funnel it into a composition which is a bit more reliable, that can do really well for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams know how to draft standard. I'm interested to see if standard is the way that Ex Machina continue going, or do they throw in a couple more spicy picks? This Hecarim could be really high priority as well. I don't necessarily know that Hope plays it, but I do know that Eames loves it over on Ex Machina. If you continue pairing up with that Zillion, you have got that strong synergy, and you know that that mid lane isn't going to lose. You can bully a Zillion, you can push them in. They're still going to be fine. They're still going to throw bombs into the backline, and more importantly, speed up and revive whoever ends up going a little bit too far in.
Yeah, I think that was the key thing, right, for Ex Machina. It's not just that they were responding to DMU's plays well, is that they were staying stable in the lanes too.
Yeah.
And heck, top lane, I would say was going even better than stable.
Yeah, okay. Malphite set. Cool. Not expecting that to get too high fee. You know, Malphite's great at absorbing pressure. He does a decent amount of damage, but unless he goes full AP, he's not really expected to... Oh, he's got several solo kills.
Ah, yes.
Oh. Okay. And then he joins the team fight and just does Malphite things. He was always going to be strong in the team fight, but now he's entered this team fight with so much more gold than everybody else, so many more items that you can't kill him. You can't execute him with your single point of actual damage, which is a Pike. Pike's not going to blow up a Malphite, but the Malphite, with that much gold in his back pocket, sure is going to blow up your backline.
I think generally you kind of need an AD carry when you're facing up against any tank in the top lane, right? Like, you need a consistent damage dealer that is going to be able to take them down, and that's not what we saw. This game will be coming to us eventually. There will be League of Legends, I promise you. Just taking a little bit of time to get onto the Rift for the second game.
I need to make sure that all of the players are warm and ready so that we can get this series continued on.
Come on.
I want to see it.
I'm getting antsy. I'm getting really, really antsy, Bloxer.
I want them to hurry up so I don't get asked any more questions that I did know the answer to. Honestly, I'm not going to say
hold on. No, you've baited yourself there. Okay, what are we doing? Dawning Shadow. What's that?
Dawning Shadow. Why is it that if you ask me this question not on camera, in front of a million other people, I could have told you this very easily. Senna. That's the Senna ultimate.
Oh, okay. No, fair play. Do you know what? It took you a bit of time with that first one.
Yeah.
But that was... I'm going okay with that one. So you're 2 for 2 right now. You haven't actually guessed incorrectly yet.
Yeah.
100% success rate.
Honestly, the Senna should have come to me much quicker because the amount of times I have yelled that when somebody uses that Senna ultimate down in the bot lane to save somebody up topside or to snipe a kill.
Ooh. Right. Fun fact. This is... I'm asking you a question, but this is not in a interrogation way. This is in a trivia way, okay? But not in the way that I was asking the trivia before, okay?
Okay.
Did you know Dawning Shadow, Senna Ultimate, you can flash over it?
Yes, I did, but only because one of the rioters tweeted out a video of it.
That's so nuts to me.
It is. It feels like it happens instantly, and the fact that there's an actual projectile that you can flash over, that seems wrong.
That feels like the sort of thing where if a player saw that happen in a game, like I feel like you're insta hitting pause there.
Yeah.
Because you're like, hold on,
hang on,
my Senna ult did
that
no
should have
damage
hit.
to this guy.
Yeah, why did that not just hit him? And it's because it is actually a full projectile that you can jump over, whereas the way that it looks graphically in the game, I'd say, it looks like the entire line of that ultimate is hitting all at once.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of like railgun thing where it just like hits it all at once.
Oh, it is a great ultimate, to be fair. When that first came out, I was like, that seems broken, but actually, I feel like it's relatively well balanced most of the time.
I feel like that's just the thing with like everything. There are so many abilities that, like, when you see him tease and stuff, you think, oh, that's going to be completely broken. But then you get into game and you think, oh, they've actually put limitations and conditions on how broken this can be. But then, like, Release Akali happens. You're like, oh, no, sometimes bad things do just happen that we don't deserve.
That W, allowing her to just sit under turret.
Why? Why was it like that?
Yep.
Didn't make any sense.
Absolutely not.
Made me incredibly upset a lot of the time.
It was certainly a decision out of Riot and Ex Machina insta-banning the Forest. Clearly, they don't want to play against it, and I can understand why, considering how good Last was on it last time around.
Yeah, he's just demonstrated it's a very, very good champion and gone, I don't feel like playing this, and you're not allowed to either. Is one of those picks that Soksu can be very potent on when he does go back onto AD carry. Interesting to see the Lee Sin banned away from Hope. You were saying that maybe the Wukong wasn't as effective. That Lee Sin definitely a pick that can be a bit more aggressive and taken off the board.
Absolutely, it can be. Echo too, mainly played in the jungle nowadays, less in the mid lane, and oh boy, you can see just the respect currently being paid by Ex Machina on picks that, you know, they were pretty good on last time around, whereas Samjay, they're kind of sticking to their guns, not looking to change things up too much. Soksu having both his Twitch and Varus banned away from him. Gonna see a lot of focus actually towards Eames, who was a real enabler in the last game.
Yeah, and it does seem very interesting in sort of a switch up in draft strategy, whereas they hadn't been opting towards any of these picks in the first rotation to take them away, but instead, no, they're just going to do it this time around. Jinx going to be the lock-in. Another takeaway. Ex Machina have drafted themselves some real power, this AD carry pick, but the Xayah absolutely fine to take into the bottom lane.
and the Rakan being left up and available. Zaya Rakan at the moment is so strong. Sure, it's been knocked down a couple patches in a row, but that's from a peak where it was absolutely unbeatable. It's a really solid bot lane that has a good power curve throughout the entirety of the game. There's no real spot where I think this composition can't play together, especially versus a Jinx where you know she's not that strong in the early game. You should be able to get a decent amount of pressure onto her. I'm interested to see if there's going to be I was going to say support pick, but Rumble. Is that a Rumble in the jungle?
Okay.
No, Rumble top.
So no, no. So likely not. Likely
Okay.
not. Probably going into a solo lane. Refresh or Sana can pick that one up. Rumble, kind of one of these weird champions that just exists melee in a lane, but can still apply loads of pressure. Viego, it's not the Hecarim frames. We're not going to be able to see that one again, but you've got another one of these ridge junglers that can carry very, very hard. And Hope, going to go on to this Jarvan. Was banned last game, not this time around, and he's going to pick it up.
And it's a great combo to put with that Rakan. You can both leap in together, really lock somebody up. Once they're in that Cataclysm, they are absolute fish in a barrel for that grand entrance. And then you've got the Zaya, who could just be throwing feathers through. That E to pull them back, going to be incredibly strong. This composition right now out of Samjay, it works well together, one, and it's very standard, two. I like it. Over on the other side, Ex Machina, they're the ones pulling out things I haven't seen in a while. Rumble in either of the solo lanes. I'm so excited for that because that champion is super fun, especially with the ultimate. The fact that you can lay that down and just change the landscape of a team fight.
Well, and you talk about changing the landscape. When Hope is going to create that terrain with his ultimate, he's fundamentally going to lock himself inside a very small zone. And if you want to throw a Rumble ultimate on top of that and burn the Jarvan whilst he's trying to kill your backliners, it's going to make a lot of sense. I do find it interesting that Ex Machina have banned away two of the champions that they played in the last game.
Yeah.
Just recognizing how strong they are. But we have seen a little bit of focus on mid lane mages with these final bans from each team.
Yeah, clearly not expecting to go back to that sort of Karthus play in the mid lane. Something more standard. This also works excellent. This composition out of Samjay is so good. The fact that the Malphite was banned by Ex Machina is a real shame because it would have rounded this composition out basically perfectly. You could just throw that ultimate down as the victor, have it just sit in the big Cataclysm holding your enemies and shred through people. Syndra into Victor, that's a pretty standard matchup. Nobody really wins in terms of solo lanes. You're more looking to get into those big team fights. We don't like this champion.
Well, hold on. I'm fine with Cassante, that's fine, but I'm seeing a Rumble on my screen as well, and a Syndra, and I'm starting to think
there we go.
The lane assignments could be getting a little bit weird. On the lock-in as well, this is likely going towards the top lane. We are getting something spicy with this Rumble.
We are. We're thinking Ex Machina were drafting a little bit weird, but not this weird.
Not this weird.
Ornn plays in the top lane, 100%. Jinx
I agree with you.
Is an AD carry. I'd expect for the Viego to be in the jungle because he doesn't really solo lane very well. And so you've then got Syndra, Jinx bot lane, and Rumble top. And Rumble mid. That
or Rumble support.
Or Rumble support. I think I'd prefer the Syndra support because it gives a little bit more agency to your bot lane, but
oh, I'm going to have to stop you there, Bloxer. So, right, little bit of peek behind the curtain of how casting and all that stuff works. So, we've got a little Discord channel just behind us here. And what we like to do is we like to copy and paste the drafts in there so we can keep track of them throughout this series and we can see, okay, did this player pick this champion in game one or whatever? I just tried to copy and paste this draft from Ex Machina into Discord, and it's been filtered out for being too explicit. That is Rumble support in a nutshell.
Oh, even Discord knows that this is not going to be safe for work down in this bot side. Rumble Jinx? I mean, once we get to the level 6 mark, that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. But the thing about Rumble is that he can also apply like a fairly ludicrous amount of damage, right? And he's especially good against the Rakan. You're going to W in, try and knock the Rumble up, but he's just going to burn you in that flame spitter the entire time.
You don't want to be locked into a pit with a Rumble. It works perfectly into this composition that Samjay have drafted for themselves. The thing is, though, there is a Mordekaiser, and we didn't speak about it because everything was ridiculous and insane, but
Yeah.
Mordekaiser can just come in and just take one member of Ex Machina out of the equation.
Yeah. Probably don't necessarily want that to be refresh a lot of the time. I think taking Lasp off the board, a smart thing to do. Ex Machina hunting in the bottom lane and finding no one just yet as DMU have made their way to their opposition's red buff.
Ships passing in the night.
I'm going to be so disappointed if we just see resets come through here.
Come on. Walk in. Go.
Uzi's
They
gone
don't have
back,
vision.
so there's going to be only 4 members of DMU here, but Exeter are unaware. Timatopper.
Oh,
so trepidatious. Lasp is going to get knocked into the sky, and it's first blood for DMU. Timatopper is ignited, still has the flash. Not going to be able to get away. Dido with that one. Much better for DMU in game 2.
Now that's exactly the start that we wanted to see, and the invade works out right here. Is he going to be able to steal away this red buff as well? Massive acceleration for both of these mid lane and bot lanes. The only thing is, it is not instant gold. You've got a little bit of extra XP, which is nice, but it's sort of shadow gold that you get to cash in once you get your first reset off. For the minute though, things going to be a little bit calmer, but this is exactly the kind of start you wanted as Samj.
Absolutely, especially with that gold going on to notice, right? You mentioned it being shadow gold, which is possibly the coolest description of money that I've ever heard in my life. But that is going to be delayed. But what's not going to be delayed is the improved stacking on Victor's Hex Core. Getting kills, getting assists, getting CS, getting kill participation, what have you, is going to help augment your abilities. And the sooner you get those augments online, the better you feel about playing Victor.
Absolutely, and you can see already having a kill and an assist. I'm ignoring it. It's just going to go back to game instantly.
It's not happening.
It's a super good start right here.
Yes.
Mid lane, exactly where you want it to be, and bot lane, because your opposition both died, they are way later into the lane as well. So you're able to pick yourself up a decent amount of level lead in the bot side too. Exactly what you want as a Zyra Khan.
Yeah, and this is a lane that can play very aggressively, whilst the Rumble is going to be causing potentially a few problems. If you're dying before you can get into lane even, that doesn't set you up for success. And I don't think that Ex Machina are going to be worried here. This is hardly a composition which is going to snowball out of control from Samj. You want a little bit more time, especially with stuff like the Victor, like the Xayah. But you don't want to give kills over. There's still opportunities for you to come back.
But this is what we wanted to see if we wanted a full 5-game series, which obviously we do.
This pause? Loxer, I disagree with you very strongly.
Obviously, the most fun you can have in League of Legends is watching players wait to play League of Legends.
It's very, very patient.
Okay, so it looks like it's an issue over on... See if we can get confirmation of what's happening, but it might just be the persistent tech issues that we've been having where...
It'll happen. All right, so my theory, Loxer, is that every single electrical device actually has tiny little people inside it.
Okay.
And occasionally those little people will run around and cut the wires with like little scissors.
Right.
And I think that this is a clear example of what has happened here.
I would have to agree with you, because clearly this is malicious. It couldn't just be that sometimes
malicious.
things go wrong.
These guys just want to play video games. Like, come on, just
Are there a name for the peoples that live in the wires?
Oh, I don't know. I've always just referred to them as the people that live in the wires.
Okay.
Yeah.
You learn something new every single day when you watch one of our...
I'm holding on. I'm holding on, Boxer, I swear.
It's a really exciting game of League of Legends when it's not happening. It's
Oh, well, it's a sort of running joke that all League players hate League, and surely we're just getting what we've asked for here.
We are. We absolutely are. Hey, people who are sat at Insomnia right now, what you wanted was to listen to me and Middlecott do a podcast, right? Like that's what you were actually here for. It wasn't the games or crowning NSC champions. It was listening to us talk about tiny people who live in wires.
Brox, if you did have to have a podcast, what subject would you do it on?
Oh boy, that's a
not legal. I feel like League of Legends is cheating. Like it can't be
Okay.
League of Legends if you're a caster.
I know so much about urban planning. I could talk for years about urban planning.
Well,
would you like to know about a diverging diamond intersection? Because they're really cool.
Yes. Okay. I'm genuinely on board for this, by the way. Like, I'm a fan of infrastructure, like
Hang on.
roads. Good stuff.
Can you hear that? Can you hear everybody at Insomnia just fell asleep rather than trying to listen to
fair
that?
enough. Right. Maybe. I don't know. Do we want to do ultimates again? I feel like we did like a fair few like ultimate names. We did three
one more.
actually.
One more.
Okay, right. Oh. See, I feel like this is quite bad because I'm not picking random ones. I'm deliberately trying to find ones that I don't think you'd know.
Okay.
So
you're being evil with it.
Well, I wouldn't. Oh, evil.
Evil.
This is your bar for evil.
It's pretty low, to be fair. Yes.
It's a pretty low bar for right. Pop Blossom. Oh no, my Jaffa cakes.
Pop Blossom.
Pop Blossom. Pop Blossom.
Is that Nico?
That is Nico. Oh,
lovely.
This is. I should quiz you on stuff that you don't know about.
It was gonna be either Nico or Lilia because those are the champions who have that kind of cutesy but nature vibe.
Cutesy but yeah. The sort of like Fae, like in the forest,
exactly.
druidy sort of stuff.
It's just unfortunate that this game hasn't paused a little bit further into the actual.
Yes, I feel like there would be a lot more to talk about if there had been more gameplay.
Like that initial 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, that initial 2 minutes was really exciting.
It was really cool. It was tense.
Yeah.
There was a lot of tension. Like, I could feel it.
I wish that they'd run into each other as a 5v5 though. That would have been especially fun.
just sort of like blobs of
worlds colliding, see who ends up dying in the end. Instead, so what was it? It was a really nice start for Samj, which bodes well for us getting a actual decent full series. Clearly, Ex Machina are not just going to be able to steamroll.
Yeah. Well, I think fundamentally, I think DMU didn't do a for fun content draft. I think they've gone for something a little bit more serious this time around.
Not even a little bit more serious. I'd say that's very standard, and I'm very proud of them for doing so because it's working out much better. I think we have a replay of that initial team fight, which
I want to see it again.
I want to see it again.
I want to see it again.
It was tense, and
this feels tense now because I've heard there's a replay, and now I'm waiting for the replay.
This really is a stream of tension. There we go.
It's building. Well, they've got a nice little replay thing on this side. I just love this. Like, very clearly, Lasp and Timmy Topper are thinking that something is up.
Yeah. The way they're walking is like, oh, is it? Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Lasp dies without blowing a single summoner spell. That could be important when it comes to the actual, later stages of the game. Soxu flashing there.
He wanted the kill. He wanted the kill, man.
Also flashing there to try to secure that kill, despite the fact Ignite was ticking. And so that could genuinely change things. The fact that it was a lot of summoner spells blown on the side of Samj, whereas Ex Machina, they lost 2 kills, but they haven't lost those summoner spells. Until Samj get to go back to base and spend that gold, they're actually in the advantage here.
Yeah, and that's sort of really, really great for them, right? Like, retaining those summoners at the level 1 can be game defining, lane defining. We saw the DMU were a little bit more let's say, aggressive with their summoner spell usage, and that is punishable, right, in terms of that laning phase.
It really is. It could be impactful. It depends entirely on if Ex Machina are able to punish the lack of summoner spells. Should be able to see that as we jump back into game. Wonderful. So, summoner spells down on Notice, Soxu, and Soxu, whereas on the other side, it's all summoner spells up and available for Ex Machina.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I was eating a Jaffa cake there.
Jumping back into game at exactly the right moment as we take stock. Boods needs to be careful.
Eames is going to turn up. Ooh, very smart flash. Recognising that the Spectral Maw would have hit him. Uzi just about getting away. Hope trying to set up for a play in the bottom lane, but unfortunately is stood on a ward. This wave could come back into DMU, but as the minions aggro onto the Jarvan, the ruse is revealed and it will back away.
And so everything remains calm. Nothing has gotten too exciting quite yet. Hope going back to base is able to pick up a full longsword, so I'm not really making the most of having got those two assists. Actually, that's very true. There we go. Double longsword. I was going to say, it felt like a little bit less gold than I was expecting for him to have at that moment.
Yeah, well, he's also got less red buff than he's going to be expecting to have, as Eames able to take that one away, and will spot Hope on that board. I hope probably knew that one was going to be going down. Anyway, Refresh, once again, actually having the lion's share of pressure in the top lane. So whilst mid-bot lane still going decently for DMU, top lane is something that's consistently been in favour of Exeter.
Yeah, not what you're expecting particularly, because that Mordekaiser is the sort of champion you want to be getting ahead on. You do not want to be falling behind. Nice knock up.
Ooh, traps pulled out by Lass, just trying to catch Didol on his dash back to Soxu. The flash from Timid Topper, opening up with the Flame Splitter on to the Xayah. Eames is here as well. Blade the Rune King going for the Rakan, flashing away. Soxu on the wrong side of things, going to be killed by the Jinx. Didol just about able to escape.
And I'd say that the lack of summoner spells from that initial play did come back to bite the bot lane of Samjay. If Soxu had that flash, should have been able to flash back towards the turret. Instead, going for that greedy early play to try to secure the kill, ends up lacking. And that's a nice play back from Ex Machina, trying to get themselves back into this game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pick up both of the kills down in this bot lane, but closing that gap a little bit. However, now Soxu has managed to go back to base, cash in on the fact that there was that early aggression towards him. Drake started.
Very intriguing. We have had a bit of a slower pace, and I think DMU are here going, actually, do you know what? Ex Machina have showed that they are a decent team. We need to respect them a little bit more and really bring our A game in the final if we want to win another one. Hope is going to be able to take away this Drake really early, and this is important for DMU because that means that if they do want to make a play for the Herald on spawn, then there is no counterpoint available for Ex Machina.
Absolutely, and the fact that you're able to take it this early just shows that the map rotation out of Samjay is still there, something we didn't get to see out of them in the last game because things were just not going quite as well for them. Didol hovering around in this mid lane, just going to help Notice push in. He's completely out of mana, so definitely wanting to go back to base. Does leave Soxu alone, and you can see Timatopa bullying Soxu off of this wave. He's not going to get anywhere.
Those electro harpoons are very unpleasant. Take a couple of those to the face and you're dropping low extremely quickly. Didol has now returned to the bottom lane, so Soxu should be able to pick up a little bit more fun, but Lasper's quietly found himself at the advantage. Not as significant as the previous game, but still doing good.
Absolutely, and the fact that he's able to pull himself into such a nice situation once again really is testament to how good this player is. Not somebody we've seen particularly in the esports scene at university. It would be really interesting to know which of these guys are first years, which of them are further into their careers, because if we can keep seeing Last...
Oh. Important. That's still available for the Jinx. Is going to use it to get away from Hope. Not sure that Timotopper is going to be lucky enough to get out of there. Rumble is going to fall, but health bars not too significant for DMU. With Notice roaming down, though, Exeter recognising that they can't go for anything off that play.
No, both Notice and Sana moving down towards that play in the bottom side. If Timatopa had been able to survive for just a little bit longer, Eames was there, could well have been a turn. You know how much damage a Viego can do on a turnaround play. Instead, just going to fizzle out. See the top lane is fighting, but
Well, Bootsy was a lot refresh in the death round, but he's able to searing charge his way out of there. This is what you can do with the Mordekaiser. The champion kind of just wins a lot of these matchups against tanks and against bruisers when you are in that 1v1.
really does. And finally, Bootsy able to actually make himself impactful. Sana needs to be so careful. Does have flash, and the great thing about Syndra nowadays is she has so much range that you are able to sit that far back. Knew that something was up, doesn't get caught out. Brilliant play there. To be honest, the fact that this Ornn doesn't have multiple solo kills top lane is surprising to me, simply because it's Ornn, and this champion seems to be shockingly good at getting solo kills when he really shouldn't.
I've strong negative feelings associated with that champion. Does too many things. And he can buy from anywhere on the map.
Yeah.
What's that? What's that about? Why has he got, like, Prime? Like, what's going on there?
That's the best.
Sana! Oh, get very low! Okay. Nearly able to take out Notice. Not quite, as the DMU mid laner gets that solo kill. Teams will be spotted as a Super Mega Death Rocket. Not quite going to take down the Victor, but hey, DMU getting another kill for themselves, and Bootsy starting up the Herald.
Just danger from every angle for Notice, managing to escape with his life there. Eames, lucky to be able to do the same. I love the aggression out of Sana, but he was so low. He was in auto-attack to death range, so Notice able to turn that one around pretty easily. And you've just fed some more damage into the Victor, which, I gotta say, not a great idea.
Yeah, bad one. Bad. We are going back to the drawing board there. We should not be doing that. Giving kills to Victor, bad idea.
Really bad idea. That Chaos Storm in the composition that Samjay have drafted themselves with that Cataclysm is so strong.
And especially when you consider the Ex Machina's backline doesn't have a lot that is going to be protecting them, right? Like, this Rumble doesn't have a lot of CC to his name. DMU trying to contest on this Herald, but Ex Machina already able to get it. Hope flashing away out of his own Cataclysm, but he is being chased down by the rest of the boys. All the Forge God is going to be interrupted, and Hope just about EQs over the wall. Bootsy will end up being the sacrificial lamb for Samjay as Exter get the Herald, get a kill.
Nice play out of Samjay right there. It looked like it was about to be so good for Ex Machina, but Refresh not quite able to flow through that ultimate. Notice.
Low in the mid lane, dead in the mid lane. The shutdown for Eames Didol. Pretty vulnerable, no level 6, so can't quickness himself out of there. And Exter jungler deciding not to opt in for the tower dive, instead going to summon that Herald. And hey, after an early game which was looking pretty good for Samjay, Exter have been able to bring themselves back.
This is the kind of early game we wanted, where it's properly back and forth, both teams making great play for themselves. Putting extra power into the back pocket of this Syndra makes a lot of sense when Notice and Soxu are both squishy enough.
Ooh, Soxu is turning up to try and kill her. Dido is going to get the knockup. The feathers are going to come through. There's not enough time to return damage onto the Rakan. That's 2-1 and 2 now for Soxu on the Xayah. Set up for success.
So right now, Soxu in a good spot with a lot of gold in his back pocket. Same thing for Notice. Over on the other side, I don't think Sana's doing too well for themselves, but Eames last also in nice positions. Next Drake up and available. Plenty of posturing from both teams, but bit of a flank happening right here. Surrounding Ex Machina.
Not often that you see a Victor on a flank, but level 9 Notice has a lot of at his back. Dido is slowly coming off reset here for DMU, but not quick enough, as that attempt at the Dragon going to be thwarted.
Everything returns back to a state of calm, but still posturing. Both of the teams really want this Drake. Hextech Drake is an excellent one to pick up for yourself. You love some extra ability haste. Make a world of difference to champions with a lot of ability resets.
Oh no, Sana a little bit too far forward in the mid lane, and is going to die for a second time in 2 minutes, this time going over to Hope.
Sana not having the best game right here. You can play so safe on this Syndra, but unfortunately not safe enough. Not when the Cataclysm is able to stun you up so well. And now full control of the mid lane for Samjay. They're able to... A lot of damage. Rocket gonna go... Dido.
Opening up with the Rumble ultimate as well. Hope is around about 200 HP. Well, less than that as Eames continues his killing spree. Another strong carry performance coming out from the Ex Machina jungle.
And there we go, turn straight back over onto the Drake. Doesn't matter that they're going to be spotted out whilst doing this. Opposition jungler is dead. And this is not the Samjay that we were expecting to see turn up. Ex Machina, they have arrived ready to play. Going to equal themselves up on Drakes, up just about 100, 200 gold in this game. We're still super close, but where the gold is at is really important right here. Jungle for Ex Machina, Eames has a ton of gold in his back pocket, already completed that Divine Sundera, and so going to be able to just get reset after reset in these team fights.
Yeah, but then if you look on the other side, it's Notice and it's Soxu for Samjay who have been able to build out that power and access those first mythics. That's not going to prevent Notice from being taken very low by his opposite number, but with that ultimate blown, it's going to be a lot harder for Sana to apply some of this pressure.
Especially when he's down an item, you know, he's still sat on components where it's Leandri's completed for Notice. Hope just going to have to flag and drag out of that situation. Just waiting on the full item completion out of Sana. And then I think that this Syndra will be in a much better position. Syndra are always going to be able to blow up your opposition, but I worry when we come into these team fights for Ex Machina because they do not have a highly mobile composition. Like you said, they don't have a support who can either absorb damage or provide loads of heals and shields, and so in the straight 5v5, I do favour Samjay.
And it really becomes like, okay, how much value can Timatopper get out of the red carpet, right? And if that Rumble ult isn't perfect, then you're losing a lot of that power base, and Samjay with something a little bit more traditional, a little bit more easy to play out, will find themselves in decent positions. I think Soxu is going to have so much safety in these team fights when you've got the Ornn, the Viego, the Syndra that want to be hunting for you in that backline. The Zyre is so great at just providing a little bit more safety.
It really is. You can see right here, Eames just going to have to slink away. Much stronger than Hope, but was too far into the enemy backline. Too aggressive, and everybody's posturing around this mid lane, but there's not really too much to be taken. Sure, these turrets are available, but I'm not expecting the push to be able to actually get there without a couple of kills going down. Bit of a stalemate where you're just trying to not be the person who oversteps.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for that first tower to fall down and really open up the map a little bit more. It's been so hotly contested in the second game of this series. 15 minutes in, we are basically dead even. Such a contrast from game one.
Really is. At this point in game one, Ex Machina had weathered the storm of 13 minutes, which was the only point at which they were not having the best time. Everything else in that game was absolutely in their favour, and in about 5 more minutes time, they'd won the game pretty much. Right now, super even. Tiny, tiny gold lead for Samjay, not enough for even a full component. Oh, equalizer.
Pretty damn good onto Hope as they're going to turn back around onto the Viego, try and blow him up, shut him down. Samjay with the first kill of the fight, they're going to get the second as well, but that is a wonderful knock-up from Refresh. In comes Boozy joining the Freyers last. A little bit on the wrong side of things, and Refresh wasn't able to capitalize off that CC and is going to get taken down himself, and TMU finds 3 kills as Notice is flashing, dashing, trying to get some more. I think Last is just about going to be able to get away.
One more laser.
Storm, he's dead. He's dead. He's got him.
There we go. Notice going to clean up that final kill. And what looked like a pretty good play out of Ex Machina gets turned on its head. It's also going to pick up this Herald just to compound on that victory. Also, I'm interested to see how much damage there is left to take on this top lane turret because, oh man, that play, it looked like it was going to be so good. Eames went way too far forward, so nice pick initially. Hope flashes over the wall, jumps right over, and the turn damage, incredibly strong. Timatopper survives just a tiny bit longer, meaning that Refresh is able to pick up that kill, and then it looks great. Refresh, oh, I could keep chasing these people down. No, it's the teleport coming out of Boots, which turns everything.
Aaron just forces them away. As in the picture-in-picture on live. Sam J continuing to make aggressive plays into into the face of Ex Machina, and Timotopper having to use that equalizer in a defensive fashion. And big change up from game one. I think Sam J have really buckled down. They've really acknowledged the sins of that previous performance, and they are looking like a completely different team. They are looking like the team that has been in this position and won so many times before.
I think more than anything, they're looking like a team. They are playing together, something that they did not in the previous game. Nobody was playing around each other's strengths. It was all sort of man for themselves, and it didn't end up working out. Ex Machina were playing together as a true unit. This time around though, yeah, Sam J roaming together, getting those great flank teleports out of Boods. Drake are going to be started up right here, and there's nothing that Ex Machina can do because there's so much mid lane pressure.
Yeah, I mean, like, when Soxu is just free to hit onto your tower like that without a carry in the world, you're going to be great. They are going to be able to take down that top lane tower, and getting that isolated gold on last on this Jinx is good. But he's an entire item down on Soxu.
Yeah, you have to get this isolated gold. This is not a situation where you're trying to inject extra gold into your Jinx to make her stronger. You're just trying to play catch up at this point in time. And Xayah is such a strong champion. Once you have got those blades, I mean, this champion could throw out feathers at lightning quick speed, constantly be recalling them, getting stuns onto people as well. And the composition, it just works so well together for Sam J. Every part of it works as a true unit.
Okay, Ex Machina spotted out that attempt at a brush play from DMU. They're going to punish them pretty severely from it. Soxu, very lucky to not get knocked up there. So just Idol going down.
Oh, I really thought Soxu had been caught on the edge of that knock-up. Not quite the case. Jarrett going to be taken down in the bot lane as well. 3 touch to 2 in favour of Sam J. I really thought that Sam was just going for the Krugs and then was shocked when actually, absolutely not. I'm managing to find that stun. Well read, really well read actually out of Ex Machina. They're going in here though.
For Hope having to flag and drag away. That's not the direction that you typically use that ability. Sama flashing forward to get a kill onto Notice the Victor. Staying alive for a little bit longer, but will get taken down by the Syndra. Ex Machina, they find themselves another pick. Soxu now a bit isolated, still has the flash, able to kite away and take out Eames once again. Over-aggression for the Ex Machina jungler has been punished, and punished severely. A double kill for Soxu, and Sam J will head to the Baron on Spore.
Baron gonna be picked up right as it spawns in 5-second times, and the over-aggression out of Eames. It was a great pickup to be able to take out Notice. Take that victory, you're behind. You don't have to push too far forwards. Instead, that's exactly what Ex Machina do, and they lose out big time. Look at this, Soxu, he stood too far forwards. You know, you potentially can look for this play. I can understand why they stood here. All of a sudden, Notice, he steps into the enemy jungle, Hope comes flying in, but the turnaround is right there. Great teleport coming in as well. Im's on the flank, manages to get a stun, and it's Sana. Sana with the flash into Scatter the Weak, into that full ult damage, just going to be able to take out Notice. Cool, walk away, stop chasing.
You've won.
Yeah, you're in
won
a
the fight.
great spot.
You got a kill. Eames, you don't need to do this, buddy.
He's so low. And he gets taken out instantly. And then you're just trying to turn tail and run, but Boots has arrived. That Cataclysm, and there's nothing you can do. That's all she wrote in a situation where Ex Machina, they were in a good spot.
Yeah, and they were fundamentally the team that opted in and said, yo, we can go for this. DMU said emphatically not. Once again, starting to play, that is a very nice equalizer that is going to force back multiple members of DMU, but those health bars are not dropping to 0.
Something we have to highlight here is that if you've ever played versus a Rumble, or if you've ever watched it in pro play, you're used to either Rumble jungle or Rumble top lane where he drops that equalizer and everybody's health bar disappears. Take a look at the items though that Timotopper has. It's some components and some sorcerer shoes. That equalizer doesn't deal that much damage.
Refresh does for some reason, just doing all things. Flashing for the bonk, taking out the Jarvan.
Assassin, tank, KD carry, blah 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 blah. You know what this Ornn can do, even after having not the greatest early game, still able to do a ton of damage. Once again, though, possible overchase.
They're just blowing up Sana. Godlike for Soksu and Eames and Lass running towards their own tower, but it's not going to provide them very much safety. Timatopa losing in the one for Bootsy, and Lass gonna die as well. That's 4 kills in rapid succession for Sam J as they are pushing onto the mid lane.
How early did the last game finish? I think it was about 24-25 minutes. This is at 22 and a half. I don't expect this to be the push towards the end, but we know Sam J like to play aggressive. Once again, the correct players take the inhibitor and leave. They are not going to take the
You just
inhibitor
need
and
to clear
leave.
that wave, but they're going to go for the Ornn instead. Soksu tanking up that tower is taken extraordinarily low, but the Zyra is still alive. Bootsy going to be able to secure the ace as the respawns are coming through for X Magna. DMU, yeah, you need to turn tail and run out of here, otherwise more of you are going to be dropping.
Equalizer is dropped, not going to be able to slow anybody enough for a couple more picks. Still though, Sam J, they managed to leave with an inhibitor and a Nexus turret.
Ooh.
That's pretty huge. Drake spawning in a couple of seconds. I'm
Dragon.
not sure what that was. Although, you do now have Boots dead. Does have teleport available once he does respawn. 14 seconds. Drake is up. This could be Ex Machina's ability to fight. Pushing through mid, trying to stop the super minions becoming a problem, and just going to accept they're just going to take this mid lane turret and run. I like this play. This is the correct play right here. You didn't need to fight for that. Take that turret, run away.
Oh no, I think DMU have decided that they are going to be fighting for this. Lash is going to get caught by the charm and exploded before he could even auto. Eames is dead as well. And with that, DMU will take over Notice, trying to get his second solo kill of this team fight. Sana 2 levels down on the Syndra. The Victor will opt against it. Timotopper locked a very, very bad spot. And it's another 4 kills for DMU, and I think this time they're going to push for the win.
And it certainly should be the win right here for Sam J. We have a full series on our hand. Ex Machina in an absolute stomp in game 1. Sam J, it was a little bit closer in the early stages, but they pull out on top. What turned out to be a really nice game.
Well, we say that though, but Lasp, Eames and Sana are on the board. Sam J focusing down the Nexus for the time being as Soksu is hunting for a little bit more blood. He will find it. And DMU will find the Nexus as they take down Ex Machina in game 2 of the final. You said it yourself, Bloxer, we have got a series on our hands.
Super exciting for both of these teams to pick up wins, and pick up wins really quickly. We've not had a game go to 30 minutes yet, which for League of Legends is shocking. Most of our games run between 30 and 40 minutes. This time around, both Sam J and Ex Machina, when they get a lead, they know what to do with it. Sam J, they had the early couple of kills, it looked really good for them, and they really never let off of the gas.
Yeah, I think that was the most impressive thing to me was really how they were able to capitalize on some of the over-aggression from Ex Machina this time around. We had a couple of team fights where Eames did just go that little bit too far forward, and when so much of the gold has been given to this Viego in the early stages, being the first name on the kill feed, dying, is not great.
No, it really isn't. You can see how Ex Machina, when they were playing with the lead in game 1, perfectly happy, doing really well for themselves. This time around, they didn't really feel like they knew where to fight back, looking for plays in the wrong situations, you know, going for plays where they found an initial kill, great, and then they just kept running at their opponents. It was not working out. I need to see one of these teams have the ability to play in the late game. Otherwise, the clear strategy to win this series is to just build a full early composition, because we won't get to the late game.
Well, that has felt like it right now, and I think what we also need to look at is this Rumble pick in terms of support. Like we said that it was doing a bit less damage. It still had some really great moments in terms of the laning phase. So it's a real sort of toss up for me. It's like, is this a pick that we want to retain? Is this something that we want to get rid of for game 3?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. If that Rumble had have not fallen behind early, if it was in a pretty good spot, oh boy, can it do a ridiculous amount of damage. I could have seen a situation where that Rumble support pick did work, but once you lose that early couple of kills, and your opponents just have more gold. It was not a fair showing for this Rumble. I think in that situation, though, I would have preferred a standard support who had something more to offer.
It did feel like sometimes that just a little bit more lockdown would have been what could have pushed Ex Machina over the edge. But I want to look and give credit to DMU here, right? Like, what a turnaround from game one. And yes, it was a very different composition. I think that they took this game a heck of a lot more seriously. But this is what it looks like to be an incredibly strong team within this tournament. And we are going to have to see which one of these teams is going to be able to take match point in this series. Coming up after this break, Game 3 between DMU and Ex Machina. We'll see you in a few.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esport Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. and it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the grand final of this tournament here, the NSC British University Esports Championship Spring 2023, powered by Intel. Bloxer, after game one, I was ready to call this a 3-0. I was ready to go, DMU, you're kind of not showing up. But
yeah,
game two, they brought a real composition, they brought that ease of execution, and they kind of stomped.
Turns out that having actual champions in your game is really helpful. that composition that Sam J played with in the first game, it was not good. DMU.
It was fun. But yeah, it didn't win.
I would love to see that composition in a normal flex game, playing 5-stack with your buddies. Maybe not at Insomnia on stage in front of people when you're playing to be NSC champions again. We know how good Sam J are. They were clearly feeling confident in themselves, and they took losing that first game to heart because they pulled out a really standard composition in the second game and played it brilliantly. Couple moments, where Exeter were able to find their way back in. Yeah. But really, from the initial level 1 play, it felt very much like it was Sam J's game to win.
And I think the key thing now for Ex Machina, as we are going into draft for the third game, is how do you react to that? Because you've technically beaten this team once today, but then they come and show a completely different face in game two. Going into this game three now on the red side, is there anything that you want to take away from that previous game that you felt was a bit too impactful?
Oh, I mean, yeah. Jarvan was really a great facilitating pick. The Victor, too, was played brilliantly by Notice. I wouldn't mind seeing that come off of the board. Sam J sticking to the exact same bans once again. They clearly know what they don't want to face up against. I can't necessarily disagree with them. It was very strong. Do Ex Machina continue banning what they saw in the last game? No, they're going to take the Evelyn off the board. That's been a consistent ban this series as well. And so it seems that Sam J have 2 bans they want to take off the board every single time. Ex Machina, they experimented disappointed with letting the Jarvan through, got bitten by it quite badly, and that's probably not going to be seen in this series again.
Yeah, probably not. And I like the respect that Samji are throwing towards that Malphite that Refresh played in game 1. Still look very, very good on that pick for sure. Xayah, not surprised for Soxu here as the first pick, was immense in that game.
Absolutely. It's one of the premier picks at the moment. Now, as Ex Machina, do you give over that Xayah Rakan again, or are you going to pick the Rakan up for yourself? Rakan can work decently well with things like that Varus, potentially, that's still up and available, like the Aphelios too, that has also been played recently as well. And so, take it away, you do not want to give it up, because we saw just how strong Xayah Rakan can be together.
Yeah, and I think it just really fits into the play style that Didar likes to go for, where you are roaming heavily, where you are getting into these lanes often as possible. And Rakan is such a good champion at doing that, can close the distance very, very well. And when you pair that up with a Wukong, that engage range becomes even further.
Oh yeah, your Wukong goes leaping into the backline, all of a sudden your Rakan perfectly happy to go follow along. Thresh had a minor nerf this time around. The amount of cooldown reduction he gets on landing a hook has been reduced just slightly, and so he's just a little bit worse, but still a super strong champion overall. The Viego pickup, we saw how it didn't really work out for Eames last time around, was playing too aggressive with it, but if you are able to make those resets work, still a super strong champion.
Yeah, and I think it fits nicely into the general idea of the way that you want to be playing with a Thresh and with a Xayah. There's a lot of flexibility in there. You can opt into multiple different modes, and Viego, I think, is a champion that can also kind of do that. Can go forward and dive onto the backline, but can equally play backwards when people are jumping into him as well. And with Ex Machina looking in the Ornn here once again for Refresh, I think going in is basically all they're going to be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. That Ornn is going to be able to just throw that Ornn horn through, be perfectly happy in the top lane as well. We saw how strong he can be. We saw also that the Ornn did struggle decently as well into that Mordekaiser matchup in the top lane, so that is a potential. Varus going to be taken off the board. I highlighted it as one of the potential pairings with the Rakan. The other thing we've seen with Rakan a lot has been that Aphelios, but also, something more aggressive perhaps if you want to go for something like the Kai'Sa. It is potentially there. Issue is, Xayah doesn't really have any terrible matchups.
Yeah, no, I dislike that about her quite intensely. The fact that she can just sort of exist in bot lane against kind of anything, but right, like the Kai'Sa, you're diving into her, which is kind of exactly what the Xayah wants, and so there's a little bit of you that wants to outrange, but then it makes it harder for the Rakan to function as effectively, and regardless of what you pick, you're going to have to go up against the Thresh, who, with one Dark Passage, with one Lantern, can easily get Soxu out of danger.
Absolutely, and the death sentence has been... Oh, I should have highlighted it as something that Lasps does play. I didn't think it would be picked in this kind of game.
I mean...
It would be interesting. It's not great into the Thresh. That's better. That's much better. Just get out of that lane. I love this pick.
Okay. Well, yeah, like, if your support's going to roam to mid lane, you might as well join them as well.
Join
like,
them, why not?
The Twitch, great at getting across the map and setting up kills, but also can gank his own lane equally as effectively. Going to be seeing notice on the Victor once more, and we're going to be seeing Booty on that Mordekaiser again. I think both had very, very good games last time out.
Yeah, why not do the exact same thing again? Interested to see if Sana decides to go for that Syndra once again. I kind of doubt it. The Orianna is up and available. It would work better with that all-in style composition. Chuck the ball onto that Wukong or onto the Rakan and get that into the backline. However, again, you just get bullied out a little bit by the Viego. There we go. The Orianna is going to be locked in. It works well.
Yeah, and I think that it also provides a modicum of safety to Lasp on the Twitch as well. And whilst Samj don't have incredible amounts of dive, if that Viego jumps on top of you, that's still going to be relatively unpleasant, and you'll appreciate the Orianna there. I think that once again, we've sort of got both teams drafting very, very sort of focused compositions, very, very standard stuff with a little bit of spice thrown in as well.
So, where you want to be looking, I mean, it was the same in Game 1, same in Game 2. And we got to look at the bot lane. It's bot lane. Yeah, there's nowhere else you can really focus. If this Xayah gets ahead, that's the lane basically done for. But this Twitch doesn't necessarily have to get ahead in this lane. Mid lane, you're up against a Victor who does not have a particularly good ability to get away. Once his flash is blown, that's a very immobile and slow champion. You want to roam your bot lane up to mid lane, try to find a kill there. Definitely potential.
Yeah, I think even in the sort of the 1v1 matchup as well, when Twitch pops that ultimate, the spray and pray, he's going to outrange the Xayah, like by a significant margin. And spoiler alert, if an AD carry isn't able to hit the thing that's killing them, they're probably going to die.
Pretty quickly as well. I love that Twitch pick. The Draven would have been fun. We always love to see a Draven, you know, but
Twitch is fun as well.
I think he's fun and he's better in this situation. And it also is something that Last loves to play. Has popped up time and time again in his champion pool. If he's able to make it work this time around, I mean, nothing is more annoying than a fed Twitch.
Absolutely. And, well, Ex Machina are going to be hoping that Last can pick up a few kills, get himself fed, and get them towards match point. We come into game 3. 1 game apiece for both of these teams. And if we look at scaling, how these compositions are going to be doing as we get later and later into the game, blocks that they feel relatively evenly matched.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, neither of these compositions are ones where I'm like, oh yes, that absolutely outscales. The only thing is ornaments. Once we get that late into the game, then there is that ability to outscale for Ex Machina, but that's not until about 40 minutes into the game. These past couple of games haven't gone past 25, and so I'm not particularly worried about that level of scaling.
Okay, Notice picking up a ward kill at level 1, so it means he's going to hit level 2 off the first minion wave. I believe that's still how XP works in mid lane, and Hope going to go for a solo start on the top side. Eames matching that on the opposite half of the rift, so in around about a minute and a half, we should be seeing these junglers converging towards the bottom side.
Absolutely, we should. It makes a lot of sense. Like we said, bot lane is exactly where you want to be looking. Dido looking for a hook right here. If he lands it, could be a decent amount of early damage.
Ooh, that's actually starting with a W to just try and exert a bit more pressure in the lane. The Twitch is notorious for his weakness in terms of the laning phase, so it's not a real surprise that Soxu and Dido are able to push up and apply pressure like this.
Yeah, it's kind of the reason why a lot of Twitches decide to start Q level 1 and just get out of lane. Don't get involved in it. Instead, this time around, just going to have to sit in here. Dido constantly threatening.
Ooh, and you see there, Kimitova just stepping up to get a Relic Shield stack and instantly flayed back by Dido. And punished for it.
Look at him, just constantly walking forwards, expecting to hit level 2. Has hit it. Hook has landed. Huge damage hit onto Kimitova just then.
Yeah, I think Last had to burn the heal as well. So, yeah, we're talking about this game being dictated by how this bot lane goes. As it stands...
Ooh, gank top, gank top.
It is going very, very well for DMU, but top lane isn't looking so hot. Bootsy has the flash, is going to be able to get out of their reflash. A little bit of a miscalculation there. Not going forward.
Playing with that Ornn Q as if it's a Varus Q. Those are very different damage amounts.
Oh no.
Potential dive here.
Yeah, it's dangerous to dive onto a Rakan.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh, actually having to flash away, okay. The Ignite isn't going to take him out.
Sana.
A little bit aggressive. Sana can move down here, but I think that Hope should be out for the time being. He might decide instead to kill the Thresh or the Xayah, but his bot lane isn't really going to be able to back him up here. He's just going to get flayed back, flashing away. Sana, it's a very, very silly thing to do, but Eames is here as well. Soxu has gone forward. He's desperately attempting to kill the Orianna, and he will for first blood before Eames bonks him on the head.
Oh, what a ridiculous set of plays. Finally, everybody managed to make it down towards the top side, even if Eames took a quick pit stop up towards the top of the map. And it starts with an attempted dive. Hope looking underneath the top. Dido, no. Dido, what? Has flash. Has to
be able to get out of there. Yeah. And I mean, you've got the Hex Flash on the Thresh, right? So in terms of aggressive playmaking, you've still got a portion of that Summoner spell available for you. But if you overstep like that again, you're dying, buddy.
Absolutely you are. And you just don't want to be blowing that flash in that situation. Not when you needed to. Soxu was still in base. slowly making his way back. There was no real need. Is going to return with that full noon quiver, and so at this point, Soksu is significantly ahead. Look at this. Hope solo, still happy to go forward. Sana flashing away from that Spectral Maw, just going to keep him alive. And Soksu, at this point, he's committed. There's nothing else that anybody can do other than watch him just keep running forwards. He's very lucky to have picked up that kill. Final auto attack before being taken out. 400 gold into the back pocket of your sire is exactly what you want.
And hey, there's a little bit of an injection of gold onto Eames as well. I'm sure you're going to prefer that on the Xayah. Skirmishing up in topside. Once again, Boozy and Refresh have sort of been going at it this entire series. Nothing too catastrophic there for either side. Eames and Hope won't be wanting for the time being, but solo laners converging on their position and prompting both to back away.
I love how close this one is. It feels just as intense as the early stages of Game 2 did. However, Game 2 very quickly went into the favor of Samjay. See if that's the same thing that's going to happen here. Look at the gold difference down in this bot lane. I'd be interested to see what the actual gold itself is, but the CS, massive difference. And, oh boy, that's 600 gold. At this stage in the game, that's a massive difference. And it means that Sox and Didal can just keep pushing in the opposition, wailing away on these plates and continuing to stack up in a key position on the map.
And with gold leads, it's often quite good to think about them in terms of like items and what does that mean. As hold on, topside, Bootsy's dead. That means that Eames is going to be able to get a couple more items on his back. And hey, if this Wukong can snowball, get to that Divine Sunder really early, and Eames continues to play this aggressive style, it might not have worked out on the Viego last game. I think the Wukong is much better positioned to do something like that.
Absolutely it is, and Wukong doesn't have the best gank before level 6. You really are looking for that level 6 to be able to truly find those ganks. So, making good on that early aggression, Eames did a 3 camp to gank during the early game, blew the flash out of Boots, return ganks, and picks up on that kill. It does, however, mean that you know that Eames is not too close to this Drake. Gonna start it up. Eames should be able to spot this one out, but and Hope is taking a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, the issue for Eames, though, is he's not got any buddies with him as it stands, and Didal just runs directly at the Wukong to try and force him away, but the mere presence of Eames himself is enough to scare off DMU, and with Sana and his bot lane coming down, Bloxer, I think we might have a fight over this Drake.
Let's watch, see if there's a hook gonna land. Anybody gonna find a big ultimate?
That shockwave,
so
not
close.
quite connecting onto anything, but hey, Ex Machina going to be happy to walk out with that Drake.
Gonna pick up exactly what they needed, and hey, zoning ult. It stopped anybody from stepping up. Exactly what Ex Machina wanted to get out of that play, and bullying Hope off of a Drake that he started. Really impressive map rotation. And I'm not surprised that there was so much respect being laid onto Eames' name. You've got that Warhammer, you've got that Sheen. Will deal a ridiculous amount of damage on this Wukong. Sana needs to be careful, no flash.
It's going to get locked in the gravity field. Hope comboing down with a Spectral Maw, but simply not enough damage. And hey, this Orianna has been banned out a little bit in this series. Sana playing it for the first time, and things looking good so far, at least in terms of the CS.
Absolutely. Gotta be honest, I was expecting more damage to actually come through out of that mid lane gank, but why would it at this point? The Victor just had one lost chapter, only a Sheen onto Hope. That's not a huge amount of damage for two champions who scale incredibly well. You're waiting specifically on that first item for them to actually stop just tickling, basically.
Yeah, as Lasp and Timotopia continue to have an unpleasant time in the bottom lane. Soxu and Didal, there's a real sort of strong point for Samjay in this game at the moment, but there's so much playmaking potential out of this duo. We could see that lead extend even further. That is a very bad trade for Didal.
Really is. Didal taking so much damage, doesn't care, gonna step forwards again, hits the hook.
Oh, and he just finds it onto Timotopia. Just about able to grand entrance out of there. Lasp leveled down on Soxu, so can't go too far forward. But health bar's actually favouring Ex Machina in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really are. You could see the aggression out of Samjay is kind of just resulting in them losing health. Aggression up in the top side.
Yeah, he's just going to knock up Hope with a Cyclone. The Viego just going to be able to get over the wall with the double flash, chasing him over from Ex Machina's top side. Will take down the Viego. And Mid lane, we're looking at, well, I don't know what we're looking at. A solo kill for Sana onto Notice. A kill onto Timatopa in the bottom lane from Soksu and Didol. These lanes, these differentials are just extending on different parts of the map.
Really are. You could see in that mid lane, Notice and Sana both tried to make their way over towards that play. And this is why the Orianna was banned. She's so strong at the moment. Obviously, Orianna is best in a wombo-combo team fight, but individually, she still does plenty of damage by herself. Not even a full item under the belt, just a Phoenix Kodesh. Lost chapter, not that much, not expecting to be able to find solo kills. Still though, squishy Victor able to take down, and just action all across the map. Herald started this play off. Boots needs to be careful, does have flash, able to walk it out. And that is going to be the Herald picked up by Eames.
Yeah, and it's so strange to see that in game 2, the early game was sort of dictated really by Samjay, but this time around, Ex Machina are really the team that have been able to take it to them. Eames has been a real flag bearer for them in this game, and Hope is trying to accelerate his bottom lane even more. Lasp is vulnerable under the tower, and Soksu really would like to get another kill. Ooh, okay, Hope on minuscule amounts of HP, 15-12. It ticks back up in time, very close to going down.
Oh, just...
It's fine.
So close.
It's fine.
Just a bit of a clench moment. Everybody gonna walk away just fine though. 1 minute on the next Drake. One Drake already picked up for Ex Machina. That's a Chemtech because the bug has happened right here.
I believe, yeah, we've got Chemtech Drake coming up next. Because for some reason, right, so that bug, for those of you who don't know, top left of your screen, we've already had it, the Cloud Drake, so we can't get another one.
No. That bug has been around since they added the extras.
Yes, for some reason, ever since they added Hextech Drake and Chemtech Drake, if one of them is going to spawn, it just shows the wrong icon. I don't know why that happens. Refresh is trying to kill Victor in the mid lane, and with the help of Eames, I think he's going to be successful. Notice going down.
Eames is super strong right now. It looked a little bit weird with the Ornn going in, but it makes a lot more sense once the Wukong arrives. Going to be able to pop this Eye of the Herald as well. Still got 2 minutes until these turret plates fall off, so you just want to be getting as many as possible. Hope is there trying to defend this turret, but you can't really step up here, surely.
Ooh. That was a big bunk, that Divine Thunder from Eames doing work, but Shelly not quite able to take down the tower in the mid lane, so Ex Machina not extending the advantage by killing any structures, but they've built a massive gold lead, and Last has just killed Soksu. What is going on?
Many kills, apparently, and that Soksu dead right as this Drake is going to spawn.
Eames, this is very, very risky. He's going to use the Cyclone, turn it around onto Hope. Okay! Lasp is going to get the kill for that, and Didol's going to die as well. I misspoke. Ex Machina bait in Samjay and get 2 kills in the bot side.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Hope thought he could go for that play. Sure, in a straight 1v1 does a lot of damage, but A, Eames is much stronger than he is right now. He's sat on some components. Eames has got that full completed Divine Sundra, and B, you just watch Soksu die. You know that you're in a numbers disadvantage, and so bad decision making out of Samjay, something we saw in the first game that they'd corrected for the second, creeping back in here.
So if we're looking for good decisions from DMU, what are those now? What are the good decisions that they can make going into this game?
Play around your strong point, which would be Soksu, but you're not really focusing down there. You know, there was one big messy play, and other than that, you're kind of just letting Soksu and Didol get pushed around by Lasp and Timatopa. At this point, Lasp hasn't died yet, which you really want to be getting those early picks onto a Twitch, because if he is able to wander around with immunity, that's a recipe for absolute disaster. At the same time, your straight 5v5 is pretty strong. You just have to play the fights a little bit slower. You're looking for a reset onto Hope. I don't want Hope with this Viego to be your initial engage, because he will die too quickly. He needs to be the engage that comes in after Soksu and Notice have already done a ton of damage. Then you can actually go for those plays.
Soksu! Oh, the Didol somehow finds Lasp in the backside. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Both AD carries falling down, but Hope stealing away that corpse is going to be able to do a fair bit of damage back. What a hook from Didol.
I don't know if we can ask for this from production, but if you can get us a replay of that hook, it was pixel perfect, just going past one of the minions, and I mean, oh boy, I just said, need to kill last.
Oh, no.
Sana, don't do it.
Oh, don't do it.
Sana,
don't do it. Don't do it. Here comes Dido, walking at you slowly, menacingly, death sentence. But no, the flash away from Sana, and he's going to be absolutely A-OK getting out of there with his life.
Getting away with daylight robbery. There's no way that should have been a survival notice.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The green-eyed monster, green in his eyes, he still can't kill Sana. And he pays for the over-aggression with his life. Eames is going to flash over that tower last.
Soxu.
Hiding in the bushes. Soxu just wants another kill.
Stop chasing. Please.
Not sure they will. Dido is still going. Dido is still going. Finally going to be backing away, but here comes the refresh. No! You stuck your hand in the cookie jar and it's been bitten off by a giant goat.
People, just stop. Oh my god, both of these teams, clearly some words were said before they started playing these games, because they are just wailing on each other. That play down in the bot side, I mean, damn, we're going to need to get you some oxygen to get through these team fights.
I honestly, it was ridiculous stuff. I think this is going to be a replay of that hook onto last. This is just absolutely pinch perfect, weaving it around that minion.
So good.
But ultimately, it's an isolated play for DMU, because looking at the game state, they are down in gold, down in objectives, down in structures, and not having a good time at all. Well, they're down a mid laner as well.
Yeah. And once again, we've said this for both of these teams during the series, once you get that initial good play, stop. I can even understand continuing to try to kill Sana, who looked like they'd stepped too far forwards, as Bootsy might have right here.
Control ward. He's going to spot out Ex Machina. Not going for the DMU top laner as it stands, going for the Herald, as he's actually going to be using that death round onto Timatopa. Rakan just trying to survive as long as he can before he can get back out to his team. Refresh doesn't have any mana, so it's going to be half of the order to contribute to this fight. Dido playing away. Eames is here. Comes Otis on the side. The Victor has a load of damage as Hope is falling down. Sana able to get that kill as Soxu is finally joining this fight, but he's getting knocked up immediately. Double kill for the Oriana. And Soxu snakes away on a slither of HP. Make that a triple kill for Sana. And Ex Machina look to claim match point in this series.
Soxu was super late to that fight, ends up getting hit by an Order knock-up on the backside of the wall as well. And it just doesn't matter. You can see Samjay, they're looking for the good plays, but this mid lane has fallen to pieces. This top lane's not going very well either. The Wukong has just been outplaying your Viego, and all across the board, it's just such a nice play. Look, Soxu sprinting towards this play from base. Currently, no Victor actually being able to get involved in this fight either. You can see how Hope and Boots are playing really aggressive. Notice finally teleports into this play, does a decent chunk of damage into the backline, sure, but then he has to turn tail and run. Now watch Soxu, it looks like he might be able to do some decent work. He stood behind the wall, hit with the knock-up, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and whilst he's able to survive for a little bit longer, really couldn't dish any damage out. And Sana on the Oriana, absolutely taking names in this game, taking lives as well. It's been great performance from sort of really Eames himself and Last as well. A real team performance from Ex Machina.
Really is. I mean, it's just getting to plays with more members quicker. Boots is doing fine in individual lanes. Notice wasn't dying solo to Sana, but once you get into these team fights, if you just have more members around, it gives you such a good position to be in. Soxu, notice they weren't at that team fight when it initially started, getting taken down, and sure, you got one pick onto the Twitch. Eames still hasn't died. Refresh still hasn't died. There's a ton of shutdown gold available right here if you're able to find the picks, but that's a big if. Look at the vision that Ex Machina have. If you want to step anywhere near that Baron pit, you are spotted instantly. Bottom side river also lit up like a Christmas tree.
And I think it's very key that you bring up that Baron, because we have seen a fair few early Barons in this series so far. We haven't really gone too much longer past 20 minutes. So the team with the advantage, which is Ex Machina right now, maybe tempted to go towards that objective, and they have got more than enough damage to start it up.
Absolutely, they do. Going to be able to absolutely shred straight through it. You can see these items coming through. Ornaments already starting. Refresh has got his own. That Jack Show now going to be absorbing even more damage. Refresh hasn't died yet this game, and to be honest, I don't expect him to. I think he's going to be perfectly happy to step up into any team fight and survive for about as long as he really wants to. Whereas it's just the scraps of first items that have been completed for Samjay. They're down 6,000 gold.
And it's rough. I think the nice thing for them, though, is that the game hasn't been extended too far on the map. Ex Machina, they've been able to get these Drakes, but it's only that mid lane tower that they've taken down in their favor. And actually, Samjay are the ones that have destroyed more structures. And whilst that means that there is a lot of standing gold on the map for Ex Machina to take if they do win a fight, it also means that the consequences of lost fights for DMU in terms of keeping their actual base intact aren't nearly as catastrophic.
Absolutely. It really means that you're able to just have somewhere to run to. You know, you get in a little bit too deep in a team fight. If you have most of your turrets taken down, you can't step up any further. Sure, the map was lit up for Ex Machina, but you're able to step up far enough to try to fight back for some of that vision. Once you don't have those turrets, the amount of space that you actually can walk around and look for gold to try to get back into the game is reduced more and more. Dido.
Yeah, big caught out, Cyclone Charm dead, last on a killing spree with a single pick. Ex Machina are heading straight towards the Baron pits.
Just instantly heading up there. It's been spawned for 1 minute at this point, which is longer than I think the Baron survived at any other point in this series. Oh no, they just want to get the pick onto Foods, who's so caught out.
He does still have the Death Realm if he intends to use it. You see, that's why Last is trying to stay as far away from the Mordekaiser as possible. He's locked Refresh in that place, but it is not going to be death for the Ornn. It's going to be death for the Mordekaiser. Sana, the provider, and Hope with none. So he meets Hope, taking a fair bit of damage from Soksu on the front side as the Viego is finally shut down by Eames. And once again, Soksu is escaping through his own jungle from Ex Machina. 2 kills in favor of the team from Exeter, but DMU with Notice still on the board have a bit of damage. That's a flashback away, but look at Soksu's health bar. So low, the Xayah cannot step up to stop this Baron.
Yeah, Soksu wasn't able to deal any damage and still lost most of his HP for it. Baron's getting taken down pretty quickly, and it's just Dido stepping up, trying to poke. You want to delay this Baron as much as possible. Teleport coming in, and finally Ex Machina do have to run, but that play only works once when you have the teleport available.
Yeah. Notice is going to be very happy that he was able to join his team there. It's not been a great game for him. But with this gravity field, maybe able to get pick coming through onto Refresh, at least this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And if DMU can do a sweep of those, then they're going to be a much better step. I think Refresh is just going to be about able to defend. And actually, this might turn into a play for Ex Machina. Okay, the tower's going to be falling down, as does the Rakan, and DMU are winning a fight in the mid lane. They've got a couple of kills, they're hunting for more, and that Baron is available for them to take.
Oh, how did they manage to turn that fight around? Getting catches. It's only on to Refresh and Timotova. They're not the strongest members, but that's all of your engage gone instantly for Ex Machina. They can't step up to this one. Eames is still alive, so there is the possibility of a steal. Does not have flash, does have the ability to get over this wall.
Sana has Shockwave, Sana has Shockwave into the pit, over the wall. The spike goes down for Hope. Eames cannot find it, but he's persisting in the pit for a damn while in the Death Realm versus Bootsy, killing the Mordekaiser. Sana has to get away, but he will not be able to, as Hope will shut him down, and DMU, they get the Baron. They get a lifeline in game 3.
They do, but they cannot reset and spend all of that gold. Only Notice is able to with that teleport, because this is Soul right here. You're in the best spot you've been in all series. Come on, Samjay, pick this one up. Get back into this game.
Focusing down onto the pit, the Ornn Horn is going to be called. Eames, Topa trying to find access, but they're not quite able to get onto Soksu just yet. Finally, they find the Xayah, and Refresh is going to cause hell for him. Ex Machina losing out on the Dragon as Refresh is finally going to be able to take down that AD carry. Samjay, not going to be happy with how that went, but at least they stopped the Soul.
Stop Soul, pick up Baron. For how much down in gold they were, about 8k, to have dragged it back. Only 3k down now. They have bought themselves another 5 minutes, and you saw what even the last 5 minutes did for them getting slightly closer to Ex Machina. They managed to get out with, I think, 2 Barons. I think that there is one onto Notice and Hope. And more importantly than that, Ex Machina didn't get the Soul and didn't get the Baron.
Denying those objectives to them, which honestly, I think if you're on Ex Machina, you thought you're kind of entitled to, given the lead that you had at that point in the game and how well you were playing fights. But DMU just showing that even if they're down in gold and they're down in expectations for what they can do in a game, they can still show up.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point in the game, it looked like Samjay, they were down and out for the count, but the reigning champions are finding a way to fight back into this game. Hope, on the resets, still super strong. Soxu doesn't deal that much damage at this point in time, but finally has got the ability to cut for a refresh. That could be pretty big.
All of the Forge Gods going a little bit wide from refresh there. Those ornaments still coming through. We've got the Wormfallen Sacrifice for last. Very, very cool name. Upgraded Kraken Slayer, but this Twitch, you're going to want to get him towards 3 items before he can really start having an impact. He's in a great spot, but he hasn't been able to get as much gold as he necessarily would have liked, despite all those kills.
Absolutely. It's not that far ahead. You know, it's not as many items ahead as you would be expecting. Big play here.
Timitopa opening up with the quickness as Hope is diving onto Refresh. Thresh is already dead. And DMU, well, it feels like they've lost this fight before it's really even begun. Notice is going to come through on the side and try and use that gravity well to buy some time for Hope. Zoxu isolated and with no hope at all. Uzi coming over on the back line, trying to get a play onto last. Has locked him in the death realm, and Timitopa actually going down here. Hope kiting up the river. Notice as well. 3v3 in the bottom side as Eames trying to deal a little bit more damage back. Refresh going straight into all. Boozy, an absolutely immovable bastion of HP in the front line as the Ornn drops down. Notice full HP for himself as well, and Sana very, very low. Still kiting with that ball. He's really attempting to make a play onto Notice, but he's not going to be able to take him down. The Victor gets the kill, and somehow Samjay keep winning fights.
Middle cut. Samjay are doing this. They're
Say it
pulling
ain't
this
so.
one back.
Say it ain't so.
Hey, we are 27 minutes into this game, people. It has gone longer than the previous 2 already. And it's so close. The fact that Samjay pulling this one back, Dido is going to die again right here. That's unfortunate.
It happens. It's a natural consequence of him being in the League of Legends game, but in the aggregate, Samjay are doing A-okay.
Yeah, that Samjay, they're pulling their way back into this game in a way I really was not expecting them to be able to do. Look at this fight. Instantly, Dido dies. You think that this fight is basically over. Soxu is also going to get taken down on the backside, but Hope, Notice, and then the teleporting in Boots, they're just able to keep themselves alive for so long. Timitopa, taken down very quickly. Lasp, taken down. And now this, the fact that they're able to get through Refresh is the most impressive thing to me. Just slowly dealing enough damage to take him out. Hope does just also get taken down, but look at the amount that Boots is healing off of that passive where you just constantly have that swirl around you, stealing health from your opponents. In a long extended team fight where you don't manage to quickly take down this Mordekaiser, he's able to stand tall and just destroy the opposition.
And you see what happens if Lasp is put in melee range of him. It ends very, very badly. How is it? We went into that replay with Didel dying. We come out of the replay with Didel dying. And actually, that's 20 seconds before a Drake. So much more impactful than the previous step. Hope being opened up to by Lasp, who's going to get locked in the death realm by Boozy. Soxu being dived onto once more. Who would be an AD carry? No hope for him as Eames is legendary, but Notice is still full HP on the side. Boozy being knocked back. He wasn't able to take down Lasp, but he's not going to be able to. Somehow, the Twitch survives, and Ex Machina get 3 and going to claim this soul as well.
Dido, stop, my man. Please. Like you said, we went into that play with him dying. He also did die to start off the play in the replay too. And now he's lost his team the soul. That was not just any old Drake. That's soul. That's an ocean soul specifically. If you thought Refresh was difficult to kill beforehand, watch him get all of his health during the team fight as well. This has made the game incredibly difficult for Samj, and as if it wasn't already super difficult for them, you just need to sit back and breathe as Samj, because you're finding these fights, but you have to find the right moments. If Didol's dead before every single fight starts, you're constantly in a 4v5, and it's not just gonna work.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at Eames right now on the Wukong, and I'm thinking, yeah, that's a very
champion.
That's a very scary right now. Soksu, the last couple of team fights have not been pleasant for him, and I can't imagine that any of the upcoming team fights are going to be too pleasant. No, Didol! What are you doing? It's happened again! X-Pac
and there's a Baron!
Pick onto the support, and they're going to head over to the Baron.
As Didol, I would be slightly scared for my IRL life because his teammates are stood right next to him. Be careful, my man.
Watch out.
At this point, Refresh, hang on, he's getting taken pretty low.
Time for now. Call the Forge God going wide. Ex Machina. Now they're the ones walking around the Dragon Soul with a Baron buff. Once again, in an advantage not quite as significant as it was around about 10 minutes ago. But an advantage nonetheless.
Indeed, pretty impressive that they've been able to claw their way back from what was an iffy moment for them right there. You can see push up into the mid lane out of Samj, but nothing really happening for them. And Ex Machina, they need to look at their sideways because it's a push for Samj in 2 of the 3 lanes. So you kind of just pigeonholed yourself into going one way. That's revenge for Didol right there.
Yeah, that is absolutely revenge. Oh no, Hope!
Oh,
he's completely missing the ground entrance! Viego dies! Over-aggression from Viego is going to be the bane of a team once again in this series as Ex Machina are opening up the team fight. Notice and Boozy, the only ones left alive, but the Mordekaiser will die. And Notice has to stand tall against 3 members of Ex Machina as they are pushing under the tower. The Zhonyas will buy time, the Flash will buy time, but it is not enough. An ace for Ex Machina.
20 seconds until Hope respawns. This is Baroned up, and they're going to do a ton of damage to this turret with the Demolish as well. You have to think that this could be the ending right here. 8 seconds until somebody's back alive. 10 seconds until you have Soksu. This might be the end of the game. Come on.
Sana has TP in 10. Nexus towers are just disappearing for Ex Machina. Here comes Hope, here comes Didol. They are going to be able to force Ex Machina away from the base, but they are going to opt back in for that fight. Very nice.
TP behind, TP behind!
But there's a TP from behind. Ex Machina are going for this. They are taking down Samj in game 3 of the series and pushing themselves to match point. Booty gets pulled in by the shockwave to his doom. And Ex Machina are 1 win away from being the NSE champions.
Oh, Ex Machina really taking the fight to Samj here, and what a crazy game that was. It was longer than the other 2 by miles. It was closer. And Ex Machina coming out with the win, looking good, looking happy with themselves, but that game was harder than it needed to be.
Absolutely. After the lead that they were able to attain for themselves so early on, we were calling it sort of done and dusted, but DMU, as they always seem to do, showed their ability to team fight coming back into that game. But honestly, few individual mistakes from Didol, I think, really cost them in those final few minutes.
Absolutely did. Didol died, I think it was 4 times in the space of about 5 minutes. Every single time resulting in either it was just his own death and then his team couldn't do anything, or his death and then his team was caught in a 4v5, which they then lost. Only one of those plays where he died did his team manage to pull out a miracle victory in the team fight, and simply because Bootsy just refused to die. I know that he's an undead king on the Mordekaiser, but still, the ability to just survive in that situation was the only reason that they were able to fight back for as long as possible. Samj have shown us that they can play well, and that they can play from a deficit, something we hadn't seen beforehand. But if they'd have cleaned up that play, I don't necessarily think it would have been enough to overcome what was an 8k gold lead.
Yeah,
But I think that game had more in it.
It really, really did. And I think if you are able to chain together a couple more good plays off the back of that comeback, then you are able to get back into the game. But fundamentally, this is a DMU side that we're not expecting to fall down to as many deficits as they have been. It was a great performance from them in Game 2, but if that's not replicable, if that's not something that they can implement every game, then we could be headed for a new champion and a very famous upset win.
Absolutely. The fact that Samjay could be losing here after winning everything in 2022 is incredible. It would be awesome to see a brand new NSC champion, Eggers Machina no less, show that Exeter are one of those heavy hitters in the esports scene. You know, when you think of university esports for League of Legends, you're thinking Warwick, you're thinking De Montfort. They're kind of your big boys. They are the ones who are winning basically everything. And yet, sneaking up from behind Exeter, somebody we weren't expecting, not done so well in Newell this season, but in NSC, they're on the cusp of victory.
Yeah, and they're on the cusp of a very historic win. And now, this has got me in a really weird position, Loxa, because coming into Game 2, we were talking about how much DMU had been blown out and how thoroughly they had been stomped by Ex Machina. And then Game 2 happened.
Yeah.
Where they were able to assert themselves on that game very, very strongly. So we know that this team has bounce back ability. So I'd be very surprised to see them sort of fall over and die going into Game 4. But we will have to wait and see what happens in that game, as we are going to be jumping to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never tell on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Bienvenue de la stream and welcome back to what is proving Black Boxer to be a very hotly contested NSC final between DMU, Samjay, this team, this dynasty that have built up such a reputation over university composition, down 1-2 versus Ex Machina, who have risen up and are one Nexus explosion away from being crowned your NSC British University Esports champions.
Were we expecting that? No, we were not. Samjay have been such a, like you said, dynasty of power in university esports, but that's the joy of university esports, is eventually players leave, they move on. Samjay, literally named after Samjay, the player that they had, because you eventually move on from university, and so we get new champions eventually. Ex Machina, though, until this split, had not been one of those top contenders, even this split, not looking like they were going to be able to take on Samjay in the way that they have, but they should be damn proud of themselves at this point. One more Nexus explosion, they've got 2 opportunities to do it. They're going to want to put this one in the bag right now, though.
Yeah, you kind of don't want to have to use the spare. It's like a tire in the back of your car. You've got it, but you don't really want to ever be in a situation where you have to pull it out. And Blocks it sort of somewhat incredulously at the start of the day. We remarked that allegedly a fortune teller had informed Refresh, the top laner for Ex Machina, that they were going to be winning in a 3-1 today. And honestly, Bloxer, that's looking very far from unlikely right now.
It very much could happen. I am fascinated by the fact that if this is true, I would like that fortune teller's number, please. That's,
it's clearly very, very adept at
Yeah.
telling the future. Like, you can guess
Incredible.
one League of Legends score, therefore, Nostradamus' prophetic powers. We are going to be having Ex Machina again on the blue side. We have had a lot of red side victory so far in this series. What we haven't seen too much is much adaptation in this first phase of bans from Samjay. That Jax consistently being taken away from Refresh.
Yeah, nobody wants to see Refresh on this Jax. Being taken out every single time. Lee Sin as well, so we're seeing a lot of focus towards this top jungle. Jarvan off the board as well. Ex Machina let that one go through once, and they are not making the same mistake again. Interesting to see if Samjay think anything specific that happened last game was the problem. Instead, Echo, again, very similar bans to what we've seen. Orianna, I think, was a big one. The fact that the Orianna had been banned the first 2 games, then went through, was incredibly impactful. Not even in terms of just big wombo combos, just in the straight 1v1.
Oh, I really like this. I really like this Xayah ban, though. I feel like that has really been holding together a lot of DMU's games. Soksu on that pick, just providing that additional safety and just being a very big source of damage. He's going to have to find something a bit more vulnerable to DPS on, and that's going to put Samjay in a pretty rough spot.
Really is. So, what does Ex Machina pick themselves up on this first pick? We've mainly seen it be an AD
Varus?
carry, but yeah, Varus definitely one of that premier picks. Jinx, the other one who has been around. I don't love the Jinx blind pick quite as much, just because with Varus you do have those 2 different builds that you can go for. Jinx, you know what she wants to do. She wants to sit back and hyperscale. Thresh is still available. Jinx Thresh is a pretty good combo, so does Samjay want to take that one away right now?
Yeah, and obviously with the Xayah off the board, the Rakan priority is going to be going down significantly as well.
Okay.
And looks like they're going to be going back to an old classic. Soksu on the Twitch. This guy is incredible at this champion, and we are going to be seeing that Rakan again.
Okay, Rakan and Twitch. It worked perfectly last time, and hey, if it ain't broke, why are you going to try fix it? Steal away the composition that beat you in the last time. Why not? Ex Machina, what's your response going to be? You know it's going to be a squishy bot lane that's highly aggressive, and you know you want to sit back and scale. So what kind of pairing do you want with that? Maybe you even concede into something a bit less aggressive. Braum, perfect for that.
Yep.
Sit back, relax, and just absorb the pressure. It's great into the Twitch. Throw up that shield, and he can't do much.
Yeah, you just like show your friends the door, and there's not much you can go in. Like being able to block all of a Twitch's damage is gonna suck for him, but also the Braum can enable some aggressive moves in terms of the jungle. People feel like he is a very defensive champion, and whilst that's true, but that stand behind me can be used to aggressively dash to a jungler and set up for a couple of plays. Going to be seeing another Ornn in the top lane. Really loving this pick.
I love this pick in this situation as well. Braum, Ornn, that is your front line done. You've got plenty of AD damage coming out of your AD carry right now with a Jinx. So all you need is some AP to balance it out and some utility out of your jungle. It's a very standard and nice composition. Victor going to be the lock-in here as well. Orianna taken off the board. I'm not surprised. The Orianna is a great pick into the Victor, and we saw just how strong it was last time around. For the side of Samjay, they still need to pick themselves up a top laner and a jungle, whereas for Ex Machina, it's a jungle and a mid laner left to grab.
And do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if Samjay actually want to take away the Wukong from Eames as well, because he was absolutely disgusting on that champion. Obviously, a part of that is going to be the combo between the Wukong and that Orianna, but I think both of them had strong enough individual performances that you should pay respect to at least one of those champs.
Yeah, absolutely. You just don't want to be losing to things you already know have been strong. Gonna take the Viego off of the board. Now, Viego looked not great last time around. So, interesting, to be honest, seeing that one. I think it's lost in both of the games we've seen it, actually.
I believe it. I believe it has. And maybe this is Hope actually going, we're going to ban the Viego and we're going to pick the Wukong ourselves, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that will work really well with the composition that you've built. You've got 2 long-range damage healers in the Twitch, in the Victor. What do they need? Set up CC. What does Wukong give?
Set up CC. There you go. Exactly the right pick, and it works great with the Rakan. As we've highlighted previously, these 2 champions are great for going in, especially when you have something like a Twitch who can follow up pretty easily. He's a very fast champion, plenty of range as well. And if you can just CC somebody up into the air, they're just going to get shredded by that Victor ultimate. So what's the response out of Ex Machina? You now know what your jungle is going to be.
It's another Karthus.
It's another Karthus.
It's another Karthus. Okay.
Karthus in the jungle or mid lane?
Well, we shall see. We have 10 seconds to find out. It was mid lane in game 1 when Notice played it, and that went badly.
Really badly.
Really badly. Oh, okay. Okay, so, right. Is going to be a Karthus in the jungle getting an Akshan in the mid lane. I do like this as a pick into mages. He is sort of deceptive in terms of the amount of damage that he can put out in the early stages. And once again, we are going to have Bootsy on the Mordekaiser. 3 games in a row, we have seen identical solo lane picks from DMU.
He's really good on it. He likes it into the Ornn. Bootsy was the shining beacon of hope in that previous game for Sam J, and so give him a champion he likes in a matchup he's comfortable in. Hope that he can carry again. You've now pairing it up with the Twitch, who was so good last game against you. I like this composition out of Sam J. I think it works well together. This composition out of Ex Machina makes very little sense in some ways and plenty of sense in other ways. You've got big tanky frontline. Good.
Hold the phone. It's TP Revive Karthus. No, don't go Flash, go TP Eames. Because you've got the Akshan, you can bring that Karthus back to life so early and get that extra impact from it. That's a really useful element of the champion.
It would have been super good. Like you said, though, with that Akshan pick, you can now revive people back up. It doesn't matter if somebody goes in a little bit too far, gets themselves taken down. That Akshan brings you back into the game. You're lacking a little bit of utility, I'd say, just because, Akshan, he doesn't provide a lot in terms of CC, in terms of anything other than just pure damage, but it is what you want when you have a Karthus. When you have a Karthus, you want him to be the only AP, so he can just build straight AP, doesn't really have to bother with magic pen, because, otherwise your opponents are going to try build some magic resists. That's what you want. You'd like him being the only AP. I can understand the decision behind having AD in the mid lane. This composition, it's so risky, though. It's so risky. Great level 1, though, with that Braum, so I can understand why they're doing this.
Yeah, and I like that DMU have just gone, level 1 Braum, Karthus, not going to interact with that. And giving over a couple kills in this game would be disastrous, right? It's not game 1, game 2. You haven't got this buffer. If you lose here, that's it. Ex Machina claim the title. Notice.
He'd better be watching his screen right now. Oh, okay.
Okay.
You can see why they were threatening for that right there, but really good decision out of Sambay to just step back. Whoever has won the early game in these has really just walked it through. Although it's gotten harder, I'd say. Ex Machina in game 1 got an early game lead, destroyed the opposition very quickly. Sam J in game 2 got an early lead, a little bit more back and forth, and then they win. Ex Machina, lead level 1, and then it's much more back and forth. So hopefully this game will see a true back and forth, and maybe whoever wins the early game doesn't necessarily win the game, but time will tell.
Yeah, and once again we find ourselves with compositions that are going to scale absolutely fine on both ends, right? Sana here just demonstrating a little bit of the trading that you can do with Akshan. If you don't know, this champion, for some reason, auto-attacks twice every time he auto-attacks, which means he synergizes great with a load of on-hit items, but also means that he can play very aggressively in the mid lane against these mages that aren't able to contest his damage this early.
Yeah, exactly. He's just able to lay down all of that pressure, exactly what you want, especially exactly what you want when you're up against a Wukong who, while he can gank during the early stages of the game, is not great at it. You know, you're not particularly expecting to get early ganked, and so you feel a little bit safer to just lay down that pressure. You get an early ward as well to spot out where Hope is, and this is an excellent early couple of levels for Ex Machina.
And you can just see here the demonstration of how disgusting the Karthus clear speed is. Wukong is no slouch in terms of his ability to get through his camps, but by the time that he's making his way towards his blue buff, well, his opponent has already cleared his Rapt, has already cleared his red, and is heading for his Krugs.
Yeah, it's just super quick clear right here, and it's exactly what you don't want to be allowing a Karthus to do. You do not want a Karthus to just be allowed to scale. This champion must be punished in the early game because he is inevitable. The later you get into the game, the more and more damage the Karthus is able to do before your teamfight truly starts. You know what doesn't make Soxu feel good on this Twitch? It's coming into a teamfight with half his HP before anybody has stepped anywhere near him.
That sounds incredibly unpleasant.
It does.
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, honestly. Maybe I would. I don't know.
And Soxu's not had a good time this series, has he?
No.
He's been bullied out quite a lot.
Well, particularly that last game on Desire. It just felt like every single team fight, people were running for him, chasing him down, and that proved to be an effective strategy in the end for Ex Machina. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to adopt something similar this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? Why would you not just keep trying to press the advantage where you know it hurts? Soxu, Didol, they are the big carries of this team, and yet Bootsy, somebody we've not really heard of before, not even the main player for Samjay, they had some issues getting their main roster here, has been kind of the bright spark right now. Notice has played a lot of Victor this series. He's been pretty good on it, but he's never had a true carry performance. I wonder if he can change that this time around. Is a gank from
Thinking about it, what? This is a gank. This is a gank. I can say that quite conclusively, and it's one that Bootsy is not enjoying at all. Doing some decent damage back down onto Refresh, but first blood goes to the Karthus.
Karthus gank. It's not usually what you're expecting, but oh, this is fun. Soxy is invisible, Sana is also invisible, and so this play in the mid lane just fizzles out. Nobody's actually able to pick up a kill right here. Should have had a Viego in this game. Then you would have just had loads of champions in the same lane. Absolutely none of them visible.
What's happening? I can see some... A dragon!
Look at that
Cool.
fierce dragon. Gonna be a Mountain Drake first of all. It's a pretty good one to pick up if you want a couple of extra resistances. The kind of thing that actually the tanky champions on Ex Machina would really benefit from. But there's decent vision around the area for Samjay. Sana's still pushing in Notice massively right here. Doesn't care that most of the time Hope has been around this mid lane. Perfectly happy to just keep pressing that advantage. And can just base whenever he gets a full push off and be perfectly happy to come back into this lane feeling very strong. He's just going to keep farming up. The fact that he ganked, surprising.
Right, people here. He's going to flash forward for trying to get a kill onto Notice. A couple of hits would have done it. They're not going to come through. Exhaust onto Hope. Going to buy a load of time. The Wukong able to get the kill. And Eames a little bit low on mana. A little bit too low to contribute to the fight. So Sana's over-aggression is punished eventually by DMU.
Oh, I love the idea behind Sana, though, going in onto that play. Notice was pretty out of mana as well, and so it nearly worked out. Perhaps if one less member had shown up into the mid lane, it would have been okay. Sana, though, was playing with fire this entire time.
Timotopus playing with fire himself. Didol's going to come over the wall, making a play onto Eames. They've been able to drop a load of CC, but not too much damage onto the jungle support duo of Ex Machina, and will take the reset themselves as Sana rejoined the lane. And actually, Didol, I hope, not stopping, still facing up in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, plenty happy to just allow Soxu to get solo XP, solo gold, Because it's a Twitch, Twitch is super safe, especially versus a Jinx Brom. Until level 6, there's not really any threat to Soxu. Dado returning here, Hope on the gank.
Yeah, he's being taken relatively low. The Requiem's going to come down as well. The Wukong just about going to be able to survive. But Dido's going to get stunned up as well as Bootsy died in the top side. That's so much value. And Sana will take down the Wukong as well. Once more, Ex Machina finding kills in the early game.
They're going to get the Drake as well out of that play. And Ex Machina, they want to be your NSC champions for Spring 2022. Doing an excellent job of finding the way forward so far. The amount of damage that Karthus ultimate did already. And this is a Karthus with, what is that? 2 books? That's...
Yeah, that's not even a bookshelf.
No,
like, you're so far away from a library right now.
And still, the amount of damage that Eames just did. SamJ have got to be sweating it at this point. The amount of pressure they must be feeling. Defending champions on the stage. You've got fans watching you right then and there, looking for the aggressive play, but it is fully the amount of return damage that Eames is able to lay down.
Yeah, and you have to feel that this is DMU kind of forgetting that there's a Karthus in this game, because Hope is solo going for that play, and Sana are able to snipe him on the backside. It's what we've been seeing time and time again. The team that is making the aggressive play is going a little bit too aggressive, and they get punished by the turnaround.
Indeed they do, and I'm shocked by the way that this game has actually been going. I expected SamJ to have more, especially more in the early game. Sana.
Oh no, he stood too far forward in mid lane and is going to be a victim of a gank from Soxu. That's what we were talking about. The Twitch can get on map, and Notice is going to be very happy to get his first kill of this game.
I mean... SamJ, come on, give us a full series. I want this to go all the way to 5 games. I hope everybody else does as well, because this has been some excellent League of Legends here. 9 minutes into the game. Pretty much even on gold, but where that gold is I think the most important thing. It's pretty evenly spread. Oftentimes when you see 4 kills, you know, it's 3 onto 1 champion, whereas actually it's spread out very evenly for both of these teams. There's no one position where there's a massive lead, particularly, although if you have to point to a couple of areas, Soxu pretty far ahead of Last, but Eames massively far ahead of Hope.
Yeah, and those CS differentials, particularly on something like a Karthus, can prove to be very, very detrimental. But Soxu here on the Twitch being jumped onto by the Glacial Fissure of Timmy Topa. Auto's going to be landing down as Didol is going to be able to get a charm and a knockup with a grand entrance combo onto Lash, but still DMU being forced away. Hope is in the area, but he's 2 levels down on Eames.
And this is why Karthus is going to be coming back into the meta. Very recently, there was a change to the way that XP works in the game. Junglers used to get quite a lot of XP while being in lane, now they don't get very much at all, and so the ability to gank, whilst also not being in lane, such as with a Requiem, is so strong. That's why this Karthus is going to be able to just sit in the jungle, keep farming up a Storm, 20 CS above Hope, and yet still be impactful on the map through that ultimate.
Oh, Bootsy having a real fun time at 1v1 versus Reed Flash. That flash didn't come through, and maybe we're seeing a dead Ornn on our screen, but might be seeing a dead Mordekaiser on our screen instead. Bootsy recognizing that he's probably going to get ganked, just going straight onto Refresh, but the Ornn not going to be able to survive. Great kill in the 1v2 for Bootsy.
Great attempts to survive out of Refresh. More dives happening down in the bot side. Requiem.
Disconnected there. Hope was going forward whilst Didol was backing away, and ultimately it means that DMU, they don't get any kills off of that dive. Hold on, Sana has moved over. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be able to take out the victor in trade, but that's an excited Last. That's a dangerous prospect for DMU to deal with, and with a teleport coming through from Refresh as well, they're going to have even more problems to think about. Cool, the Forge Guard going a little bit through the uprights as Dido has still got that slow on him from the Winter's Fight, dodging away from the Zap Fancy Feet on the Rakan to get away. And that's a big expendment of resources from Ex Machina to try and get something off the back of that attempt to dive, but really? I don't think it's worth it.
No, absolutely not. Now has to just limp slowly back towards the top lane as Boods is able to push in a full wave. Look at the amount right now the refresh is missing. Has to take a quick reset. Now it's just up to Eames to pick up this wave. Whilst Eames will like that refresh, certainly won't. At least it's an Ornn, not the end of the world to miss out on a bit of gold and XP, but still not ideal. Not at this stage in the game where, as Ex Machina, you're looking to find good ways into this game. Oh boy, that was daylight robbery.
Yeah, no, well, I think Booz is basically saying to Eames, like, no, bro, like, you've got more CS than me right now. That's not particularly fair as a jungler. That differential has really been extending pretty significantly over Hope now. 40 up on the Karthus. He's had that Leandries for a couple of minutes. This Herald summon from Hope is going to get a little bit more gold back and into the pockets of Soxu, which is where you want it. But this Karthus still a ticking time bomb that DMU are going to have to be aware of.
Indeed, the longer this game goes, the stronger and stronger they get. Soxu.
Caught out on those traps. Dido is just trying to run interference for his AD carry. That exhaust mitigating a fair chunk of damage, and Eames flashing forward. The attempt to kill the Twitch. Super Mega Death Rocket is somehow going to hit onto Soxu, and Dido being isolated on low HP. It's been a very, very bloody fight in the bottom lane, and Timur Topa will be the only casualty.
Oh, the plays out of Samjay's bot lane right there to keep themselves alive. Just about playing truly on the knife's edge right there. It looked like it could have gone either way. In the end, though, Samjay come out on top, and they're going to be able to turn this one into another Drake, even themselves up on the Drake score. The fact that the Requiem wasn't available for Eames just then is the only reason that Samjay were able to win that fight.
Absolutely. Cooldown on that ability is fairly significant, which deservedly so, given the power that you're able to output. This Dragon is taking Hope a fair while. He is going to be able to take it down eventually, and that means, as I've said many times in this series, got a fairly even game on our hands.
It really is sitting pretty close, tiny gold lead for Samjay. In terms of the way that that's stacking out for items, that's still working towards that mythic, whereas it's Blade of the Ruin King start for Soxu, so able to pick that one up. Small advantage right now it means for that Twitch, but wow, most of these lanes feeling pretty even. The main items that you want to be watching is what is on Eames, because if the answer is anything more than 2 items, oh, he's gonna hurt.
And like you mentioned in the champion select, this Karthus is the sole AP damage on his team, so it's not like DMU are going to be heavily incentivized to be picking up loads of null magic mantles.
Yeah, no, and if you do, you're going to get taken out by Sama, and that's pretty quickly. He's dead.
Oh, he's just dead. He's just dead. A million ways to die thrown at the victor, and the Super Mega Death Rocket will claim the kill. And actually, 5 members of Ex Machina looking to get a little bit more as the tower is going to be dropping down as well.
There was no way Notice was getting out of that one because he was dead from so many different angles. See, Herald spawning up again. Ex Machina are going to head straight towards it, and they're trying desperately to find themselves a lead. But any situation where Ex Machina find a good play, Samjay usually have a decent response. Our response currently is a big push down in the bottom side, funneling more and more gold into Soxu.
And this Twitch, he would love to have had a kill right now, but an entire tower and a 40 CS lead will have to suffice for Soxu. If he dies here, he's not going to be very happy though. Sana is level 11. Soxu is going to be opening up here with the spray and play. Not enough to take down the Akshan.
See, some support is arriving though. Soxu gonna have to run away as quickly as possible. Should be able to get away. It's Twitch. Once that Q comes back available, into the darkness he goes. And everything works out just fine. That Herald is going to be on Eames, so it'll be interesting to see where this one gets laid down. Mid lane turret has been cracked, but you have both the top and bot tier 1s still available. It's kind of wherever you pick you want it.
Kind of not really obligated to go anywhere or the other. Now, I am intrigued to see what we see in his inventory. Okay, so it is going to be that Hex Tech Ultimate, so he's building towards that Shadow Flame, only about 700 gold away, and blocks up that 2-item point for the Karthus is coming very, very quickly.
Super soon. Really interesting to see that it is not just going to be the straight death cap build. I'd imagine that's going to be the 3rd item, Sana.
Oh, no. For his own jungle, you can't do that, buddy. Hope a killing spree for him, and we've seen Wukong's pop off in this series before with 4 kills to his name. Hope is leading the charge for DMU. Songsu getting caught in the mid lane once more by Glacial Fissure. The Didal there, always to make sure he's safe.
Our reigning champion Samjay, they are not looking to take this beating lying down. They want to put themselves back into this game. They're going on to the Carthus.
Well, Eames has been locked in the death realm, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to escape with that with his health bar intact. A shutdown for Bootsy, a massive injection of gold onto this Mordekaiser. We've seen what he can do with that.
Absolutely we have. That's exactly the kill that you wanted to get onto the correct player. Bootsy being a threat is huge, not simply because once you get into a team fight, he can take somebody into the death realm and make their lives miserable. If you can also leave him up in the top side to be able to just keep split pushing, great too. Refresh. Super dead here,
Super dead, surely. Yeah, there he goes. Down, slain by Bootsy. And DMU are really showing up and seem intent on pushing us to game 5.
Hang on.
Requiem, Super Mega Death Rockets! That's big for last, and actually he's got a reset now on the Jinx. Warrior Trickster, the only thing between hope and dying. Gotta be scared of this AD carry as well. 4 kills for her too.
At this point, as Eames, I'm hang on, notice.
Ignite,
Huh?
Death Notice, Sana with a solo kill in the side lane.
What a play right there. As I was saying though, at this point as Eames, I'm a little bit miffed at last, because every single time he presses that Requiem and it's gonna get a kill, Super Mega Death Rocket comes straight out and nicks it away. A little bit more coordination between those two possibly, but to be honest, you're pretty happy if either your jungler or your AD carry is getting the kills in this situation.
Yeah, just throw everything at the enemy team. If they die, you're feeling good about that. As going to be seeing another dragon spawning in about 10 seconds. And Exter here with that mid lane tower already taken down. You'd have to think are the ones who automatically get that mid lane prior. But Dio has already found his way into the river, and Exter are going to have to force themselves in.
They're gonna have to find a way to get into this game. Possible flank out of Sana. We know how easy it is to make your way through these team fights as an Akshan. Instant priority for Samjay though, and at this point, Drake already taking a decent chunk of damage. And I don't actually know if Exeter can walk in on this one. They certainly cannot. Just a Death Rocket to look for a steal. Why not?
Oh, well, hold on. Let's just cast that whilst Eames wasn't channeling Requiem. That's strange there. Extra instead, you're using this opportunity to get a little bit of vision around the top side, and considering that Baron has been started basically on 20 minutes in multiple games this series, I think having a few wards around the top side river, wise choice.
Definitely is, especially because you can see how much the vision has been focused around this Drake pit for the most part. Sana going to be able to pick up this turret. Oh, still got a decent chunk of health left. Might be able to get a second charge off. No, should just be taken out right here.
I love that auto attack animation that Shelly does when she's hitting off the champions. It's so exaggerated. Like you hear like, I am punching you now!
And then it does about 6 damage.
Yeah, no, it's quite underwhelming.
It is. Just a tad bit. Baron now spawned though. So, 20 minutes into the game. About a 1k gold lead here for Samjay. Things are basically dead even, not even 500 gold. Trying to deal damage as refresh.
Yeah, he's trying to walk into the river. That Requiem is going to help him out with so much damage onto Soksu. Twitch just about going to be able to stay alive as he's burning down to the Leandries, but he's not going to be falling out as actually Senna is being caught in the death realm, and that's 2 going down for X-Mac, and that's going to make it really hard to play out the rest of this fight. Multiple charms coming through from Didol, as on the backside the teleport is coming through. Collapse, still able to open up some damage and get a reset off of Hope. Notice on the backline has killed Eames. X-Mac enough. Backing away, still looking for it, looking at Notice. Here comes Didol, the flashback from last. That gravity field is going to buy a load of space, but not enough to save Didol. Soksu opening up, flashing forward into a rocket from last. A double kill for the Jinx. And Bootsy falling low himself, just about able to escape, but that's even more gold. Now 7 kills for Lasp on the AD carry.
And No Deaths has been playing this one so well. Jinx, super immobile, but once she gets excited, able to run through. Such a fun champion to watch, and being played this well, you've got to space from your enemies very, very carefully, because if you step just a little bit too far forwards, you're going to get taken out, but you have to be close enough to be able to be laying down that consistent damage. Having the Brom next to you is massive for that. Gives you that space, that little bit of immunity where you can stand behind his shield and know that you can just lay down the damage. So it looks like it's a catch on to... straight away, catch onto refresh. Now look at the amount of damage that this Requiem does. Soxu so nearly gets taken out, and this fight could have gone so differently if there was just somebody around to take those couple of kills onto Soxu instantly. Then this is all different. Boots though does so much damage, able to just keep healing himself up, running through, constantly is landing those Qs. More fighting, hang on.
Yeah, Soxu once again being caught out with a Call of the Forge God. The extra position around the Baron pit for now, but lack a crucial engage tool to defend. And Soxu's not too far forward. The Requiem's going to come down, and last is a legendary. Twitch is off the board. Booty in the Death Realm is doing a fair bit of damage, and Hope is causing some disruption, but the damage is not connecting onto Exter. But Booty is still alive. He gets the shutdown onto last. Boots on the Mordekaiser, truly the Emperor of Death, taking down multiple members of Ex Machina.
Oh, he just keeps running through the opposition, survives so long in the Death Realm, and then once he pops back out, healing so much off of every champion around him. That is 3 nice quick kills for Samjay, and they do not want to lose this series. Reigning champions looking to continue that streak, heading straight towards the Baron.
Pings are going down, looking at the respawn timers, looking at the positioning of the members of Ex Machina. A contest does not seem likely. And after being bullied a little bit in Game 2, coming so close to making the comeback work in Game 3, Samjay find themselves backs against the wall, down match point in the series. But 23 minutes into Game 4, they claim the Baron, they claim a gold lead for the time being. Their hopes of retaining the NSC Championship still alive.
Hang on, fighting up in the jungle. Sana has to flash away. Oh, he might tick down. There's so much damage off of that Twitch. He isn't going to quite die, but he's now lost most of his HP. Going to have to go back, and it's right as Drake is scoring. Soul point potentially for Samjay. It's a definite win condition that they can play around, heading straight towards it.
Yeah, Drake is going to feel good for yourself. A little bit of extra movement speed. So impactful on a champion like Wukong, who needs to be getting into that backline and causing as much chaos as possible. And I think for Ex Machina, again, opting not to contest makes a lot of sense. Timotopper, although in his option to not contest, may have stepped too far forward. Idol's teammates not in range to take him down, but that's a couple of objectives that Ex Machina have kind of just let Samjay take away from them. Are they starting to bleed out? Is it losing? Are they losing hold of this game?
Just a little bit, which is fascinating considering Wukong, mainly an early game champion, Mordekaiser, sort of an early to mid game champion, and Ex Machina, they should just keep getting better. This scaling should keep increasing. Instead, it just feels like they're slowly losing a grip on this game. 5 minutes until Soul, that's a big play that will be happening. Massive team fight. For now, though, I'm interested to see what Samjay do with this Baron. So far, not too much.
Oh, no.
That's so unfortunate.
That's so rude, Dido.
Hey, he's making up for the way that he played in the last game.
Absolutely, and then some on the Rakan right now. Very, very heads-up play. You're definitely going to be trading the Requiem for that quickness any day of the week. You see that the quickness is charging up so much quicker. Samjay are going to have access to that ability before the Requiem's online.
It's a good minute and a bit that you're allowed to actually step forwards, where you don't have to constantly live under the threat of losing half your HP before the team fight even starts. It allows this push to happen so much easier, bouncing it between the top and the mid lane, leaving bot to just fend for itself for the minute, and using Fog of War excellent as well. Just constantly threaten so that nobody feels comfortable to step past the initial line of turrets. Well defended though, because Ex Machina does have a pretty good amount of wave cleared.
Yeah, and with that Baron timer ticking down towards 3 minutes in the top right hand of your screen, so the Baron is ticking off of DMU. And honestly, they've got a bit with it, but it's not been game-breaking for them.
No. No, it has not been. It has been enough, which is, I think, at this point in time, all Samjay really are looking for. They just want to keep themselves nice and close in this game. The real moment for them to actually look for big, explosive plays is not under the opposition's turrets. There's too much CC to really look for fights when you could be taking half of your HP simply from the tower.
Okay, I was thinking about how fancy DMU were feeling with an engage there. Opting against it, and actually they played very, very well, but they still need to be respectful. Last does reach 3 items on the Jinx. He is absolutely in a great spot. Sana isn't though. He's been knocked into the sky by a Cyclone, and Notice is just about going to be able to turn up before Dido gets the kill with Redemption.
It's not exactly what I was expecting to finish off that kill, to be honest. I mean,
just that little bit of true damage.
Fair enough. Why ever not? And that now means one of the big wave clear options that Ex Machina had is now dead. Obviously the Baron has fallen off, but you're in a much better position to continue putting pressure onto these turrets. See, somebody catching the wave top. Somebody catching the wave top. Timatopa taking a huge chunk of damage, and Soxu can afford to just keep wailing on the opposition, make them uncomfortable, because that's what Ex Machina are going to do to you with that Requiem out of the Karthus.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Eames' level very, very closely. Once he hits level 16, bad things are going to happen. Already has that Rabadon's death cap in inventory, and considering that we've got a Soul in a minute and a half, and we've got a Baron in a minute and a half, it feels like we are getting towards what could be a pivotal point in not just this game, but in this series. If Ex Machina are able to overcome the slump that they found themselves in, take down Samjay, push to the Nexus, they win it all. But if Sanjay keep building on this lead, keep pushing us further, then we're going to go all the way to Game 5.
Come on, I want a Game 5. I don't mind who wins in Game 5, but I would like Samjay to get us all the way there. It's been such a fun series so far. These games have gotten closer and closer and closer, and I'd say this game is even closer still than it was in the previous one. Machina, need to be careful here, Soxu.
Starting onto Timatopa, there goes Hope with the Cyclone. Eames, we use the Requiem as Notice is half HP, but Sana is so far away from this fight. Timatopa has been taken down, and Uzi getting the death drop onto Last. This Jinx can't deal damage in the team fight, and Booty has completely taken control of this game for Samjay.
Flashing over the wall right into the backline, exactly where Last was not expecting him to be. And sure, you lose half of your HP to the Requiem, but it doesn't matter if all of your damage is dead. Only one member dropping for Samjay. They're going to be able to take the Soul off of that one and quite possibly turn it into a Baron. At least Baron's set up. Health bar's low enough that you probably don't want to be looking to fully go on.
Yeah, I think possibly would be a bridge too far, but you are absolutely fine to take the Drake and back away. The death timers from Ex Machina not quite going to be coming through soon enough to really give them an option play onto that Baron. And hey, with Notice, Hope taking a reset, the rest of the members of DMU remaining on the map, they ensure that Ex Machina cannot move into the topside river.
And they can't refresh. The Elves have TP, still got a couple of seconds until he's back up and available. The winning play in that fight was the flag. What is it in this one?
He's gone too far forward again and been caught out. The Braum could survive for a long time, but not long enough, and now Last trying to team fight on Jinx without a support.
He's dead.
And that's going to end very, very badly. Senna is trying to get some revives coming through, but DMU are a little bit too strong for that. Booty once more taking over the team fight, taking over the game.
If this goes to Game 5, which currently it looks like it absolutely will do, you cannot give Bootsy this champion. The Mordekaiser has been played so well. Backline beware. Anytime Bootsy is around, he's able to get into the backline and just take out the main damage dealer. Topa started off that play by getting caught out, takes most of his HP right there, doesn't quite die, and I'm not sure what this is rather than taking the Baron, but sure, you at least get a couple turrets out of it.
Yeah, so you get the turret, and then you get the ability to move back. Respawns are coming through for Ex Machina, but I feel like this Baron take
no, they're
not actually coming out. Okay, the Requiem's going to be dropped as well, and DMU, they got a good fight. They haven't taken the Baron. They haven't broken the base. This game is not over.
It absolutely is not. Oh, look at this fight. I mean, Timothopa, he's stepped too far forwards. He's getting chunked out, but that's not the pick that you're really looking for. Boots, though, just walks straight forwards, does not care, keeps going forwards. Look at the shielding constantly, and every single time he swings that mace down, somebody dies. Hang on. Oh.
Looking live, we're getting a Baron rush, we're getting a Baron rush! And Ex Machina, Deus Ex Machina, have somehow slain the Baron Nashor. They're trying to escape. Booty is running absolutely relentlessly. Timothopa is going to have to flash away. There's a recall from Eames in the top side of the fight. Are they going to get out? Yes! Somehow, Ex Machina complete the heist, steal away the Baron.
I cannot believe that Samjay let that happen. They were in complete control of this game, but like you said, Baron was still up. Base hadn't been broken. Certainly wasn't over. Sure, I don't know how close they're going to get to any turrets to take with this Baron, but most importantly, Samjay didn't get the Baron. And if this game goes all the way, the scaling is on the side of Ex Machina. We haven't really talked about late game scaling this series because we haven't gotten to any late games. 32 minutes into the game though, we are getting there slowly but surely, and these ornaments beginning to come through. There's already one on Ornn, there's already one on Two Lasp, and should be one more.
I think Eames has got one.
There we go, Eames has got one as well. So that level of scaling that you get out of the Ornn is just that much higher than your opposition has any access to. Samjay, they need to put this one in the bag if they want to continue fighting to get this title.
Yeah, and I'm having another little look in the inventories. And Lasp has picked up a QSS. Last couple of fights, the Jinx has been isolated by Bootsy and hasn't been able to rain terror on the DMU. With that purchase, Flash should be a bit more free to express himself, to play in these team fights and keep Ex Machina's chances of just ending this series in this game. It's going to be a tough task. Samjay have got a load of advantages in their favor. Within 2 minutes, we're going to be getting an Elder Drake spawning, and typically whoever takes that ends up getting the dub.
Absolutely. It means that you cannot fight your opposition for about 1.5 minutes time to 2 minutes. You can't go near him. If you step anywhere nearby, health bar gets low, you get instantly executed. It is an automatic team fight winner. And sure, having soul is nice, but the quicker you get to soul, the quicker the big coin flip of an Elder comes up. As Samjay, you're still in control of this game. You're still up 7k gold. Obviously, that's beginning to mean less and less as full builds are starting to come through.
And I'm not going to lie, I feel like this is possibly one of the scariest compositions that you could get an Elder Soul on if you're looking at Ex Machina.
It's almost proccable from
it's literally, like, you drop Requiem, there is a decent chance that kills Soxu if he's isolated.
Yep. Absolutely it does. And I mean, it shouldn't be possible, but it certainly is a probability. So, Ex Machina, you need to fight for this. 47 seconds. All of the fighting in this game has come down to this moment. Who gets caught out? Who loses their team this series?
Well, you think for DMU, it is their series lives on the line. Ex Machina have got that buffer. They really don't want to be using it. Sana standing very far up in the mid lane, not quite in engage range of Dido. DMU have had full control over this Dragon Pit. They're going to need it if they're going to be able to withstand Ex Machina. You see that now 4 items for Lasp. He is doing exceptionally well for himself. We've got a Void Staff completed for Eames as well as the Elder is spawning.
And available straight onto it is Samjay.
Starting it up and doing a fair bit of damage. We're already down to 10,000 HP. Requiem is going to come through. Getting half of Sox's health bar, but that redemption is going to be big. Dido trying to find access to the backline, but he's not going to take out Eames, and Hope is dead. Booty diving forward himself, but he's not going to be able to take out Eames yet. Soxu actually gets him with the burn. Both junglers off the board. Notice flashing away from Reaper and Tanner. So incredibly low. Last very high HP. Soxu is dead. Eames is going to be back on the board. And Ex Machina got all 5 members alive. The HP bars are very, very low.
Oh, imagine if there was a Requiem for Samjay right there. Would have possibly been a pentakill. See, multiple teleports just coming straight down the mid lane. Right now, Ex Machina, they want to push their advantage as strongly as possible. Gonna move right back down to this Elder, and I think Ex Machina might be able to take this before there's any response from Samjay.
It's looking like him. He noticed has teleport. He wants to join this, but Hope is dead. Soxu is dead, and Ex Machina 37 minutes in, will claim the Elder Soul. Will have an opportunity to put this series to bed and claim the NSC Championship.
Everything was knife's edge for Ex Machina, 100% in control of this game now. Who cares about gold? We're 40 minutes into this game, it doesn't matter. The only thing that really does is that they have access to a little bit more power through the ornaments, and most importantly, Elder. They don't pick it up in this team fight, but afterwards able to quite easily. The way that they do it, Requiem coming through just does a massive chunk of damage to Hope, and once Hope is dead in this team fight, which happens pretty early on, all of a sudden, as DMU, you can't now take this Elder. Bootsy trying so hard to keep running forwards, doesn't quite manage to take out Timatopa, doesn't quite manage to take out Sana. Same with Refresh. Everybody just surviving for a little bit longer than they really should have had any right to be able to do so. The low health bars are blinking. If Boozy had been able to just hit a couple more abilities, it would have been done for.
Wasn't quite able to do it though, and Ex Machina, instead of opting for a team fight, they're going to go and claim that Baron. So a couple of those big late game buffs on their back for the next minute or so, but that is time wasted on the Elder. They haven't been using it to point damage onto the health bars of DMU. So we find ourselves fairly even state once more. If Ex Machina can find a fight in the next minute, it'd be great for them, but DMU don't look like they're going to give it to them.
Why would you? Why would you step anywhere nearby? Going to be forced to respond to this mid lane push, though, with the Baroned up minions as well. Absolutely frightening proposition, but like I said, it's not a huge amount of this Elder buff left. It's 3/4 of the way gone now. It's a super short-lived buff. It's just so powerful. The next one, if we get another 5 minutes into the game, is even stronger, by the way. Requiem.
Will we see that? Here comes the Requiem. Oh my word! Okay, that's quite obscene. That's really quite obscene! Lasp! With the ults, the Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown, taking down Soxu.
They might have done it.
And Ex Machina, they very well may have. Idol's going to go into the backline with a massive ultimate, and Boots is legendary, but Lasp is absolutely untouched, raining down Elder Fire onto Samjay, and Ex Machina will be your NSC champions.
What a series right there out of Ex Machina. It looked so good in game 1, slight falter in game 2, and then they get it back into gear. That final game was so close. Samjay looked like they were taking us to a game 5. Ex Machina said no. That Elder play sealed the deal, and that Jinx Rocket, the cherry on top.
Absolutely, and how perfect. See, you love to see this as well.
Yeah.
Teams on the stage just having fun with it, but what a series from Ex Machina, and what an explosive way to take down DMU, a team that we were talking about all throughout that series, just waiting for them to have that moment where they can show how dominant we were. And we saw the strength that this team can put out, but in the clutch at the death, Ex Machina, just that little bit better.
Oh, it was so close. Every single game felt like it was so close to being either of these teams' victories. Samjay, they put up a great fight, but Ex Machina, they were just the better team together overall. The way that they played with each other, constantly working around this bot lane, which we thought was going to be the main bright point for Samjay. Soxu and Didal, they were not allowed to play.
No, they fundamentally weren't, and I think so much of the credit for this series win has to go to Eames for Ex Machina. In all of their wins, the Hecarim in game 1, that Wukong in game 3, and then the Karthus that we just saw. Impervious stuff, dealing so much damage and being a real star carry for his team.
Really was. And Eames, a name that we don't really know particularly. Hasn't been around in this university scene particularly for that long. Ex Machina, congratulations. A well-deserved victory, upsetting Samjay, your brand new NSC champions.
Oh my word, Boxer! Oh my word, Boxer! What a way to do it! What a way
yeah.
to do it! And what a great feeling for these guys as well. Obviously, with the live finals, being able to have that experience of winning that tournament, this victory that has been coming for you for so many weeks now,
Yeah.
finally able to snatch it. There's nothing better.
Winning in front of a live crowd, hearing them cheer is just such a great feeling, and being able to turn to your teammates and celebrate with them rather than you win over Discord and it's like, woo! You know, you get to fully enjoy this, enjoy the rest of the day at Insomnia as well. What an excellent event that we get to witness here.
Oh, I tell you what, I imagine that they're going to be having a great time this evening. But that is going to be doing it for us on the cast of F-Block. So it has been absolutely lovely to join this cast with you. But before we disappear from your screens entirely, we're going to be joined by Gennaro for an interview. Take it away.
Thank you, Black Blockster. And Protocol, you guys absolutely killed it. We're joined here by Last from Exeter. I mean, just talk me through the emotions that you're feeling right now.
We're very excited. We've played NSC North for 3 years. This is our last year. Most of us are graduating now, so it was a nice way to finish our time at uni.
So it's a very lovely way to end your run at university. I mean, I saw everyone was just going up, jumping, smiling. So in that regards, how are you guys going to be celebrating it tonight?
Probably a lot of vodka. Yeah, we're just going to drink.
I think this is definitely one of those memories of like the university esports experience that's going to stay with you for the rest of your life. So what do you want to say to your teammates? Because I know some of them are listening.
I want to give a shout out to all of them, especially my jungler. I do think he was the MVP of the series. He played really well, he always does. Yeah. I think everyone played really well today. We spent a lot of time drafting, preparing to go against Samjay. Just really good to see it work out.
It did, especially that final game number 4. I mean, you guys went full scaling comp. You have the Karthus, the Jinx. Like, what was the thought process coming into this? Because at the beginning, it looked a little shaky. I mean, it's that Baron play when you guys get it, you get the Elder, and then you just get the ball rolling. So at what point in the game did you realize we can do this? Because Jinx was getting kind of one-shot by Mordekaiser.
The first couple of fights, I didn't realize how fed Mordekaiser actually was. I took QSS, kind of dealt with that problem. And I mean, the good thing about our comp, especially when we have Elder, if we land the Karthus on Jinx art, it's instant one-shot. So either Twitch or Victor.
And it was a Twitch. I mean, that last team fight was... You guys didn't even have to see them and you killed them. You have the ult from Karthus, Ornn, and Jinx. How did you build that synergy? Because you said you've been playing together for 3 years. Has it been consecutive?
Yeah, apart from our support, he's only played with us 2 years. We've basically played the whole time with this team. Just, we hang out in real life as well. My jungler, we actually live in the same accommodation. So yeah, I think it's good being friends inside the game, but as well outside of the game as well. It really helps with the synergy.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen this synergy today, but as you said it yourself, most of you guys are graduating, so you're probably also going to be saying goodbye to each other. But before we close out the interview, I want to ask if there is any message that you want to share, whether it's people watching at home or whether it's people sitting here.
Want to give a shout out to our fortune teller, Malika. She got the prediction right.
Actually, that's a good point. It was 3-1, and it is a 3-1 series. Thank you so much for the interview. It was absolutely a pleasure, and I wish you guys all the best with your graduation and probably your dissertation and everything.
No dissertation.
No dissertation? Good luck with your exams then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys as well at home for tuning in. We really appreciate it. It's been an incredible day from both League of Legends. I mean, we've got a lot of action there. We got a lot of action in R6, but tomorrow we're going to be back with Splatoon, CSGO, and Rocket League. So have a good evening, rest up well, and we're going to see you guys tomorrow.
the new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esport Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to meet, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so yeah, really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
you.